consistently at the top. He can fill gaps. He can be a slayer. And then Abizi, people have modeled their teams around finding a player who can do what he does.
Yeah.
Fly in, find the kills, but also be dominant at search and destroy and find those first bloods. So, yeah, Atlanta FaZe and the Tiny Terrors, some of the greatest of all time. And for me, that's why they're in the S tier.
Al, you got them at number 1?
Yeah, they've got to be sitting at number 1. I mean, it's Simp and Abizi. Either one of them can go off on either day.
So does that make Thieves number 2 officially?
But that means there's another duo looking to rival them. Now, LA Thieves, the only reason they aren't held at kind of like the exact same standard as Simp and Abizi right now is because of their LAN performance was a little lackluster in our most recent major. But obviously, online, across the board, they are very easily in the conversation. I mean, Hydra and Envoy have been unreal.
Yeah.
Envoy had a little bit of a slower start to this season, but we know what he's capable of when that ceiling does come through.
Yeah, and like this particular split, Hydra has been ridiculous.
Unreal.
I mean, statistically, kid's insane, and we saw it on full display in their match versus C9. Like, yeah, this duo is unreal.
And then in the number 3 spot, I was a little bit surprised to see you put Joe Deceives, a guy who can't even get into the bar yet. He's on our top 3 list. Talk to me about why he and Kleenex deserve this spot.
Oh, but come on, Chris, you know exactly why they're in this list. Joe has been unbelievable for this Toronto Ultra team. We were all worried about the consistency, and he has done it over and over again. One of the only teams in SMG duos to beat Simp and Abizi, to beat Hydra and Envoy, and Kleenex, as of late especially, has also been peaking.
Yeah, and like if we're talking, like it's a combo of like on the year and right now, and if we're talking this split, this has been the best team in the game this split.
Yeah.
I mean, they are unbelievable. Kleenex is coming off of some huge performances. It just feels like they're ready for a championship. And yeah, Joe on the year has been a top 5 SMG since it started. This duo is definitely tough to deal with.
Your top 3 duos all have been together since the start of the year, but at number 4, this man has changed the face of Vancouver. Neptune, 04. A duo I never thought would be in the list of our top 4 SMG duos. Why did you give them the spot this week?
I mean, who knew that these two would be breaking it in? I think the obvious answer is what Neptune has done overall for this team, but this is about the duos, right? 04 and Neptune have been playing off of each other so incredibly well. Another one of the duos that has the ceiling to consistently beat the top teams. They are still kind of considered one.
Yeah.
But same thing with 04. I think their dynamic is 04 has been able to translate his slang across all game modes as of recently,
And into LAN.
which has adapted this duo to rise up above the rest of the league.
So that's the big 4, Ant.
Yeah, that's the big 4. I would say for me, the FaZe duo is in a tier above the rest, and all these 3 teams that we just went over are in that tier right below them. But yeah, you know, in this particular duo's case, like 04 took a huge step on LAN. He was
Very much so.
insane at the last major. But yeah, as we take a look at the list, you can see there's going to be some contentious points here.
Yeah.
Now, I was going to say, so this all started, the conversation began around your question, who would you take over Cloud9? And you said everybody.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Now you have Kismet and Johnny, a tier
he
below
did say
that.
That was the only team that maybe he wouldn't have taken that duo over.
I did say that, yeah, and the reason being is I think, one, I don't think Kremp and Mac work well together, and I've went over that plenty of times, but Kremp individual performance lately has been through the roof. I mean, on the year in search, he's been solid, but yeah, they're gonna have to do some soul search and figure out what they want to do here.
I'm also looking there at the B tier.
Yeah.
So I assume this is in order. So you have Snoopy and Purge in front of TJ and Gwyn, in front of Real and Metals, and then those guys are in front of Shotzi and Hook.
Well, we had arguments about this.
We did have to go back and forth. So Shotzi and Hook originally started in B tier when Ant first created this, and I pushed back a little bit because one of the placings of Miami Heretics, Real and Metals has his really low floors. I completely understand that, but as a duo, they have placed top 3 already on this season, and if we're going to include Gwen and TJ in that conversation because of their top 4 placing on LAN as well, they easily slide out in front of Hook and Shotzi, unfortunately, until they prove something on LAN.
I think if we're weighing this split a lot, which is heavily influencing this list going into the major, then I don't hate it. That duo's been great. Metals has improved a lot in Search and Destroy. He does hold them back a little bit in Respawn at times. And then looking at the rest of the list in C, Pred and Exit, just the hardpoint streak that they're on, I think they deserve to shout to at least be in C. They've been playing very well.
As a duo, not as a team. I feel like we have to make sure we very much kind of talk about that we're talking about Pred and Exnid have just been unreal as an SMG.
So you got Real and Metals there in B, and then you have my guy Nero and Estriel in the C tier. Well, Minnesota today gonna have their hands full. Let's take a look at what this squad has to do, because you are playing against another tough squad here that's on the bubble.
Yeah.
What can you do right now? Back 30 points. Minnesota needs to make up ground. And if you lose today, you're down 40 points to Miami. You are kind of looking like a long shot to break into champs.
I'll say this: win a game 5, brother.
Yeah, it's
like,
they just can't end.
Yeah,
that's it.
They got one against Boston.
But like, you look at their game 5, 6-4 loss, 6-5 loss, 6-5 loss, right? So they're getting to these game 5s. They're pushing it all the way to the distance, right? So this is where I think, you know, the playmakers in Nero
they need
and in
Estriel, closer.
Somebody needs to rise to the occasion and be a closer. I have really no quarrel with the rest of their gameplay as it stands right now. It's really just been the ice in the game 5 S&D. I mean, they're 1-3 this split in game 5.
Yeah.
That's their losses, Chris. That's it.
Looking through Miami's numbers, they have won 3 in a row before the falling to Toronto in that 1-3. Looking at the key contributors to their success on both sides of the ball today, it's got to be the ARs, right? Kenny and Super? Or who are you looking at, Allie?
No, I agree with the Kenny and Super, because Kenny's been playing some of his best COD as of recently, but you could also say the same on the side of Super, right? Like, if you want to be Miami Heretics, you have to shut this guy down. But then I look at the rest of the team, I'm like, you got to shut down a lot of other guys, too.
I'm actually not looking at Kenny today in this match. I think he's been fine. I'm looking at Estriel. Search and destroy, man. Got to figure it out. This is worst split on the year, and Search has got a 0.6 in the game mode as it stands right now. You're going to need him.
Slow it down, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, but I will say across the board, though, like, Gio and Kenny are kind of close, too. So I think Search and Destroy just needs some more strength. But inside of Miami Heretics, they haven't found a whole lot of faults. They've been unreal, I feel like, during this split, other than I think Metals has had some of his worst performances, so maybe some consistency there. But when you have such an aggressive team like the Miami Heretics, somebody's got to be that first guy. And I feel like it does typically fall onto Metals to be that first guy.
I'm looking at kind of the X factors in this showdown. It's got to be Metals versus Nero, right? Who has the better overall series walks away with the dub?
Yeah, honestly, those are 2 huge X Factor players, right? Because Metals, when he's on point and he's streaking, you really can't keep up with the Heretics pace, Chris. We've seen it a couple times this split. He just needs to find that consistency.
Yeah.
And on the other side of it, like with Nero, I feel like Nero's going to find his kills. It's just like in the clutch moments at the end of games, sometimes he throws his life away too often. And it's always been that balance of trying to figure it out. And that's what determines if you're a great player or a good player. And for majority of career, or Nero's career so far, he's been a good player, waiting for him to be great.
Miami has had an interesting road to Major 3. It started with a Game 5 against Pred's new lineup on the Falcons, then taking down Optic in a 3-1. What was most impressive, though, was the win over FaZe. Now, I think a lot of people forget that Rancor's crew beat FaZe back on April 12th.
And it was a grueler. It was all the way to around 11 in that Search and Destroy, and Search and Destroy has been the difference maker for Miami Heretics during this split. They've gone unreal at that game mode, which is so funny because that's what was hurting them for the longest time.
Miami is hosting Major 3. We want you to all come join us. It's in Boca Raton, Florida, and my flight is in about 48 hours. I am getting fired up.
Ready.
I will have bright red skin by the time you see me in person. I'm poolside barbecuing. We're getting fired up, and you can join us the 24th through the 27th.
You got the sunnies out already, Chris.
Yeah, you're already prepped and ready. It's a cloudy, rainy day today in Columbus, Ohio. Let me remind you, he is manifesting the sun in Major 3. Make sure you guys get your tickets before they're out.
Take a look at our schedule for the day. We have 4 3-0s. Or will there be a Game 5? Walk me through it. You guys said it's either going to be a DoorDash challenge or an interesting long day of weird matchups.
It's going to be a DoorDash challenge until Vegas, Atlanta, Game 5.
Miami Heretics Minnesota Rocker could be long.
Game 5, round 11. It's happening. It's happening. Stay tuned. We got 4 matches on a final Super Saturday before Major 3. When we come back, we're kicking things off. Vancouver Surge take it on Cloud 9. Desperate for a 10-point dub.
Bring my body up. Go show your body.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. The 2025 Vancouver Surge Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm for when you have a bone to pick. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Nah, for real. They be talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your shorty, cause she tryna cop a feel. She know look chaotic, keep it hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say not for real. So I say not for real. Not for real. Yeah.
Welcome in, everybody. Vancouver Surge with Neptune's edition have moved officially into our top 4. They jumped over Carolina. Meanwhile, Cloud9, who we thought might be a top 4 caliber team, has fallen back to their true ranking. They're down in the bottom 4 right now. Allie, they need 10 points today with the upset.
True ranking is diabolical. Yeah, they need points very desperately, and it's so weird because they're bottom basically every category, but you look at the lineup of this roster and you're like, there is no reason you guys should be as bad as you are.
They've been taking a lot of flack. Let's take a look at Cloud9's maps and modes for the day. If you're going to take down Vancouver in your first 3, what's your best chance? Is it Hardpoint on Hacienda, Control on Hacienda, or that search on Red Card?
Yeah, the Control Hasi's been tough for Vancouver, so you definitely have a good chance there. I will say, man, the starting off on the Hasi is tough. Vancouver loves
that is tough.
Even the Red Card is tough as well, because if you're seeing on, you haven't played it in a while.
No.
Red Card Search. So this is gonna be a hard series. I mean, Cloud9 have shown us literally nothing.
Yeah. They're 1-3, 3 maps, 11 map wins or losses. It's been rough.
I mean, Chris, in the last 15 maps that they've played, they've only won 1 of each game mode. 1 hardpoint, 1 S&D, and 1 control. So you can't even pinpoint like what's hurting them. They just aren't finding any success.
It was a reverse sweep though, never down and completely out. Cloud9 currently sitting in our 11th seed. It's time to make our scuff pick'ems, and I think we're all going by the numbers today. I'm going with the darker blue, Vancouver Surge.
Yeah, I'm going to be going Vancouver Surge for sure.
Vancouver unanimous here.
All the Vancouvers.
Oh,
Merc and Maven, let's start this party of blue teams.
Yeah, we got blue everywhere. I'm ready to dance. Ready to party, Joe.
Sure.
Yeah, we got a lot of matches that seem a little lopsided, at least when you look at it on paper. Surge should dominate here. Cloud9, it's been a rough stretch. A team, you talked about, like,
It's kind of odd.
potential top 4 less qualifier, blah, 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 blah. Now you don't have a chance to get in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know if have we seen a team like this, like just one split go back this far?
I'm sure we have.
I'm sure it's been there, but this is a big surprise.
And maybe, I would think partially you just put it to the fact that it's like a tough split, which we've chatted about, but like,
I mean, we were talking about them like literally
breach.
fighting in the top 4. They beat Ultra round 1 at the majors.
Yeah, no, I know, I hear you.
It's just
wild.
It's a bit wild. And yeah, I mean, even the win was a reverse sweep. They were down 0-2. Outside of that, it is 0-3s across the board for C9.
It certainly is. I mean, I guess the one good thing for them in the overall standings, the win that probably the match that maybe affects their chances for like top 8 champs is probably that Rocker match. So maybe that's good, but they're still on the outside looking in with a lot of work to do. I guess you can't really look at it that way with the points. So they have to win anything and everything that they're able to.
At this point, it doesn't even matter. It's both them and Rocker aren't even in top 8.
Yeah, but I guess that's who I think they might be fighting to get there potentially, but we'll see. Surge trying to show the form we saw just really with the last major, making it to a final. Yes, they got slammed, but can they get to that position again? Maybe get their first W, or at least make a battle into a championship someday. Still finding a way to get W's. Maybe not as, I don't know, like as dominant as it felt like last qualifier. or as good as we felt they were last qualifier, but they're still right there.
Yeah, I mean, they're 3-1. Handled business, had a reverse sweep last match. Maybe the question mark just kind of the 0-3 versus LADs, but that could just be a tough game for them, right? Because outside of like the minor final, that goes to a game 7. Since then,
they've owned them, yeah.
Yeah, Thieves have just taken care of business versus this Surge team.
And maybe that's why I feel the way I do, just because they got slammed in that, and then having to reverse sweep. But you're right. If you look at the overall record, I'm still feeling good about their chances to make a run at the upcoming majors. So see how much the teams that have been making improvements are going to matter once we get there. But so far, so good here. At the P2, Surge starting to build a lead. 04 is yet to drop. Neptune trying to deal with the fight towards back statue, and I thought caught a horrific timing, but nice movement there to hit the slide and take out Kremp. Now it's on his teammates to hold it towards the front line, and so far so good. They're able to do that. They got everybody spawning out towards Rock now, and this has been a perfect hold so far.
Yeah, I mean, you only send Kremp all the way through well side, and then yeah, the stun's able to hit. Now Neptune trying to find space, so it was just a pretty straightforward push, right? It's just 3 through the front. If Kremp's able to make a play, maybe something happens for C9. Still, it's on Kremp trying to make the play. He's the only one who can get any pressure outside of that. The SMGs and 04 and Neptune locking down the hill, and you are going to be down 70 points, it's looking like. And then you look at the mini-map. Look at this rotation. You flip the map. Surge are doing whatever they want.
I mean, 04 lived for nearly the first 2 minutes of the game. His first death was just a moment ago, basically the end of the P2. So, yeah, I imagine things are going to go pretty well for you. And now the map flip, as you said, trying to get the damage done here at fences. Mac will be over the top, trying to find any kind of opening, and he's not going to find an opening. He's being greeted by bullets from just about everybody on the Surge side. 1 by 1, you push if you're Cloud9, and 1 by 1, you find the hammer from Surge. At least Sib takes out 1 through the stun, but maybe that'll help his teammates get numbers back in. He needs something, though. You're going to be down 100 here soon.
Yeah, Nasty just playing his life, hoping that Neptune can find that kill, but nice pick up there by Attach. So Nasty now has the help of his teammates, but here comes the next push. But again, even after this, you're probably just going to start to rotate. There's only 17 seconds left. It looks like they're going to contest a little bit more, send a couple of players. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Mac, Attach, they're going to rotate to P4.
Yeah, I think they're thinking they're probably rotating. Maybe it was win it and get the final 10 or so, which you don't quite that, but you do end up getting mid-map control and then spawning out too. So that's exactly what you want. Get the late time, get the push through to spawn a couple out towards Old, and now you'll have numbers to win it towards Rock as they take that to 3-on-1, and suddenly you've got position early in a hard point. This has been perfect at a Surge.
Yeah, Attach, he tries to get a little pretty. Plays off the hill, tried to play inside of the hallway. Instead gets caught, but it doesn't matter. Just match and attach to the two-man game, able to break down through. This could have made the game even uglier. Well, maybe we still have that somehow. Neptune's able to find 2, so you will have numbers on this next push for Surge.
Just for a second, while those numbers get decimated, Sib's able to hold the doorway. And yeah, that break there, the little two-man game with Mac, if they mount the comeback now, it starts there. They needed that desperately. Otherwise, that was just, you're spiraling out of control. You've got no early 7 hard points.
It would have been like 150 to 20.
Yeah. Would have been real ugly. It's still ugly, but less ugly. As now we get set for the second set. Kremp had eyes towards the actual hard points, is getting ready to pop. Several of the players will be battling over from Rock side on the Vancouver side. So really the first time you've kind of had early control. Unfortunately for you, it's a
P1.
A P1, yeah, where you can get shot from basically everywhere inside of the point. And quickly Surge get back in.
Yeah, nice little team shot there with the AR. Is able to control top hallway. Abuza then just gets on that hill. And this is what Surge have always done so well since picking up Neptune, is just finding that extra time on the hills where it's a little bit tougher to do so. Doing a great job here at P1.
Cloud9 in a big hole. Mac gets gunned. They've got to get the comms on point. They've got to make a rally. It's got to happen now. Let's go to the comms now with Cloud9 New York.
Go through new. Yeah, one's hitting con. Gun up.
I heard you. I'm trying to open your
Yeah, let's get these
con.
guys.
Heard you. I'm trying to open.
Let's shell open together. I'm trying to open with you.
I want to see you open.
He could be con on us. I'm trying this
I
shit.
see him con. He went to.
He's there. I'm time on us. I'm trying this guy.
I'm going in.
Under me. I'll kill him. Yeah, got me. Got me.
On new shit. We're coming to the right.
Let's go. Only one. One spawn there.
I want to see him in the back.
11. I want done. I spawned front. There's spawning Ivy side. They're gonna be well Ivy.
That's him. Wow.
Front. I'm behind him.
Driveway in back lobby.
Nothing else front.
I'm looking at the spawn. I'm looking at driveway. Driveway up floor. I'm letting crumb.
Yeah, driveway.
Driveway dead.
That's an area. Driveway again.
Driveway up floor.
We got driveway. If you go driveway. One more keep. That's weak. They could Last guy. I'm going lobby. Last guy, it's an AR. He's in magic. He's right corner. Bang the shit. Keep fine. Averaging finish. You can switch to Lambo. Nice, down there. Nice, guys. Good shit. I'm trying to use that. Blind the back. I'm gonna get well early, okay? Yeah, I'll drop back. Let's go flower. Watch out flowers. You tell. I mean, watch out flowers on you. You pretty fine. No one wants. Neptune one shot again. Well, no. I'm missing secret. When you guys shift in now. I'm open. They can be too close. Two open. What the fuck? One open. I can't. There's two enclosed. One open. Play tight. I replied. You two. I got me. Down still heavy. Go on their side heavy. They're close right now.
The console look no sound as confident as they should be, bro. C9, it sounds like they're in a chaos blender. Yeah, they're struggling. Like,
we had talk yesterday, Joe.
As a team, they're not working together. They're just doing like some pure shit.
So I thought that was an example of like, if there's a player that has the most pressure
if you look
on
at
them,
them, mostly they just solo challenge the point.
Like,
they're not working as a team.
When he is frying, they end up playing pretty well. If he's not,
yeah, and then you're hoping for like Tremp to start to go off, right? Mac to play a little bit better.
I know they have their moments, but is there more pressure on anyone you think that's
No, you're not wrong. Yeah, to lead to breaks, and I think like that was a more chaotic listening, but we kind of saw, right? Map 1's their own for this stage. I think this is a team, especially Tremp, you just heard his comms, just very loud. They're just trying to create energy. They're trying to lock in, just trying to find any bit of success, anything to get them going. And well, maybe this will help. They're playing a much better game this second rotation of Hills.
They've had a couple runs now within 50.
Never mind, now they're just fucking going to work as a team though.
Trying to get it done here. He has got
they're working as a team right now. I hope that they're just fucking piling in, bro, to the point. Save is big, bro. That was a huge, bro.
Plus 10, a 5 spree, and all this time. Thank you, Dante.
Yeah, he's doing it, just locking it down, using both weapons. Still, though, they're down around 30 seconds because of that massive deficit, but they're fighting back, and maybe off those plays,
now,
you get everyone else going. That's what you're hoping for. So he's trying to win another gunfight, but just this Vancouver team, they never really go away.
For some reason, like I thought we were on Sims POV on the rock, and he got ripped.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Knife.
That was unbelievable. 24.
You spoke that one into existence.
Oh yeah, really did. You like when that happens as a commentator, you do. We had 20. Approximately between them into the third set we go. First in will be Surge, spawning out well and trying to battle back now. Cloud9 trying to get active.
Damn.
Well, they need a PT rotation. They've lost both, right? They've had to fight from the front of
never mind, it's chalk.
They did a pretty good job last time fighting from the hill, but still,
Game 1 goes to Surge. Automatic.
3 versus 2, or really a 4 versus 2 on this rotation. Surge going to use their numbers. They just don't know how many are here. So I don't know what's wrong with
C9. They need a roster change or something, bro. Wow.
One spawn in the back. That's going to be Neptune. A big win there. Maybe slows this down, but it will not. With Kremp in this position, or sorry, Matt, they're going to spawn all the way out. So this works out beautifully for C9.
This
That's
is
a nice setup.
You could want more. I thought if Neptune got 2 there. It was real close. Like, yeah, Attach got done like
Attach
17. That got
in.
real close to getting scary. But Kremp's triple, as you said, like,
Ooh,
it's
that's
like he has his moments when he
that.
steps it up, and you have Civ doing it as well. Like, they can be a fearsome team. Just haven't had a lot of that throughout this qualifier. But now you're back within 10.
I won't lie, C9 sometimes look like a dangerous team. It's just that they're just not consistent enough. I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know if it's teamwork, individuality, child in the point or what, but
Surge, go at this one more time. Again, you kind of see them fighting for the scrap time.
They're supposed to be dominant, but
well side all the way in the back, so they go for
I don't know.
This is going to allow Kremp to get in a position.
Can't say what's going on over there.
To win this rotation
C9
again. So what
can't.
was C9, or sorry, what Surge was so good at on the first set,
I don't know if it's the pressure or what.
And rotating.
I really they should have just kept the NYSL brand.
Goes back and forth.
Each day, I guess.
Now.
Is Surge
Maybe they just didn't have the
battling
funds to
from
keep
the point. With
NYSL.
garage side control, playing deep for the push through, will be number 7 in Nasty. And earning that time for now is Abuza, nearing 2 minutes of time earned. Neptune making sure offense control is retained, but
If I don't speak too much, it's because kind of sick.
Or is it one? The
yeah.
last player is going to be Sib.
I like to thank anybody that's tuned into the stream. Hope everybody having a good day. And yeah, hope everybody stay positive.
Surge can't win it anymore.
Yeah, a lot of presence
Keep
still here.
success
Gonna be
with them.
pretty darn
Stay
close.
positive.
Or are you just going to give this up behind, well, a Kremp with another 3. Now it's going to be a foot race. And Max and attach. They hit the deep spawn, so Boathouse spawns, they will be there first. So a couple of players from Surge going to take routes through the middle of the map. Number 6 and Abuza waiting for his teammates. They're going to take their time. You don't want that. A little bit staggered goes Neptune. 3 going to go down.
Here we go.
C9 in a great spot to clutch up map 1.
Here we go. Back out in front is
And right now, it's still kind of
needed for the W.
still can't
Sib still hitting.
Correct.
The other AR and attached to it from the other side through the stun. He's able to win it. Monster gunfight wins for him. Surge, one last chance, maybe? Or you're not even going to get one. Closing the door, shutting down the map. It's Cloud9 and kills from Sib that ultimately decided a monster comeback after going down nearly 100 early, 80 or so points.
That's crazy.
I think we touched on it perfectly. It was the monster slaying from Sib, and then Crimp just had a couple crazy triples, couple big entries for him.
Well, they started to win some more rotations. That allowed Tatch to get involved a little bit more, right? He could play his power positions with an AR. His numbers will be solid. But I think
that was a crazy comeback,
this
to
is
be
like
honest.
desperation time for C9. They're wondering what the hell's going on, right? Like, and you know, 0-4 in map 1s, like we have to you just heard it.
Kind of reminds me of last year's or any, I think, last year's Optic team, where even though they lose, they somehow come back.
That's a Sib.
Kind of crazy, bro.
That is a Sib.
Yeah.
He has almost 5k damage. Just look at that compared to like the rest of the lobby. 39 kills, 28 non-traded, like that. Yeah, that's just a Sib.
Crazy too.
And don't get me wrong, like, the other guys have their moments, but that is a Sib.
You see, C9 could be a dominant team. I don't know.
Involved on the C9 side.
Sometimes
solid
fall
MO4,
flat.
but that's about it. But again, it just felt like they fought for so much scrap time on a lot of those hills. Gave up free rotations for C9, and I don't know.
Yeah, it's worse right there, right? About 90?
Yeah, when you're like struggling.
Surge, I don't know. They should have just like packed up C9 there. Fighting a struggling C9.
Kind of gave it to him a number
I was supposed that they won that map.
In the early going. Just slowly,
I guess
but surely, Cloud9.
I guess so much pressure going to Major 3.
He was able to do. I mean,
it's just the qualifiers. Still, teams are, you know, putting in their all to qualify for Champs 2025. Everyone wants to go to Champs. Everybody wants a ring. Everybody wants to be the next Karma, the next Scum, next
Surge had their chances to late
and again, even after that Kremp play,
I can't even like Crimp 6, all those big teams.
Then over at towards that P3 fences on this last rotation, you lose the rotation towards this.
The next Octane, you know, the next Kenny, all that Shotzi and shit. With all Damien holds Karma holds the most rings. He has like
and the fact that, like, a lot
rings.
of times when you do that, I feel like you're.
I don't know if you want to count coaching as one of the rings.
You have like a bit more of an advantage.
Yeah,
I think you can kind of like lose the overall time, but still win the map. There. Not quite able to do it because they just bring it within
each of them have one ring.
Where you can see they flatline. Well,
Shotzi has what, 2 rings plus a Halo ring. We don't count Halo rings. That's Halo. Still, it still is a 3-time champ. It's just not. One doesn't count towards COD. Only 2 count towards COD.
4-piece came through. That's where they really cut the lead down. They got like a 40-point hold there at that P4. Again, you get to a scrappy P1.
Yeah.
Split the time, win that rotation of P2. They're right back in the game.
No, that was awesome because just talking about.
It's kind of wholesome to see Kenny win. What's it called?
I mean, I know it's not a solo hold. Listen, his teammates put in damage.
I'm
sure,
but
it's
the other
still
one,
insane. Like in the moment, as we're highlighting it. So, big, big map from Sib. Big win for Cloud9. Because I was thinking about it, like even if you don't get into winners bracket, because it's going to be tough to impossible at this point based on looking through stuff. Just you don't have one win.
it's just whatever positive momentum you can take into this major.
Yeah, I mean, this could be like a big win for them, right? Just some momentum, to carry into it, get back into your game a little bit. I think what really stood out for them in stage 2 is like they really didn't have a weakness. They were right around 50-50 in hardpoint, but it was their search and control that really stood out, and that started to get away from them. Like we thought they were like close to being a complete team.
Felt that way.
Like very close, and this has just been the opposite way for C9.
And on the other side of it, it has been a step up in this S&D department for this Surge team. We'll look at it from stage 2 to stage 3. And while usually if your KD is going up that significantly in a mode like Search and Destroy, well, really any mode, you're going to be finding a whole hell of a lot more success. And you just got to think I mean, it felt like, let's think for like after Major 1, like for Thieves who lost the final, it felt really obvious that they need to work on. You lost all your Search and Destroys to face. It's a little different, I guess, when you think about their loss to face. Like, how are we going to overcome that? That's who we're battling again, just because you got like 4-0 kind of smoked in the finals. What do you think is the biggest thing they need to improve on? Like, did it feel to you like kind of everything or anything specifically?
I hate this match so much.
The final is like,
just think back to the winners bracket final, which was the winners bracket final,
where they lost 2 searches, right? Or
That's
so
true.
Maybe that is it. But again, this was still a very young team. I guess when you talk about Neptune, he came in last stage. Like the search should take a little bit more time to get onto the same page, and maybe that's the goal. Just keep working on their game, keep working on search, destroy, and improving it, and you're seeing that there in the stats.
Well, they're going to need it now to step up after the map 1 loss to Cloud9. But this might be just a Sib takeover series. We'll see. He's got some search and destroys too, where they're just, he'll drop 15 out of nowhere. And Red Card feels like a map that he could potentially do exactly that. 0-4, gonna be your bomb carrier. Doing a little bit of a dance with Mac here, peeking for info. As he's putting in shots, that's gonna give the call to Neptune, just fly on up. Nasty's actually in the first blood, so maybe not speaking the Sib takeover map into existence as he gets fried in the early going, but still to the battle here at B, quickly down to 2 versus 2. And Surge are able to take that. I didn't see how Nasty got the opening pick, but they also win the fight over at B.
Yeah, I thought Mac maybe, he buys time. He wins a nice gunfight there on a Neptune. Just hoping for his teammates to rotate, and they get it into a 2 versus 2. They just do not expect Nasty here. You see they're trying to trade onto Abuza, but Nasty's there looking over his teammate. Nice round win there in round 1 for Surge.
Get it done on the attack. I'll see what they can do on the defensive end of things. But a lot of pressure, usually 2-0-4 as he's going to be, well, the entry guy kind of with Neptune. 4-0-4 will be playing the kind of that timings game, trying to find openings in the setups. There's a map, he can certainly find it, but it can go south quickly. Nasty at the first blood, he'll start out 2-0 as he took out Sib. Cloud9 offense. From Crimp's POV under stage, their lone guy working the other side will be Sib. He'll be the one over by B. Well, he's kind of tracking back to help him, but... Oh my!
What are we doing?
I don't think he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, he's hopefully trying to jump somewhere. Well, that just allows 0-4 to get into this position. They don't want the bomb to go down. Everybody going to be here now for Surge off that rotation, off all the info. Now they have the man advantage, and well, yeah, I mean, Sib, he's all the way across the map now. Still going to get involved as Mac finds another kill to even it out.
Mac drops now all on Sib to try and clutch up here. 1 versus 2 against Nasty and Neptune. Bomb down over towards A where we first saw it dropped by Kremp. There's some info for Sib. Hunting him down, winning that one. Down to a 1 versus 1 now. Nasty yet to die. Sib yet to miss a bullet. And I think just the reposition from Nasty is going to be enough. Just no time for Sib to make the play.
We might have saw him. Does it? So I'm actually surprised Nasty's still here.
Yeah, no, that's
the final info and runs away.
That's kind of what I meant by it. I was like, yeah.
Good stretch.
We have the...
Better write them down.
Right?
Well, he can see the time. It's 5 seconds to play. He knows that. But, I mean, you almost get caught there. Neptune and Nasty very separated. Just timing-wise, doesn't work out for Neptune. I mean, he snaps, but Sib was ready for the gunfight, able to turn into a 1 versus 1. And I think you just kind of know the player that you're going up against in 1v1s, and Sib's just the kind of guy, like, he's going to look for the gunfight.
Yeah, no, true. I was just originally, that's what I was originally thinking, like, once Nasty reposition, just get out of there. Like, you're good. You're good, but he's thinking, let's check and make sure I can stop from playing the bomb. But as you said, Sib's starting to square up. 2-0 to Surge now, and attaches trophy, keeping him out of harm's way. But I was thinking maybe an opening for 0-4 to go, but not going to be much of an opening. He'll just be the bait. Neptune's able to follow it up with 2, and you've got numbers.
Yeah, somebody's got to go first. 0-4 does not mind doing it as long as Neptune's able to find a double, but into a 2 versus 2 again. And Sib's able to find that second kill. And Nasty yet to die. Looking like
that's what sometimes you gotta do. Just, you know, 2-man, the best player on the team.
Just clearing everything.
It's annoying, but strats, man, strats. That's the thing with that too. Neptune should not be alone pushing to the back.
Oh, I'm thinking maybe Sib's just going to wait
He's
for
gonna
Mac,
expect
he wants to take gunfights.
Yeah,
he's going to expect that, you know.
Play and he's going to catch him. Unfortunately,
Try to catch him off guard with 2.
So now you don't wait for your teammate. Put Mac in a tougher position. Yeah, if that goes his way, we'd be talking about it a different way. But it's just the way it is.
The way he was shooting the map 1, I mean, I'm probably taking that gunfight too. But just not able to win it. Oh, I thought he had him.
Almost that bold.
That becomes real winnable if he's able to do it. Doesn't happen though. Surge continues.
Doesn't matter.
Let's say about to line up, or he was going to line them up. Just the way the angles worked out. But yeah, I mean, that's just one of those plays where if Sib's even able to find the first, maybe there's a quick trade. Mac wins it. We're kind of gassing it. Instead, it doesn't play out that way.
Doesn't play out that way at all. And we'll see. He's just thinking. Oh, maybe wants to shoot the leg for just a second there. Maybe his teammate's calling out like, hey, you saw him on it. Or just the plank goes and he's like, oh, I'm going to chow it. He stays gun up there, he probably wins it. Knowing him, probably does, but just kind of awkward. From a bomb check to maybe I saw something to, oh, I guess I did see something to, I'm dead. RC out.
Yeah,
I'll get taken out, but a little information over to Surge is they look to get set up and deal with this push.
Yeah, same old Surge kind of default, right? 3 over towards B, just number 7 and Nasty playing for info at A. All right, it's an A plant, so we're just going to run at this player.
I think somebody missed a nade. I think the one just hit, didn't connect, otherwise Mac was dead.
Nice.
0-4 tries to get in, kind of catch, like he caught Crimp in the last round, like a weak player, get aggressive on it, but he's going to get shut down, so this is working out pretty well for Cloud9.
Nice.
He's hoping that, again, someone's got to go first.
That was a crazy win.
He's trying to take that gunfight, at least have somebody follow him up, but nobody really does. Neptune tries to work the flight. Abuza now trying to make the play. 20 seconds left, all up to Nasty. Going to be tough to do with the time left on the clock.
It sure is.
I would hide on damn.
Finally, he is going to drop. Cloud9 get around. And yeah, I think somebody missed a nade because like the first one hit the car and hit him down to 14. And I thought I heard another nade go off.
I mean, if
I thought I heard
my angle, if I would have that gunfight, I would have at least pushed somewhere top. Watch the bomb from the top.
I sworn I like the car exploded and I heard another nade.
I'm not a pro, bro.
But Mac able to survive, gets the plan in.
I guess it's just,
yeah, 0-4 just thinking he's
gotta play
so weak. I'm gonna fly out like I caught Crimp, but not able to do it.
Now again, it's just like one of those things. Is he just a little too fast, right? Like maybe just one step ahead of someone else?
He's quick, dude. Fleet of foot.
No, I know.
Similar position last time where, yeah, he kind of flies at it and it leads to Neptune getting 2 and eventually around when this time 0-4 is able to win the fight and so is Neptune. So, yeah, you'll take that all day. Both able to win their ones.
Absolutely.
And they want to keep pushing it, backing up Cloud9 as far as they can.
Attach.
Walking away with 2, though, and staying alive. Suddenly we're into a 1 versus 1, and this is going to need to be all attach. He get, 3 in the round if he can do it. Up versus Nasty. This would be a 2 versus 4. They pull off. Gets eyes in him, and Cloud9 pull off the 2 versus 4.
Big win.
Attach a little stage dancer there.
Well, I mean, he just learned.
That was a big win.
Yeah, I mean, everybody is focused on stairs. That's where all the fight's going. Attach just kind of lurks his way on through. Able to find the double, and then there's no trade. Plays his life. As we're going to look back at all 3 kills, you can see, yeah, Surge just are not ready for this whatsoever. He finds the timing, and then while the third is looking at him, Max able to find
it. Pros
everyone is just focused to attach.
The action time and reflex.
I was going to say, how did Neptune lose his fight? But he didn't really. He like was turning back after trying to maybe get the trade onto attach.
I mean, you can.
So attach creates some chaos. They take the round.
Practice your flicks, practice everything.
They get back to offense.
So you become superhuman.
Another RC in play.
But true. If you actually want to be something like that fast and reaction time, work on your reaction time, work on your reflexes, legs, all that.
Bleeding all over the stage, Joe.
Anybody could become.
That's tough.
Yeah.
Best
He hits
player.
nice shots too, but Abuza's a little better.
Yeah, he was ready for that, but it doesn't matter. 3 versus 3. So again, you're able to even up the numbers behind Kremp. This rotation, but this is read very well by Surges. Look at the rotation. And now we're going to wrap back. But I imagine someone's going to go back. Probably Abuza here in a few moments. Yeah, you're seeing number 6. He's going to try to find info mid, see if he can spot anything. Yeah, maybe they just play a retake over towards A.
Looking like that's going to be the play. Oh, well.
1 second
He was
earlier, that's a
expecting
freebie.
that too.
Tries to sneak through the doorway. Doesn't end up being very sneaky at all. 2v3 chance now for 04 and Neptune. Can the nade, the shots catch him on bomb? Oh, I thought he was going to get both. I thought for a second that might end up connecting on both. He got 10
At least he got one.
Only finishes off 1 now. Neptune in the 1 versus 2.
Then
what is
car cheese, bro. Car cheese.
I mean, if we really want to talk about design, I mean,
It's car cheese, bro.
Abuza gets a freebie if there's not a door.
Yeah.
But shout out doors. But yeah, Sib just gets a hit marker from the man. And he's like, he's on bomb.
This is MW3 all over again, bro. With the map.
That looks so funny
high
for
rise.
his POV. He just
High rise, fucking
sneaking up.
tank explosion.
Van explodes.
Hate that
I'm
shit.
telling you, these desert trolling us. I'm telling you.
That looks so funny. Oh,
It's unfortunate, but
yeah, he was in 1v2, he was in 1v3.
and I don't know why the Alligator dealership. That shit has a lot of explosion.
Straight from Surge,
Exploding cars,
straight
bro.
now for Cloud9, and we're all tied up.
Fuck.
This is where Surge had a lot of success last time. But they go into 4v2 and they just lose it. But 04 Neptune got their picks.
Just happy in MW2 they add what was that map called? Borderline, where the whole map was exploding cars. That was cancer, bro. That map was cancer.
Kremp just runs at you stage.
Not the original
This is very
MW2
similar to map
remake.
1, right? You just come out dominant,
Or
looking so
match,
strong
I don't
on
know
the
what
map,
the fuck
up
they
3-0
call
if
it.
you are Surge.
Not a
and you
remaster.
blink.
I think it's a remake.
Now,
Probably
C9 is going to
remake,
be in the
yeah.
lead.
Some good adjustments from Cloud9.
Well, and so I think again,
Kind of
some
excited
mistakes
for
from
next
Surge.
Call of Duty, to be honest. Was it
Well,
BO7?
yeah, I mean, 4v2.
The sequel to
not
Black Ops
adjustment.
2, they
It's a
say
rounding
that it could be a mixture of
Neptune's got
omni
eyes on
movement
both.
and wall running.
Not
which
much you can
is
do though.
kinda
The sub in
crazy.
hand. Maybe he's got an AR. He can get a pick there, but difficult to win. 4 straight now for Cloud9. Yeah, I guess my hope is just Cloud9 have had like this rough qualifier, but they just get back to that form before the major, right? It gets way more interesting. It was another team in the mix with the improvements we've seen for several of the other squads.
But to please the Call of Duty community
The
is
trajectory they
tricky.
were going. It was looking like they're
Tricky,
not even going to be
tricky
in
was
the
the
sort of
call
an
it,
8-seed convo for champs.
Yeah, yeah.
Accomplishment.
But you never know.
Because
Just one run in a major, you're right back into it.
I mean, it's
pleasing
just
the
that time
Call
of
of
year.
Duty community
point
is
matters.
crazy because some people don't
every
want
10
the
points you're
wall
able to
running.
get is
Some
huge.
people don't like the jetpack.
Got a
Some
chance
people
here.
don't
You're
like the
already up 1-0 in
omni
the series.
movement. Some
Advantage now
people
to search
just
and destroy.
want boots on the ground. Some people just want lower
7 and 4
man,
Kremp on 4 straight, looking to get active, but
campiness.
maybe not liking what they're seeing, or what the fact is the
It's just
bomb is
hard
working
to
on
please
the
the
other side.
community, man.
Neptune is
Everybody bitch a
vibing,
lot, man.
playing a little soccer and playing a
Me,
little pick.
like,
And he's able to
I might as
get
well
out
just try
open
everything,
handed
to
as
be
he
honest.
continues to dance. He's
Me, I
gonna
think
reach out and see if
jetpack
the guy's
era
a
wasn't that
psychopath.
bad. I know I was one of the people that said,
Nasty repeats it.
jetpack, jetpack this, jetpack, takes some
Trying
shit.
to find
It is what it is now.
Nice
I think any Call of Duty would change.
But yeah,
The
all
one,
set up
like,
by Neptune.
boring
Just nice little
ass.
credit corner.
Fucking
Then
like
watch that
MW2,
cross, he
MW2
finds
map.
that first
And
one.
that's nearly another
Oddly,
round where, like,
it's just the
POV
all
we're
it,
watching, it's like Surge winning this round, and then suddenly I'm like, it's a 1 versus
Slow.
1. Like, it just happens so fast.
and
Yeah, I
no
think Nasty overchows there because he knows
one.
04's on
Ninja
the flank.
knows
Yeah, but
sound.
you're trying to just
Yeah,
make
style.
sure he knows where the players are.
Taylor's just a
messy.
pain in the
That
ass
was a
to
nice
play
snap
that
from
game.
before, though.
sometimes.
Nice.
Because everybody could just sound whore you and hide in a
kind of stops.
especially
the
in,
bleeding, 'cause you were getting
SND.
fried a bit there, and now you're all square.
pain in the ass.
Just needed to get around, stop the momentum getting built by Cloud9, and you're never really able to stop it in the hard point once they got going. Got a third RC car called in, but 04 Neptune just wanted to hit it attachment.
What a reach out by Mac. Wow. He uses the bomb cover to perfection, the slide to perfection. He was one shot. You were not expecting that, and then he keeps going. His second in the round.
Nasty now, 1 versus 3. I'll see how he plays this. Dude, it's funny, I was trying to say Mac is in trouble, but I said attach for some reason, and then my jaw dropped because that reach out. I was like, what was that? I thought it was attached. I thought it was attached for some reason. I was like, what is this reach out from attached? But that makes me more sense as a sub there, at least. But still, just a psychopath play.
Yeah, I mean, the Surge players are thinking he's going to run away.
Yeah, no.
Right? He's trying to buy time, and he's just like, he just hits the Yui.
Yeah.
Smokes him.
No, I mean, that's Call of Duty, man. You die so fast, catch them sprinting, just absolutely fry them.
Yeah, I think the best thing is that he used that slide to get behind the bomb. So, like,
yeah.
It was so quick.
Little slide and pop. Next thing you know, you're dead. But once again, I mean, chance for an opening onto a bomb site for Surge, and things kind of fall apart. Got to get this round victory, though, if you're Surge, to get this to around 11. And Sib, even though he started a little slow, like, double digits, like, he takes over and some Search and Destroys. 10 and 5 out of him. First blood 404. Okay, another round where it's looking kind of good for Surge. Can he actually win the round? Max backed it up for now. To be hoping somebody gets a little overzealous.
Well, you might. 04 is trying to get overzealous. Did you spot him? Doesn't look like it. He's at the ambulance. So you're throwing shoulders. There's the spot. 04 just going to try to get out with his life. Everybody trying to wallbang the stage.
He's going to get out. I got more tags than him than I realized, but he's still up. You still have numbers.
Nasty cannot die here because they actually shift to try to help 04 get it out of that position. So it's really just him right now. And well, he's able to find the second. Now the reinforcements are there. Sib almost gets a really good timing. Instead, we're headed to a round 11.
Yeah, Nasty had to get one or stay
yeah.
alive.
That timing was perfect. It's just, you know, Call of Duty timing had that different wise.
From Neptune is they'll hopefully get the trade on to Nasty.
Sometimes Call of Duty timing can work
11.
wonders for you or against. Again, this game is so fast. Like Call of Duty timing is a daily coincidence, and everybody's playing. When they play, everybody gets slapped by Call of Duty timing.
12, leading the lobby. Had another 2 in that despite the round loss. Offense to Surge. They found success here behind Neptune 04, finding openings, but sometimes when they do, it hasn't mattered much within the round. Attach was the hero from one of those situations. This time gets
everybody's getting in it, man.
2. And Sib
everybody's in the blender right now.
Get so aggressive stage side.
Sib
Maybe you don't want to cancel that if you were a crimp, but it doesn't matter. You're in the 2 versus 2, so you give your teammates a chance. Sib he should be able to spot this info. No, he gives up the cross. Nope, now there we go. Able to see the cross, but he's in a glass. And
that's what I mean, man. Call of Duty timing.
I was just about to say, remember how I said Sib drops 15?
Call of Duty timing at its finest
and
right
then he
there.
blacked out and broke the glass.
Maybe he thinks that's the second guy. I'm not really sure.
Hate it or you love it.
Oh man.
Call of Duty timing.
Attach has to ice up. He has had himself some clutches.
Diabolical.
Can he do it here? 1 versus 2. Able to spot one, but not going to matter. Abuz is going to pop, and Abuz is going to put him down. Map nearly got away from him again, similar to the map 1, but this time they're able to close it out late. Couldn't do it in the hard point, did it here. They've been working on their search and destroy over the course of this qualifier, and it pays dividends there in the map 2. It's honestly, this has been far more competitive than I thought it would, based on how this qualifier's gone. I thought Cloud9 were going to get smoked.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all. But yeah, just trying to find anything that they can. Any little bit of success.
Cloud9 is an interesting team, to be honest.
I don't think Surge is really playing up to par. And we
they
saw
sometimes get
smoked, like
smoked
out,
or really they come out with a fight like this. Like I don't know what's going on with C9. C9, they get smoked, or they come out of play. Either one of those.
Seems wide open.
There's a lot. Yes, there's a lot on this major with regards to like the overall top 8 for champs, and yeah, it does seem pretty wide open right now.
Yeah,
I don't know how this one's gonna play out.
Normally, like we kind of, the last first 2 stages, we've had a minor. We've also had
who
a couple
knows
of
what's gonna happen next?
Kind of ramped up to it. Like this is going pretty quick. We're already on our 3rd week, and
Yeah.
You do not know what C9 you're gonna get. You either get a C9 that fucking gets smoked or fucking wins. It's just not consistent enough. They gotta work on that.
Florida, but to break down the map 2 and maybe a bit of the map 1 and maybe some fantastic drawing from Nameless.
Holy shit.
Thank you. Fantastic intro here, and we're ready to break things down at halftime.
Yeah,
It's 1-1, but
catch his
this was
breath, bro.
nearly
Holy.
a 2-0 Cloud9 lead after everybody picked Vancouver to take this
I know that guy
3-0,
though. What's it called? Fucking
Fucking
hungover. Anybody that wears shades inside, either hungover or high school.
Unfortunately, he tells on himself in his positioning, and I mean that was an instant turn from Abuza to get that kill. But necessity was a banger. I mean, you get 3 straight.
That car was cheese, bro. That explosion car was cheese. I didn't like that explosion where that player got clipped by, not clipped, but he got chipped by the explosion.
They're playing to their potential, 100%. I'm very impressed by like the adjustments made on both sides in the search and destroy. You know what?
I just feel like this map is too big for competitive, bro.
They were just taking the gaps.
It's too big.
On the A push, you saw Surge.
That is what it is, though.
Trying to get that bomb down. Well, they would.
I just don't. I don't know if they're gonna add barrage or
Sib was just playing mid by himself.
what's the other map? Grind to HP.
So if we're Surge to sort of like dance and play this game where we have the volley back,
Barrage is kind of funny to play on, to be honest. Kind of like it and I don't like it. Either or.
Going back and forth, adapt to what the team was giving them.
I'd just like to go back to that round 7. I think that was really good adjustments made from the side of Vancouver Surge because they finally started to slow down and play for the pick. That's where Nep was kind of laying soccer, and he kind of had that oversight from Abuza, and Abuza's like, okay, the pressure's there. That allows Neptune to pop up, get that first blood, and play the numbers. So
right now the pros are playing on old version of the game.
Play better. Who has the advantage here? I would go Vancouver.
They will
Surge,
add the
but
change,
this isn't their best
probably
control map in the way Cloud9's
major.
looking like they're playing to their ceiling right now.
Well, they had a scuff play of the game already. It's Cloud9 with the multi-kills in map number 1. Remember, they were down 7-81 at one point in this game. A 4-piece from Sib, 3 pieces from Kremp. Nameless, walk me through the big one.
Well, I mean, Sib had a couple of big ones. I mean, towards the end of the game, we saw Kremp find 3 inside of the P2. This one was nuts. He finds 3, jumps around with the sub in hand, gets the 4th. Like, this is why I tweeted after this. I said, Sib has got to be one of the hardest gunfights in the league. He's absolutely insane. He had almost 5,000 damage.
Unreal.
Like, cleared everyone in the lobby. And, you know, as they started to get control, you saw Kremp finding kills over here at fences. A huge 3 that gives them an advantage when we're getting ready to rotate over towards Rock. And Rock had been the money hill for them all game long. That's how they got back into the game. So just some thunderous plays on the side of C9, showing that passion.
A lot of passion. And the reason it's so impressive as well is that is Vancouver Surge's best hard point. 8-3 on the season. They played it twice recently. They beat Gentlemates on it. They had a close game versus Carolina Royal Ravens, but this is definitely a situation where Cloud9's playing like the almost top 4 team that we thought they were going to be.
All right, quick question before we jump into Hidden Heroes. You said that this was the second to the bottom tier of SMGs for Cloud9 going up against the second to the best tier in Vancouver. So, how are they matching up in this series? Have Mac and Kremp stepped it up?
I think Sib is going nuts.
Okay,
Kremp had some big kills. Like, Kremp's been solid throughout the entire time anyways. But, yeah, that map 1, I mean, Sib has almost 5,000 damage. He's just calling game.
Let's take a look at our Hidden Heroes for the day. It's all about the smidges, the submachine gun players, as we take a look at 4 of the best. This is stage 3 only, Allie. Stage 3 performances. We got a 1.2 in the bottom left. A 1.05 is the lowest on this board in the top right.
Ooh, this is actually really
Johnny,
hard.
top right.
Okay.
Well, no, SNDK, yeah, it is.
Hey, you're starting to doubt yourself. That was a quick hit.
For a second.
The 0-4 was a dead giveaway. All right, let's take a look here. A 3-1 record. Allie.
Yeah.
There are 5 teams with 3-1
I know. I'm
right
thinking
now.
Miami Heretics right now, and I'm thinking Real's got to be somewhere, right? But how good has he been? I'm going to go Real. Bottom right, 1.13.
Are these all SMGs?
Snoopy.
Close, though. That was all interchangeable, I feel like.
Bottom left, I'm going to go with...
A 146 in search.
Yeah, I think it's Kleenex.
You think it's Toby?
He's had a good...
Show me a Toby.
Top left. Oh, it's Hydra.
Dang, Kleenex been good this split, though. I thought it was him.
Okay, 3-1 record. They've already gone with LA Thieves.
He could be the other one.
They've already showed us Boston.
Ooh,
We've got Vancouver, Miami, and Toronto to choose from.
It's Neptune.
Nice.
I finally did it.
She's figured it out. She's figured it out, ladies and gents.
Wait a second.
I'm not looking at them.
You did say 1.3.
Okay, to be fair, guys, this is easy. She had the cheat sheet open the whole time. These are the faces.
And did I use it?
Maven and Merc. No cheating in game 3, please.
The way she goes, oh, 139. Yeah. That was good. I'd be doing the same thing if I had it up there.
No, honestly, that was a tough one.
100%. Like if I could have if I was up there doing these all the time, I'd like hide behind the graphics people and try to get glimpses of them and then just pretend I was a genius. Like only time I did one, I actually got them all right.
Yeah, maybe you did that. Like, did you just give away your tactic?
No,
so
I did, but that's what I would do. That's what I would do though.
I don't know. It kind of sounds like that's what you did.
Dude, I didn't do that. I didn't, I swear. That'd be really smart though, wouldn't it, Joe?
Yeah.
Really smart. All right, let's talk about Cloud9 and Surge though. As we get deeper into this one, tied up 1-1, getting ready for the control and seeing if Cloud9 can continue to do this. Excited to see these guys continue to battle as we're going to look at Neptune and how good he has been in control. Yeah, he's been terrific. You just saw him in the Hidden Heroes. Neptune has been... I mean, he's been awesome. It's been fantastic to watch. One of the best stories from this year, if not the best story.
Yeah, and he struggled a little bit in map number 1, right? He goes like around night 10. 04 has a pretty solid game, so maybe now he can get going in a respawn.
Yeah, we'll see if he can start getting going. As you said, Sib still dialed though. You can tell he's dialed because his face just like a little sweaty, a little shiny.
A little shiny.
Like he's just, if you're playing and you're sweating, dude, you're twisted.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know. I'm making stuff up at this point, dude.
I used to play in a hoodie, so yeah, I feel that.
Did you really?
Always.
I can't play if I'm too hot. You know, I can't do anything if I'm too hot.
I hate having cold hands while I'm playing.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
So I'd rather be sweating.
Okay, that's fair.
Keep the hands hot.
No, cold hands is tough. It is difficult. All right.
Actually,
control of the stage. Definitely a massive advantage here for Surge.
But I don't know, like
something Cloud9 absolutely
having cold hands, holding the controller,
I feel like for the bad teams or the bad teams in the standings, a lot of times control is the worst.
Holding a controller while your hands are cold.
Well, they've played Oceanic control 3 times. They've
worse feeling.
0-3. So it's something that.
Oh, 4th time's the charm. You've heard that before.
I've heard that a few times.
Yeah.
Probably from you.
Well, good start is back. All right. He is frying. Nice little slide and shell out of him as he gets 2 in the early going. Nasty's gunfight takes a little bit too long. Gives time for Attach to get in position. So far, not a lot for the offensive team. They are at least able to pick up Mac tucked away in a corner, and that's going to leave this kind of B lane open to get pushed out and deal with it. Another lurker and Attach is going to drop, so good job just kind of getting out without losing too many lives after losing that break off.
Well, and every single time someone's tried to pinch, they've picked it up. It was Attach who was hoping to find a kill, then Kremp. I thought the stun that Nasty throw was going to hit him. It actually doesn't, but then a player behind him in Neptune's able to find the gunfight. So you had some lurkers playing Drod side. Maybe would allow this not to happen on the C9 front. But they're able to work towards those 2 ticks, and that's just off 1 push. So a nice little recovery there from Surge.
Oh, 100%. Considering you got bodied in the break and had to get out, that was really wonderfully done. Good retake, though, from New York to at least make sure you didn't give up the minute extension after getting caught on the flank over and over again. Mac, I thought, was going to be able to chain together 2 there, but at least feeds info over to Kremp. So we'll get hallway closed down. Getting a body back onto B was Surge at least for a moment, but did not last long. His
pistol kills
is
from Attach. Holy, pistol
through. That was Kremp right away spotted. Neptune with another one. So it's like, yeah, behind these great Attach plays, he's 7-1 in this round. You're hoping they can lock down the rest of the round and maybe shut it out, but I don't know if it's going to happen. You still had pressure from Neptune. He's able to find 3, so this is all down to Kremp now.
All down to Kremp. He had some incredible ulti kills in the hard point. Can he come away with 1 here? Maybe just getting 1. Will it buy time to actually retake? They're going to slide down. Go ahead and shout this. How will this turn out? Kremp is huge. He's able to get 1, then swings in and gets 2 on the rechow. Last person forward will be Neptune. He's going to win 1 and get a body onto the 8 point, I think, but not for long. His body cut the ribbons.
That was an interesting round, bro, to be honest. Like I said, they're either slay or they're fucking.
That was all attached. That was all cramped. It was Mac off the break off.
Body,
and I do still feel there is definitely pressure to Sim.
It is what it is.
Like an insane
if you don't know what kind of C9 you'll get, you're gonna get a C9 that you fucking slaying, fucking killing, or you get a fucking C9 that gets fucking
easier if he's able to find Neptune.
Bent over, bro. You're one of those.
He's fighting everybody outside. Neptune's like top hall is just sort of scurrying around, just taking down all of his teammates. So
squirrel, dude, scurrying around.
Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much what he was doing up there. They couldn't find him, and then yeah, he was able to almost get them to that B point.
No extension in though, so they hold him to 2 ticks. So great defense out of Cloud9. Kremp will carry 4 in a row because he goes. I mean, you said it's all on Kremp, and well, no, he did everything late to make sure they didn't give the extension. Now Kremp's just gonna hit it early and win his fight. Quickly traded though because he had 3 kind of watching top hall, so you kind of do a little 1-2 punch. Matt gets the other side, gets 1 and drops. So no massive openings early on. So far, holding all right on the defense, but Sib, a chance to maybe get shots at the players off a spawn, but no cover really to work with. He's gonna get isolated.
Very similar to round 1, where you had a lot of players from C9 trying to find some spawn kills, and Surge has never really allowed that to happen. So props to the Surge side, because that's all comms and just being aware of kind of the timings, the openings that are open. Because I mean, yeah, that just sort of staggers your pushes. It's annoying to deal with as someone jumping off spawn.
Yeah. And Sib gets his 2nd and 3rd there, but not able to get comfortable yet. Nice little timing from attached though to find 1 on the cross, even 1-on-1 onto the point. Mac will win that. So let's see what kind of progress this turns into. Oh God, I thought Kremp had that. Thought he did, but Neptune wins it. There's the first bit of progress done. Neptune's gonna track back. Should be able to take out Mac, I think, on the other side of it. Or will it be 0-4 actually?
Yeah, well, either way, he pretty much just allowed that gunfight win. There's only 1 on the point.
Yeah.
So they can slow down on their push, wait for each other, throw their nades. So big gunfight win there by Neptune.
Under 30 to go now, just that 1 tick to go. Thankfully, you had such a good defense that it's not the end of the world. But you'd love to tie it up or take advantage.
Yeah, like I say, C9 is a weird team, bro. You either get a C9 that's fucking gonna dominate or a C9 that gets slapped. So you're one of those two. Just, I guess, depending on the weather, I don't know. Bro. C9's a weird team. They get slapped or they get fucking, or they body people, bro. It's weird.
He did it on defense. Can he do it here? He's gonna get stunned in the corner.
They're not a bad team. I don't have no consistency.
But you've always just had one more
on the win.
On it, off the spawn, and right back
they
on
lose
the
to Optic or
yeah, no one else is going
LAT
there, so
and FaZe like hard body.
1 up. What Cloud9 was
but
able
they
to do.
slapped, what's it called?
It was more for desperation.
Middle teams like Vancouver.
Just couldn't find a rhythm to the map. It just didn't feel right.
Can't get. I just don't know what's going on with C9 camp.
Top halls and everything, but you have to get into those hallways, right? And to do that,
guys, they don't feel comfortable playing with each other. I don't know. I don't even know what's going on over there. I can only speculate.
It's gonna be the subs, right? So I think it's just
I can only speculate and make what's it called takes on, and that's it.
So just trying to switch it up. And I think just
Well,
trying to take
never
down
know
or
what's
help out
going
with
on with
Neptune,
these,
because even
Call
in
of Duty
that round, where it's looking like C9 is getting away with it, Neptune finds like a big 3 or 4 spree that allows his team to get back into the round, and they only give up a tick because of it.
Well, let's see if their break can be a little bit better
flu
this time.
is killing me, bro.
Surge might get more done on
medicine.
offense. They can just get a nice opener here.
Tylenol. Oh shit.
That'll be a 2-for-1 advantage. Make it 3-for-1. Okay, way better than last time. Sib, kind of the lone hero right now for Cloud9. He's been able to get 2. But you've got 2 bodies on the point, so you have instant progress onto B. Sib, now his 3rd kill in the round. So Sib doing everything to make sure there's not more progression on the point.
Yeah, Nasty behind enemy lines. He was the last one. He's able to at least find 1. Now Neptune right back to his spot. Scurrying around again as he's able to find his kill. Now just trying to find the players off spawn. On the other side is Kremp, but again, it just feels like Surge are always ready for that play. Whatever it is, VOD-wise, or, I mean, just their awareness. Able to find that. Now you have 2 ticks. They're up to 5. It's looking like the extension should come through. No, never mind.
C9, I just find it funny, bro, how C9
one kill in the first defense. Like, he was
just
not doing
falls
much
flat
this time.
sometimes.
Much more active. That one-on-one might have decided the point attach is able to slide through and win it as he's got a sub in hand. He'll clear all that progress off, so you still need the full tick, but 48 seconds to go.
It looks like that character was going to fall over.
Well, so the clock's at least been paused for you. That pause will stop, and now the next push will start. But they're all spawning out towards Rocket Nasty. I mean, he gets 3 kills there to open up the map for him.
Almost a 4th right there. Almost a 4th. Matt finally able to take him down. I think this is like you just show A. Yeah, you're just going to wrap back to B. You know you have 2 takes down. Now you have 04 in top office. There is a player out balcony. That's going to be attached. He's going to rotate on through towards that window. And that's where they're going to retake from. It just feels like C9 is always able to find those players on the objective with the AR. Sim and attach from beyond defense.
30 to go. Bro. Still need that B extension. Gonna build a pretty big advantage just behind their 3 ticks here. But if it plays like this, I mean, Cloud9 still have a decent chance to maybe give themselves
that was
a
a nice foul, bro. That was a nice foul.
It looks like they will. Things
he was off the regen too.
And they have live advantage. Yeah, that's
he gets put down, bro.
Now with the extra minute, 10 versus 8, advantage to Surge.
Nasty.
But it's not a ton of time, so you'd love to like slow down, play a little TDM. You just can't do it for long.
And you can just see what Surge is trying to do. They're just trying to dissect, just figure out where these players are. And Matt gets 2, so that is worst case scenario for the Surge side. I mean, Sib's just ready for it. Sure is ready for
Sib, bro. Sib wins all those fights, bro.
So behind the 4 from Matt and Sib, now you have the advantage.
Yeah, right.
I mean, telling you, these pros' reaction time is crazy.
That is absurd. Mac finds another double. Like Mac and Sib just. We were talking about maybe Surge trying to dissect them. I think it was Sib and Mac doing the dissecting job.
Well, they were just trying to find them, right? I mean, that's what you're really trying to do in that, because every kill, you get more info. They only have so many lives remaining. Yeah, you
this C9, I just don't get what's wrong with C9.
6-1 in ticks now.
The consistency is not there sometimes.
5-1. Sorry, 5-1. Wait, didn't they get 2 in the first and 4 there? Should be 6-1, right? Okay, 6-1. So what? You either you get all 6, you win the round. You get 5, you get the defense, maybe.
Yeah, depending on kills, maybe.
Depending on kills. So yeah, that's why that 3rd tick was huge. Though,
then I gotta find their.
Made it so much more difficult.
Well, I think kills are already pretty close, so Surge should be in a pretty good spot. But yeah, they have to win the round now.
Ideally, win the round and don't give up 5 ticks. Sib carries a 5 into this. Still quite a ways to go towards the Hellstorm, but he's gonna challenge. Challenge up top, get a little bit closer to that, and they'll win that break off. And well, they need 5 ticks. Well, or 6 for the win. They're working on the first here.
Well, already 3 on it, and then you're gonna have Attach going for the pinch, and there he is, sub out. He's just gonna slow this down. That's all he's trying to do is buy time. Now you're weak, and well, I mean, that is.
Bro, what is this speed run from C9?
In terms of a break off,
bro.
Finish the point though. Just enough bodies.
C9 just speed running this fucking round.
That's so close to being done. Yeah, it's so close to being done. Attach trying to be a little fish, but not gonna find anything open there.
C9 again.
That tick does get cleared off, so it was so close, but now they got to do the entire tick. Just try to replicate that break off. I have numbers here for a moment. Well, I thought they were going to kind of 2-on-1 chow there for a second.
Let's see what Sil got going.
Loses that. He's like, I'm hitting shots through the nade. I'm dead regardless. I'm taking one with me.
Yo, what the fuck? He can't be sparing. I mean, he can't be wasting his life like that, though.
Really good chance to get the extension. Well, that chance is going to continue to improve, but that's going to be the B point. So, what? Just over 90 seconds to work with. Up 5 lives. You're in the driver's seat right now. And you're farming them off spawn.
Yeah, this is what they've been trying to set up, and now Sib is the only player out is 04.
Yeah.
And Sib's just trying to hunt. They are able to find him, so good job. He doesn't really have any help from the Shed side. Up top, hauls his crimp with his sub. Probably not the weapon you want.
Flooding in now.
But he's gonna push on up now. Just the good thing for Surge is you got him off the point. The problem is you are down a good chunk of lives.
And you're getting close to that 5th tick. are starting to progress that 5th tick.
Thatch.
And then it'll come down to the kills, which
Don't count Thatch short either. Thatch is a beast. Oh, I didn't prove it, but still,
Surge
Thatch is a beast.
To get it to around 5. In similar situation, kind of like that we saw last round, like behind a little bit in lives. You saw Mac and Sip kind of take over late in that last round.
Nice.
Whoa, I did not think he was going to get out of the live, I'll be honest with you. But he does, and Sib gets one with the wall bang.
Oh, we can set this up for the spawn kill. You see Neptune looking for it. Actually, he's not going to go for it, but it Mac again. With another multi, he hits the double in the feed. 10 versus 5. Surge have to slow down. They have to regroup.
Yeah, it's like you'd love to send at this to make sure they don't get the 5th tick, but you just can't. You just have to win the round at this point by any means possible. It's getting close. There, they clear them off. It's just Crep really gonna be left. They should be.
That's the thing with Haciendas. I hate the middle point
versus 6.
You gotta look over fucking.
More than likely, you're gonna have offense if you're Surge, but you gotta get there.
You gotta
first.
look above you all the time.
4v6, can they hold?
A lot of times.
Shot
She
from
takes some
back,
routes. You see Attach trying to find any openings.
Side,
Who's just gonna
everywhere,
be there?
bro.
Nice trade there with Kremp.
Guys, sometimes Haciendas
One that is good if
kind
you want
of
the C9
hard
side.
to
Only
play
2
on.
lives remaining.
I have like 6 eyes on.
5.
We might.
Shoulder,
2
bro.
versus 3 now. 10 seconds to go. Nasty's gonna take it. Take the route, and how's this time gonna work out? Neptune's alone, gotta work with. Neptune's gonna get caught. It's all on Nasty now. Finds an hour, and he's just gonna instant chow, but it's Sim that puts him down. Cloud9, we were talking about maybe needing 5 ticks just to get a defense in the round 5. It is.
Go ahead what kind of Cena you're gonna get. Like I said, you either get a Cena that's slaying or a Cena that gets fucking put in a coffin. So either one of those.
And through that battle of attrition, they'll eventually take it down. That's probably the mode. Surge.
Just one more map and C9 wins, bro.
Oh, no advantage anymore. Now, okay, so 4 times is the charm.
4 times the charm.
4 times the charm.
That's the new saying.
Yeah. I mean, they got a lot of reps recently, right? They're getting their reps.
That's really what it is. But I just think you're getting more, I don't know, team effort, right? A lot of talk about Sid, but even in map number 1, you had moments from Kremp, you had moments from Attach.
Absolutely.
You're in the same thing here. It's like, yes, he is leading the lobby in damage, but yeah. I mean, how many times did Mac have a 2-piece right alongside him?
With that said, though, it's still all 3 modes. He has led in kills and damage.
No,
so, yeah. So you're right. It is far more balanced, but.
No, but
did they win that match?
We haven't seen this because we saw it in stage 2.
That's true.
Where he was putting up these insane numbers, but you got stuff from everyone else.
I think Mac specifically in this one had some giant multis. I think the one late in that round 4 was really the huge one. We saw it because it kind of happened on the mini map. Is he? I think just fought 2 secret or fought 2 kind of the lobby, the hallway. I think he was just down secret and gets 2. And that in the moment was so big for them. But we'll take a look at some of the highlights while we get ready for the upcoming hard point. But similar to that, I mean, obviously he gets 2 there. It was probably something like that. I don't know if it was top hall or if it was secret, but Mac just coming away with so many multi-kills, especially on the defensive side from like an aggressive position. And popping up on offense when he needed to, but yeah. Everybody involved.
That break off around 4 was just
so good.
Yeah, just huge for them. Just gives them so much progress over towards B. The shots there from Sib took a little bit. That balcony took a lot of shots, but there again, another 2 for Mac. Kind of opens up the objective. Then they're able to find the last one. Kremp fired up, and they're a round away from this being a 3-0.
100%. 100%. This is the Cloud9 team we wanted to see. And it may have been late in this qualifier, but it's finally happening. Honestly, if we still had 7 matches in this one and they had a difficult schedule, yet they win this one, you'd be thinking, all right, this is turnaround time. It's just a little bit different with only having the 5 matches. But the fact is, you needed a turnaround match. You need to get a win, or even if they lose this series, which I'm thinking they're gonna be able to win now. 2-1, they have the chance to do so. Even if they lose it, though, at least like
something to build off of.
Something like, because
yeah,
it's just
better, because they've gotten 3-0'd.
Yeah, they've gotten slammed. Like, it's not been, you know, the one series versus Rocker, that was a tough one. But I remember that one with like Rocker. Like, Rocker should have won that series. Like, in my memory of it, like they threw away some big moments. So, we'll talk some map 1 stats though for Sib and 04. What they were able to do in the map 1. Sib stats were unbelievable. Yes, they'll be relatively similar from like a kills and KD standpoint, but the damage is probably the thing that stands out the most to me. About 1,300 more, but still, I mean, the big thing though for Surge, 04 was really the only one that had anything positive from a stat standpoint, at least in map 1.
Yeah, and it's always gonna look a little different when you're an SMG player, right? Simpson, if you're putting down those long-range shots in just about everybody.
Yeah, if you're a sub player and you have like 5k damage, you mostly have sub in your hand, you were demonic.
You were destroyed.
Yeah,
you were destroyed, no doubt about it.
That's like a 70 EK match or something. I don't know. You had one. I wonder what the most damage we've seen is from like a sub player in a hard point. I mean, I'm sure we've gotten close to that with some crazy one, but yeah, more often than not, you're right. It's the ARs.
Yeah, but here's map 1 versus map 4, and look at this for Surge. Their map 4s have been 11-1.
Wow. Okay. So that gives me pretty good hope this might go into a map 5. 11-1 at map 4 is unbelievable. They picking what team B?
I guess.
Yeah. Play their opponent's hardpoint map 1. I mean, I gotta imagine that's the case, right? I would think. You know, that's always a stat I've wanted. Like, we talk about like hardpoint stats, but I'd love to know for a team like, I want their hardpoint stat on like the opponent's pick.
On the opponent's pick?
Yeah.
All right,
I easy match can get it for you.
I feel like that's a stat I'd like to know.
Maybe
how good are you at your opponent's pick?
Who knows? Yeah.
And maybe it wouldn't even.
Like, see if C9 can keep this
like
momentum
story.
and keep slaying on
It's
the.
good note. It's good note.
Keep killing.
I was thinking about the other day, like, that's kind of something I'm wondering. We talk a lot about like, picks and bans in the veto process, but we don't usually break it down like.
Yeah. Last map.
Like
maybe.
We talk about in that best of 5 how it impacts it, but not like overall.
See.
Really. Okay, well, break off there from Surge is a break off. Is 11-1 at map 4s, and well, great start. Is they'll take all 4 down, all the control in the world. To get time on this P1, yes, eventually they're gonna have to think about the flip. But for now, just soak it up.
Yeah, it's just taking their time. Abuza already up to 20 seconds. Neptune was watching the cross, but I mean, Kremp, he guns him with the SMG. Trade's gonna go down, and who comes out on top? That's gonna be Sib, or is it? I'll spawn Neptune right back with the AR as Surge are just flooding the objective.
Flooding into it, but dying to the crossfire now with, what, 10 or so seconds left. This could work out pretty well for Cloud9. Just get these final 10 or so seconds, have the rotation to P2. As you try to answer back, and you find kills at the perfect time, because P2 pops, and everyone basically coming off a spawn outside of a boost.
I got a little nervous. They were a little too far up, because there was nobody all the way in the back.
Yeah.
Just depending on those timings.
Now Surge, yeah, we can see a map.
But it may
You're
not
gonna see a
matter,
map.
because Surge right on spawn just run at them. But there are a bunch of linebackers run them over, and now they have control of the spawns, control of the hill.
Okay, that happened quicker than I thought. But it is Skyline, I guess, but
it's normally not like that.
Force winning fights like
He's
that.
He's shaking his head. You challenge me?
Oh yeah, I mean that was Sib. Was Sib shooting at him?
It was. It's a tough gunfight.
Oh yeah, but assuming Sib had an AR, it's pretty tough with sub in hand. Break here for Cloud9, or maybe not. Neptune now out to 5 straight. Wants to hit his reload, but also wants to get moving.
Oh my god.
And now he's at full pocket, so he's trying to find any players off spawns, maybe flip the spawns, but route is shut down by Sib. Abuza, though, going to deal with the player on the objective, so it's a fight for middle of the map. Surge right now coming out on top as well. They're just taking turns going on these 5 sprees.
That spree comes to an end, but back into the hard point. Well, about to be up 50 or so. I think going through underground.
Yes. Like I said, C9 getting slapped up, bro. What the fuck?
Gonna see if he can catch them, but you also don't want to flip out for 4.
I don't know if it was their hard points is like horrendous, or their SMDs are.
Similar like a vault.
That's the thing. They gotta find a formula for success with HE and what's it called? Search and destroy.
The rest of his teammates spawn safe on the P4 side.
But this is another really good example of like Surge, like even if they have patio side for the first 40 seconds, they'll just take it and play the time, right? And then they just hit a switch where that's when they try and go. And it just feels like they do that better than anyone. They will just take whatever is given to them, and they grow this lead. Now a chance to break, though, as C9 did hold on to the spawn. So now can you try to tie this game up through P4?
No, I know what you mean. Like, I feel like some teams it's like this constant sort of battle of getting hard point.
We have to flip, try to flip. And we'll just trade on the hill, and then when they overextend, we'll go.
It's priority 1 is hard point time.
Yeah.
Priority 2 flip. Yeah, no, it definitely seems that way. The streak comes in. Abuza does get 2, but will it lead to getting into the hard point? The fact is they've already got a presence here, and yes, they will get in. That'll be all 4 dead for Cloud9. Surge are into the point and looking to build this lead even more. We saw the insane map 4 metrics, and they're looking to improve upon that here to potentially be 12-1. But what do we learn in the map 1, Joe?
Yeah, map 2 as well.
Yeah.
The first half, Surge has been dominant throughout this series. Can they finally close out a game?
Because they were up 100 in that map 1 until Sib just went pure takeover mode. And I mean, you've got what, attached double negative, Mac double negative. I mean, you're getting outslayed heavily. So yeah, you're down 80. Not shocking, but will those numbers start to turn around? Maybe you start to get some early rotation, start to get some early control. Well, it's not gonna happen right now because they're all dead. But will it start to happen as we get deeper into this? But this lead is getting scary.
Well, this is another example of it. They just take these 25 and nobody's overextending, trying to flip spawns for P2 quite yet. Now with 30 seconds, that'll be in the back of their mind, but they're just going to take all the time that is given to them. Now you can see behind Neptune's 2, they're going to fly up. Boom. Timing on point. Nasty's going to spawn up P2 side. Number 4, Natasha's going to have no idea he is here alongside of Abuza, who spawns up right next to him.
A bit of a split though. Yeah, 2 do get through, but 2 going to spawn out. We'll see what this leads to. Yeah, Tasha, you said he's going to have probably no idea they are here. He comes wandering up the stairway and gets dropped. And that was a good example of it.
Yeah, someone's just lurching this entire time was cramping. He's like, all right, Nasty finally runs at him, so he has to take him down. So only finds 1. That play is over with, and the scoreboard is one-sided as ever.
It is getting worse and worse. But good breakdowns kind of on what Surge are trying to do, because that was a very good example of it. I mean, Sib might be the only equalizer if they're going to bring this back, because he's straight headshots on the feed and can open things up with a good amount of time, about 40 seconds left with the break. But down 100 on a skyline, I mean, it's just where are they going to chain things together? Where do they have maybe a 3 to a 4? Or maybe a 2 to a 3 to a 4. If they can do it all. Nice little track in there to the second player out of attach. But this is where Surge did a pretty good job last time around.
And again, they're going to have those spawns. You can see number 7. Nasty actually goes for it. They just play for the scrap time again. Get into the setup. Matt's going to try to take the gunfight, but he's solo Chals.
See, this is an example of a lead where you can just take your scrap time over and over.
Well, it's also a less punishing map.
Yeah, Hacienda didn't play out that way, but yeah, no, very, very true.
A lot less punishing.
Very, very true. But with a 100-point lead, though, you can definitely do that a little
That is getting out.
It's like, I swear there's been multiple moments where it's like everyone dies, except and then Sib gets like 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's another one of it.
Yeah, no, it's happened over and over again.
It's the last player standing.
They just got 100
gunfight. Someone's weak from a previous gunfight.
Literally
so
on.
Any time that you can, nice little movement from 04. He is in fine form.
04 going crazy, bro.
Today.
Such a tough position with the SMG in hand, but yeah, about Monster Map 1. Looking to do it here as well. Crazy little gunfight between these two. It's like, somebody help me out. Crimp is elusive. They're finally able to pick it up. They've got the backside spawns here for the P4 and a chance to close it out as they just need 30 for the win. This has not been a competitive one, whereas the last 3 maps, honestly, were great. Pretty back and forth. This one is just demolishing.
We haven't seen a skyline like this in a while.
No, we really, really haven't. This is a tough map to blow people out. It is a real tough
map. I don't see them just fighting their way to get 100-point club. That's all.
And I mean, a lot of it is just from this lane. I mean, outside of Sib, everybody negative and negative a lot. You're just getting ran over by this Surge squad. They're going to need one more break at this P4 to try to put this game away. C9 just hanging on, trying to do what they can.
How long can they actually hang on? A nice win from Abuza, and that might lead to the eventual break, but most of the battle's going on towards mid. They are able to 2-on-1 Mac. Can't win it out of this hard point, so I'm just going to set up for the P1. Little hold there at the end, making the scoreline look a little bit more respectable for Cloud9, but more than likely going to be done on this point. They got to get past 04 or go over the top to get them out of the objective. Haven't been able to do it yet. One opportunity to do so. They can't shut it down. 5 now needed for the win. I cleared them out. Still surviving, but yeah, it's a matter of time.
Yeah, you're just going to quickly come off spawn, and they're able to find the players. There's 04 right back to it, trying to find the third, but it's just a matter of when, as you said.
Yeah. These are the hard points that are like frustrating gas sometimes. So it's like you don't want to say it's
gonna
over
end here,
but you know it's probably over, and it's just a matter of one little break and
it's over.
There we go. Now it's over. Okay, so they get it done there. They'll shut it down. I think Sib had another monster one. He gets.
But I don't know if that HP was stressful.
Vancouver Surges.
They just dominate that. They're like, yeah, it's 5 more points.
Everything that they wanted, they were getting and more. You saw how good their hard point can flow when they're in rhythm. Impressive stuff, and where it looked like a DoorDash day based on the schedule a little bit, at least this one going the distance.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've kind of seen this from Surge, couple of slip-ups, and I mean, if you look at Major 2 qualifier, last time these two teams played, it does go all the way to a Game 5. Surge were able to take it, but, you know, in the past, C9 have played them tough.
All right, that was Proto Search did. I remember that one. Yeah. 250, 143.
That's what we're ending on here.
Is it Proto?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, last time they went to map 5, yeah, it was, I think it was 6-1. Surge. Why I remember that? I don't know, but I remember that.
Well, that was your whole protocol theory. I remember that.
Yeah, that's right, because Cloud9 were really good at it, but I watched Surge smash him. That's why I remember. Yeah. Not much of a theory, but yeah, I know what you mean. But
it was your narrative.
Yeah. Everyone kept telling me how good Cloud9 were on protocol. I'm like, all right, I watched Vancouver smash them, so we'll see. We'll see if they can do it again here. It's going to be interesting to watch. Protocol Surge to come. Breakdown of the overall series. Will Cloud9 get it done in 1-3-5, or will Surge do it their 2-4-5? A banger on our hands, and I mean, nothing that big with regards to implications for the major, but more just where these two teams are at. One team trying to maybe make a run to a final, another team trying to show they have a chance to do anything at the major. Cloud9, Surge, map 5, after the break.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
Game pause, folks. Game pause. Someone. We're going to reset the lobby here. Someone. Whoa! That is horrible. Do it again.
What's up, man?
Just going to get the lobby reset, and we'll get back into this S&D as soon as we possibly can. All right.
I look at it. It's guaranteed. Well, actually, that's bad. Well, talk about things that are easy to do. If you're having a knife holding, that's unstoppable.
Play sound with a very quick listen in.
Last one. Wishing Zach. Wishing Zach.
I got you. He told me. No, he didn't get to the last guy. My bad. If I need you. You're good. Go, copy. There's 3 over. Short steps.
Can't win it on the point. Scrap and the boys get it done.
Back on the fucking desk, play back on the fucking desk.
You're fucking dog shit, kid.
How did...
One tractor for sure, okay?
Bomb, one shot.
Heard you.
Bomb dead.
Nice, good job.
Bomb dead. Bomb dead.
Bomb, one shot. Wall bang, wall bang. Nice.
One square. Drop on bomb. Give me a sec. One shot dead.
Nice.
Last guy broken.
I'm framing. I'm gonna hop.
He's still broken.
Still broken. Weak on you guys.
Nice. Is everyone
They're mindful. Go A. Yo, next time go A, guys. Yeah, they're gonna get wall bang dead. Yeah, nah, this is insane.
The 2025 Cloud9 New York Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this kitty weapon charm to keep you company while the competition gets smoked. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
It is map 5 time. Yeah, last time they played the qualifier for what's qualifier 2 goes to a map 5, goes to a proto. Surge win it 6-1. We'll see if it'll be similar this time around, but look at the overall map 5 metrics for these squads. 6-4 for Surge, 3-5 for Cloud9. Cloud9 winning a couple in a row, though. Well, most recently, what, the win over Rocker?
So I was going to say, it was uglier. They were 1-5, but yeah, did a couple in a row. And yeah, just did it. Got to that game 5, but a different opponent here for Surge. But it feels like, I mean, yeah, this team very much susceptible to a match loss with the way they're playing today.
So what were did you jot down, like, what were their overall records on Proto, Surge?
4-2 for Cloud9, 5-4 for Surge. Okay. In this stage, you haven't played it if you're Surge. Okay. We're 0-1 right now in stage 3, if you're RC9.
All right. Take a look at the overall ranks this season in Protocol Surge as we get ready to get into the map 5. Surge not as desperate need of 10 points. I mean, you'll take whatever points you can earn. You're thinking about overall seeding, but it is Cloud9 that really could use them if you're talking the long game and talk about qualifying for champs. Somebody like Itachi on the outside looking in recently. Think about the Legion team. Maybe this Cloud9 team. This guy's had some historic runs and plays at champs. Want to get back there. You need every point you can get.
And that is, I mean, yeah. Sib's going for the gunfight. Well, Krem's going to find the timing, though. He's able to just get on 3. Had a 4 versus 2, and we saw this in the first map. When numbers advantage was over to Surge, but they would still lose the round.
Yeah, they got 2v4'd once in that. I think almost 2v4'd another time. And, well, we'll see what happens this time. 2 versus 2, though, into the post plant. Attach, looking to sync up with his teammate.
Sometimes holding hands
Booza nasty.
Feels like that, bro.
Likely have AR,
Either
so
work
looking
for you
to get a pick. Eric's gonna send it on in. Problem when you have the AR in hand and Crip sitting here with a sub, it'd be so hard to do. Crip now working on the ace. And, for a second, I was like, how is that gonna turn out? Looked a little bit awkward, but you had the numbers. You win the 2 versus 1, and Crip, I think, ends up with 3.
And I think the big thing there in that 2 versus 2, right, when you're trying to...
It looked like he was gonna get 2.
The question of where's the push coming from? So Attach is worried about the zip. As soon as he crosses the zip, he's able to spot both of them, big door. But yeah, he's just able to get through big door Cremp right here, and then turns it into 2 versus 2. Knows the bomb is wide open, finds the 3rd in the round.
They're both just in there staring at the same thing. Just, I don't know, confirming bombs there.
I mean, I assume they just don't think he'd go big door, right? They shut down Sib, and I would have to see a couple of seconds before that to how Cremp got there.
But another 2v4 in this best of 5 for Cloud9. He's trying to brush that one off. So 4 playing for space out mid.
Watch Cremp.
He's gonna find it again. Cremp, this time the first blood, but dissecting this Surge team. And we'll see if first bloods matter, because this one's gonna disappear as well, as 4 brings it even.
Yeah, well, both teams just leave openings, right? And I mean, you saw Nasty had an idea that he could have been there. It's just the problem is he's got a sub. He's going to catch you off guard. Nice shots by Sib to take down 0-4. That's what they were looking for. The headshot hits for Krem. So we're into another 2 versus 2.
Or hits, yeah, his head gets ripped off. Yeah. He's the head coming off. Sib looking to clutch. 1 versus 1. Hit on the pre-fire. And ooh, it is close to being a 1v2 for Sib, but Abuza wins it.
Gun just gets away. I think in the middle of that, the jump shot, right? Just a little shaky in that. Nabuza, yeah, just able to connect. Little pre-fire. You're worried about ammo, but able to hit the final shot.
Yeah, and he's just pre-fire and hitting center of chest. It looked so good from Sib's POV at first, but even cleaner there from Abuza. And you needed that. I mean, you just got 2v4, and you don't want a 1v2 to happen. And, I mean, your mental maybe starts falling apart. Granted, yeah, I think it's pretty strong for the Surge team with a coach like Ray, making a finals run. Like, mental game for these guys just got to be getting stronger and stronger, but there's limits to it sometimes in an online match, I'm sure. Oh, Kremp has been the early round Reaper.
Go for this again. So I'm not stunned this time, so I'm just going to take the gunfight.
Oh, that's crazy. Sib looked a lot like Kremp. Now to Kremp.
I knew who we were watching.
Thank you. I was just looking at the camera, and I was like, he's been getting a lot of first blood, so let's focus on him.
Well,
Like,
this time he died.
Yeah.
Time he died first. They do get the bomb down. And we know it can be tough to retake this. The problem is, though, you just don't have a lot of room to work with. You see on the other side of the map, 04 and Abuza already there, so you're just getting choked out if you are Mac. And the rest of the team suffocated, no room to work with. Great plays there from Surge.
Beautiful from Surge, as they will go up, and, well, really kind of what separated them from the pack, I thought, on this map, at least early on, was just, yeah, the B play, offensively or defensively. They can be so strong. And they're playing as a cohesive unit to bring it back and get that retake, get the defuse, and get ahead in the round count.
Yeah, it's one of those plays where I think if you're Kremp, I mean, you've just kind of found some timings, but it feels like he kind of gets lost there, sidewalk, right? Because bomb's going down. It feels like he doesn't have to peek that. And then if it's a 4 versus 4, it's just so tough to retake B.
Oh, it really is. Neptune just hit his stun, spot for info, eventually zipping on up. A 4 has gotten through, but they're backing up and playing the read.
You saw it.
Yep,
Okay, just saw the barrel of Sib.
Got to rethink the angle here, or he just gives the info to Abuza. Leads to Abuza winning a fight, and this is what I was kind of talking about. They're so good at attacking B. And here, doing a great job.
It's all info plays, right? Starts with Neptune. He throws the stun. As soon as they feel contact or pressure A side, and zip up, we're going towards B.
Kremp, this time actually Kremp. Just getting away, and I was worried about full damage. He's good. Back to full, back to the 1v3. Trying to crawl across, but not going to find the opening there. And I mean, that's near impossible to 1v3. We saw a lot of 1v3s, but on B, no. Dude, yeah.
Unless they intentionally jump off the map.
Yeah, someone's got to do something real stupid.
No, but yeah, just great plays there. And then 04, just the timing works out, right? Because there is a, I mean, millisecond difference where maybe Sib gets behind the gun. He doesn't get spotted. Maybe it's a first blood. It's a little bit tougher to win that round and work that site. But instead, he spots him. They're able to reposition. It's good stuff there from Surge.
Yeah, I mean, some maps you're able to play straight up, like watch every angle, and it's kind of what happens after the first blood. This is just, where are people when the first blood comes? Like, you can't watch everything. There's going to be timings where people get through. Trying to deal with all that, and then maybe bounce back and around. But Surge slowly start to pull away in this one.
Just setting up Neptune, but yeah, they're going to check this corner. Max seen that spot, so you lock down A. You try to set up Neptune there to get a freebie. Instead, it's going to be a bomb plant. But Abuza out of the car just takes down Mac, and Nasty finds the second. Okay, so you get the first blood, you get bomb planted. It may not matter.
Hold up a second. 1 versus 1 now. Sib, maybe for the 1 versus 3. Nasty's just going to hit it, knows he's weak, pushes it out. Don't let him clutch up, and it's 4-1 now to Surge. I told you, dude. Surge are better than this map. Told you.
I mean, I believe you. I know it.
That was funny, though. I can't remember who was having a combo in the green room. They were just like going off about like Cloud9's protocol. I was like, I don't know. It's pretty good, but Surge is way better. Some close rounds, though. Obviously, maybe a chance to pull off a 1v3 there for Sib. But right now, I mean, your only round one is what, the 2 versus 4. I mean, this should be 5-0. And remember when, I think that was a Sunday I worked and you didn't or whatever. I told you, I was like, dude, it was bad. Like, they blew them out. It's looking like that again. Like, this might be a quick one. Well, we were on a forced POV for a second as he was holding it, and that's going to be a first blood 404.
really all you've relied on is like some timings from Kremp, and since the first couple of rounds, he just hasn't found any. And Surge are dominating.
Absolutely dominating. Last guy up is Attach. Last guy is no one because they're all dead. Surge now up 5-1. And just in cruise control here on the Protocol Search and Destroy. And yeah, this series feels a whole hell of a lot like the last time they played. A battle until it wasn't.
Yeah, you and I were just chatting. Like, I mean, next week, Major, I don't know who we have.
No,
like,
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
No,
just like everyone's shown some, I don't know, slip-ups, but like.
I could have a long convo about this because like I feel like it's insane not to pick FaZe because they've won 3 events in a row. They haven't lost on LAN in 6 months or something. But like, I don't know. I don't feel good about that at all.
Yeah. It feels like maybe like Ultra Thieves. I guess you'd throw a Surge in there because they're 4-1. But again, they've had 2 close series.
We'll see. FaZe still have 2 series to play. What? Vegas and Opticus, we'll see how they look in the final 2, but it hasn't looked great for the first 3. It's an interesting one, though. I'm excited for it. Cause sometimes it's like so straightforward.
No, it feels very,
I feel like we deserve a banger after last major, which we have.
No, we do. We do.
Oh,
that was Thieves and Ultra fault, though. They both lost in winners round 1, and they just fried the losers bracket.
Yeah, so take back your prediction of those 2 being the top. Cause
yeah.
They fried our whole tournament. Okay, well, you got a first blood. Mac did, and from that point forward, you find nothing. Neptune's doing 360s. It goes to 5. The last time they play, it was a 6-1 on Proto Search. It goes to 5 this time when they play. It's a 6-1 Proto Search. Vancouver Surge dominated there against, a team that statistically is pretty solid. Like, that's
see, like I said, you do not know what kind of C9 you're going to get. You either get a C9 that gets slapped up or
so there are levels to this.
Get gunning, bro. Get working, but they I don't know, bro.
Is only 6-4.
Cena gotta work on their SND. I don't know what the fuck they gotta work on. Yeah.
No, they are good.
They are one.
We talk a lot about overall map record, but it's interesting. Sometimes with like the top teams, they're making runs, and your losses are just to like the other giants. Sib had enough. He was out of there early, apparently. Statistically, obviously, he had a solid series. Individual stats aren't everything, but I'm sure he's frustrated because he was shooting that one, and they fall short again to this Surge roster. And Cloud9, I mean, you showed signs of life, but...
Yeah, 1 round away from 3-0 in this.
Yeah.
And on the other side for Surge, you kind of handled business. I think you didn't play. You're not playing your best COD from what we've seen.
That's how it feels for so many teams, though.
Well, I think we're.
Well, okay, so many. I mean, mostly for like them and FaZe, like just because they were in the final, and it still feels like I don't know.
Like throw up.
Maybe not throw up. I don't know why I did that, but it doesn't feel good.
Okay.
Throwing up doesn't feel good.
Maybe like a nasty burp. Exactly. Back to the desk.
What are you guys talking about?
Don't worry about us.
I don't know, man.
Worry about yourselves.
Yeah, worry about yourself.
I'm worried about C9's B push.
It went to a game 5. None of us saw that coming, but did we see the result? Yes, Vancouver gets it done. Honestly, I first heard a rumor that we were going to dealership for game 5. I believe that rumor. I had excitement in my body. Then I realized we were actually playing Protocol, and I was like, oh, this one's locked up for Vancouver.
Yeah, Danny lied to us.
Vancouver is good at dealership, too. So, I mean, the result might have been incredibly similar should we have gotten it anyway. But this Game 5 was just rough from the side of C9. Nothing creative out of them. They played it incredibly one-dimensional, and they felt the pain for it. I don't know how many times we can go to B until we realize it's not working.
Well, they try to, like, so many times. Like, one round you have Kremp pushing all through, just dies by himself. There's no trade inside. Yeah. And then afterwards, Mac's just in hell. Like, he's near the bomb. He's getting pushed by a couple of people. This was like 3 different rounds they tried doing that, and like, you got Sib at the chopper, guys. Just stay alive, finesse time, and went from there. Yeah, I mean, just getting dipped on this map. Surge, they love it. Continuously will go back to it. You give them the opportunity to, and you know, if you're C9, you pay the price here, which is so unfortunate because Sib just had a legacy series.
Lamar, this game has been out for a while. Protocol Search has been in it since the beginning. As the coach, I am holding you accountable to get C9 on the same page. There's 2 bomb sites, buddy. Find the other one.
And the other one is diabolical.
Let's split the difference here. But yeah, I mean, I'm just going to keep going back to it. Sib's a shooter, man. They got to figure something out. I still think they need to make a roster change.
Kremp's not happy. You saw the emotion from the players at the end. There's frustration felt by the players. But on the other side, there's joy. The Pitbull is smiling right now. He joins us live. What is up, 04? How we doing?
Good, bro. Good. decided to get a win, bro. I ain't gonna lie, they made us work for that.
Yeah, why'd you scare us like that? We all were thinking we had the wrong prediction after map 3.
Nah, you know, man, just try to get some extra maps in. Honestly, to be honest, the map 1 was just, I mean, we trolled. We was guaranteed map 2, and we was trying out map 3, the Hossie, trying to get in our map pool, so.
Yeah. That's what I was going to pick your brain about. Is kind of you guys sitting 2-2 on the year. Typically, you veto it more than half of the time, trying to test out in this series. Why do you think you guys struggle in Hacienda so much? Because I almost feel like it should fit your play style.
Yeah, for sure. I think it just comes down to teamwork.
Yeah.
To be honest, in our comms, but we're just improving on that every day. So we're gonna get it.
You know, 04, you guys have just been progressing throughout the season, continuously getting better and better, and you're able to beat the top teams. But in the finals, we've seen it in the minor, we've seen it at major now. What's the edge you think you need? Like, where's the breakthrough need to happen?
Just our map pool. Because honestly, when we played FaZe, I think our map pool was kind of similar, and we didn't have an edge on Skyline. We didn't play it, so I think just improving our map pool, our teamwork, and yeah, that's about it.
Sounds good.
You guys finished 4-1. Congrats on the win tonight, 04.
Thank you, boss. Thank you.
5 matches, they done. It's got to feel good if you're a Vancouver fan. You're like, we are guaranteed top 4, cannot drop out of there. And we're going to have more fun moving forward. Let's take a look at where we're at, Allie, because you look down below, 4 other teams are sitting at that 3-1. Some of them in action today, including Miami Heretics coming up soon.
Yeah, Miami Heretics is in a great spot right now because obviously they're heading into their home majors, so they're going to want to try and jump maybe Boston Breach. It might be tough looking at that LA Thieves there, but the bubble heading into the major looks really close, which is ironic because our standings on the season don't look remotely similar.
With Cloud9 out of the mix, it's looking more and more possible to get a top 8 spot with a 2-3 record. It's going to get weird between now and the end of Sunday when we come back. Heretics taking on Kenny's new lineup. It's Minnesota Rockers.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
Unforgettable. That's what you are. Unforgettable, though near or far. That's why got someone so unforgettable. Thinks that I am unforgettable too.
The 2025 Miami Heretics team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray. Vamos, 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 vamos! Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Let's go.
Comes off from the backside of Palace wall, plus the delayed hit from Escriel.
Check the scoreboard, I'm running up stacks. Numbers don't lie, that's facts. Yeah.
Oh my God, Gio, my God, is his hard point.
Check the numbers, I'm running it up. Yeah, I got it.
Oh, Nero gets a double over the middle of the map. Has more. Oh, Nero, hello. How about the full team wipe from Nero?
The party continues with just 7 matches to go before we head to Boca Raton. It's Miami Heretics, the home Major 3. Will they be able to showcase their skills in the winners bracket? It's looking likely, Allie. The question is, what seed?
Miami's been looking unreal, mainly in the fact that they did not only get better in one game mode they were struggling in control, they also got better at search and destroy. We're talking bottom 4 of the league, jumping up to like top
Number
5,
one
top
this
4,
split.
number 1.
It's going to be fun.
They're good at search.
Are they the best? Is Super the best player in the game? We'll have to find out. On the other side, we have a Minnesota squad that, if you're looking at the standings, they are the team on the bubble. Outside of champs currently, looking in. How far behind? 3 match victories. That's 30 points. A win against Miami today brings you within 20, Al.
Look, it's been really awkward for Minnesota Rocker, right? Because you talk about series, they're 1-3 right now, but if you get into the numbers, the hard points they have lost to Cloud9 and Carolina were within 10 points. Their search and destroys that they lost were literally round 10, round 11.
Yeah.
So they've been right there. We were talking about in the pre-show with Ant. They just need a closer. They need somebody to add like a rock to this system when it comes to the later half of these.
But this isn't a new problem, man. We are going into Major 3, and this was the story week 2 of Major 1.
Yeah, they just look better doing it now, right?
Yeah.
But yes, they were losing a lot of game 5s before as well. You know, with these guys, Estrio lately hasn't been the same, especially in search and destroy. I mean, he's got 0.6 in the game mode throughout this split. He's going to have to improve there, also in the control. But yeah, with these guys, I really have no huge quarrel with how they've been playing. Like, the hard point's been solid, control's been good. It's just the game 5s. Like, even the game 2 searches have been pretty solid. It's just the game 5s. They're 1-3 in that.
I feel like Kenny and I are on the same sleep schedule. The man was yawning, stretching. Vibe check not passed yet. On the other side of this matchup, Miami is always hungry. These guys wake up at 11 a.m. They have their banana smoothie. They take the stage in the facility, and they are ready to game. 3-2 against the Falcons, 3-1 against Optic, 3-1 against Atlanta. Faced the most impressive, but they ran out of gas against Toronto.
If you look at this split, you'd be like, this is a gauntlet split, right?
Yeah.
And they have done incredibly well. I mean, Allie was talking about their jump in search and destroy. I mean, they're 5-0 in the game mode. Now, given that's across 2 maps, Dealership and Hasi, that terrifies you going into the veto process, right? If you have an auto veto, it's going to be tough if you have to play either of those maps against them. And then in Hardpoint, I mean, they've been good on the season in that game mode. Started off slow here, but they have found their way, and they can get it done in a multitude of ways in the respawn. Like, the ARs can take over, or Real can just have a stupid pop-off game where you can't keep pace, right? So they're just a tough team to beat right now.
But this is a good matchup for them, I feel like, in the sense of they are the closing version of Minnesota Rocker. They've also gone to 3 round 11s in their past 5 search and destroys. They've kept all of their respawns within 50 points. So they just have players like Rencor, like Super, who can call game near these later halves. So now it's the question of if Minnesota Rocker can match that.
I would take everybody's over in this series.
Yeah?
This is an absolute bang-up.
Game 5, round 11?
Yeah, I'm taking their overs.
Let's go all the way. Let's find out who is going to be on top across these 5 maps. It's Hacienda Rewind Vault for your first 3 hardpoint search and control. Allie, Let's look at those first 3 individually.
Yeah, I love this for Minnesota Rocker, actually. When I look at this layout, I look at that rewind in that map number 2. They're 4-1 going into that.
Okay.
And Vault is best case scenario. They hate playing Protocol, and Hacienda Control is kind of their auto video. So the fact that they get to square up on Vault versus Miami, which they echo them in that 6-3 category, at least gives them their best chance.
Something interesting to point out here is Miami and now back-to-back series have gotten rid of Skyline. I get with Super your own want it, but like on the season, that's your best hardpoint map, Skyline HP. Like 8-4 there, and you would think with the pace that he brings, that's a map that they would love to play. But I guess in scrims just hasn't been going their way. So that's an interesting dynamic to their hardpoint pool. I'll be curious to see when they decide to bring it back.
Or is it just big brain?
Could be.
Methods, the coach over in Spain saying, you know what? We'll just throw everybody off, and then once we get to the tournament, we'll roll them on Skyline too. Minnesota Rocker with Kenny in the mix today, just waiting for their 4th to take a seat. As soon as he does, we will get this matchup started. What's up?
Want to know something cool?
Hit me.
Estriel is just realist.
Is that real?
Yeah, EST, real.
And then, so like Hazard was backwards, and he's like, watch this, I'm just gonna move letters.
Yeah, I'm the realist. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
That's kind of tough.
Wait, now we have to ask him if that's intentional.
Ain't that tough?
That is tough. Did you just come up with that, or did you think of that like 20 minutes ago?
No, I saw it on the timeline.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, shout out to Twitter. Let's take a look here at the last meeting between these 2 teams. It was without Kenny in the mix, and even without Ken, it was a 3-1. After a 2-point difference on Skyline, Minnesota gets the round 11.
It was a Nero tweak series. He was 1.27 overall. You go in that control, he had a 1.62.
Okay.
6-2, by the way. We get mind blown when we see a 1.3.
Why though? The person in that same role on the other side was out sick. Metals was gone.
That's
Super was
true.
the fill-in on an SMG for that series. So good luck replicating those numbers against my man Metals.
Yeah, and Metals is having a way better split, at least in terms of search and destroy, right?
Yeah,
So,
other than
like I
that
said-
one map, but we're not going to talk about it.
It's time for Scuff Pick'ems, Metals or Nero. That's what it comes down to today for me. I'm siding with Metals. It's his home major. They're going to go 4-1, and they're going to have a top 3 seed at home.
Yeah, this one's actually really 50-50. You could coin flip. I'm going to go Miami, but I wouldn't be shocked if Minnesota gets their win here.
Let's
go Mini, bro.
I got Minnesota. I got
yeah.
Rocker. It's not first game of the day. You know, Nero fried them last time. I got Rocker.
And looking for his 96th victory.
Loki coming back, actually.
Miles Study, does he have a chance of getting my gold scuff at the end of the year?
Gold scuff? Wait, what?
Yeah, that's the win for the bet.
I didn't know that this was on the line. I'm
locked in now.
I'm actually locked.
No, Wheeler's he's locked in now. Yeah, he's locked in now. I've seen the old trading shots trophy. Like, no, and it's now gonna have like a golden headset and a golden scuff if he walks away with this one. Can't give the man everything, folks. But what we can give you at home, boys and girls, is Heretics taking on Rocker. Jay, big implications on this series. We want that winners bracket.
yeah.
Nah?
Oh, yeah. Nah, if you're Minnesota Rocker, you've been blessed with at least going game 5 in every series. So you have a lot of maps underneath your belt, but you can't have a 1-4 record if you still want to have a chance at making it through the winners bracket here at Major 3 in just a couple days. You need this W here. You have went the distance with every single series. You have had a couple weeks now to tighten up your gameplay. Their hard point has definitely shown a lot of improvements. Their search and destroy is what needs to show improvements in this series because Miami on the other end, undefeated like the Death touched on.
Undefeated is incredible. And again, an exciting thing to throw into the mix here at their own major is that they're definitely a contender. I think this series for me is a big one. You've played great teams. Now you play a team that's potentially really hot. Walk away with a dub here. I'm looking at the Heretics in a very, very dangerous way. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hacienda to start off this series. Nice bit of rewind thrown in there as well, Jane. If we have to go the distance, that dealership. Licking my lips for that one. Here we go.
Yeah, if we get to the game number 5, we're most likely going to go into a round 11. But into the map number 1 we go, where Minnesota Rocker just has to be the team ahead of the game. Because you saw yesterday in Miami's series versus Toronto, when they were losing majority of rotations, they found not really a lot of success working on those breaks. So Minnesota need to put a lot of focus on their rotations. And already off the rip, like Miami are defending every kill. We need to slow down and find an opening.
Oh, we find anything. I'll be happy with a contest. But you're getting nothing. Oh my. This is unheard of. This is a lot. Nero, can you end it? Finally. Breaks the chain. I mean, this is a fantastic P1 hold, Jay. Finally now, with 12 seconds to go, Rocker get on time.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than that, but at least Rocket get aggressive with those kills once they find them. But Real makes up for it with a double, so you're still able to contest for these back spawns. A big one-on-one in towards P2. Rancor is able to win it. Spawns in for Heretics. They are securing towards the back, but the pressure's already here from Rocket.
Yeah, great time. And that's going to be enough time to get the reinforcements in there for the Heretics. So wonderful start to this map for those boys. Rancor off of spawn, right back to his duty, watching the backline there, damaging a one-man, kills another. Metals on the side door, gets the stick. A dangerous opportunity though for a little bit of friendly fire there, but good job out of everyone on the Heretics. Again, endless flow of kills, and now another 30 to go on P2.
Yeah, fantastically played. When you talk about the trade fights, always having the one-up advantage, and now 25 seconds still to fight for here at P2. Minnesota know that they had to try to contest this. Thankfully, they're able to win all the gunfights, go 4-for-1, so that final 20 is going to be theirs. But now if you're Miami, let's just back on up, because dying off the rotation is a no-no.
Oh, it's a no-no indeed. That's it. Great timing on the spawns them, and good timing on the kills. Real goes down. Rotation over to Nu is on, and Real will not be involved in that fight for a moment, folks. So good stuff again at the Heretics. Rocker now with an opportunity to get the break. They have the numbers over towards the next hard point. Nero on the clear out. Can he find anything? Rancor in the back line. You have to finish this kill. He's still a danger, and Nero does put him down. 6 spree for the young Emperor now. Turns it into a 0 after that one. Good shots out. Super. New hard point at the ready, folks. Here we go.
Yeah, they're making this very scrappy, at least so far. Because if you're Miami, at least you stabilize in that moment, win the clutch one-on-ones, secure the back spawn. You don't have any top plat control, but you're still winning gunfights. That's another 3-for-1. Back spawn secure. All your focus is on the front. And if you're Rocker, 25 seconds, we can't give up this time, even though we know next hill's a money one.
Oh, here we go. Still trying to make a big old route. Rancor spotted Stim, and yeah, it was good until it wasn't. Lovely work again. I can't stop saying it. Singing the praise of the Heretics, as this is a brilliant hard point for them so far. 4 spree for Rancor, 2 there for Super as well, and they're looking at rock hard point with very open eyes.
Yeah, they can close the game out right here if they want it. If they soak up a lot of time here and don't allow Minnesota Rocket to find early success, then they can blow the game wide open. But Geo finds a double. The AR starting to get activated on the side of Rocker. The break comes in quick, and now you just need a great hold to get back in the game.
Dios mío, what a turn. Okay, Rocker's in. Geo living over there by Rock. What a piece of cover that is to work with as the Miami Heretics now trying to get themselves a break over towards this hard point. Not an easy thing to do. Let's go for a listen in.
Son 2 segundos, me aguanta el medio. Voy a flancar por medio. Me estoy mirando el medio. No estoy el lambo yo, Blanco, muerto. Tengo de frente. La roca, el punto. Outer, me has dicho a mí, solo uno. Bueno, te nacen de frente de embarcadero. Vale, pues sí. Sí, son 2 metal. Te van los 2 las metal. Es una por arriba. Otra más. Un tiro Gio. Vale, apunta. No, sí, son 2. Está muerto. Un tiro que no tiro justo.
Arriba azul y rojo.
Vale, y el blanco está un tiro que me falta. Esto doble side, muy por doble, vale. Puede ser que no se para subida. Vale, derecha, derecha, muerto. Buena, vale. Escúchame, estoy pinchado plan, hacen embarcadero, sí, hacen embarcadero. Esa línea solo uno, bro. Puntos, no lo veis las manos de arte, solo nada. Voy a hacer de arte. Vale, blanco no veo, tengo el chase. Ahora se despliegue, sumo yo. Hacen facturado, blanco yo. Me tengo hasta abajo desde el punto, bro. Me tengo hasta abajo desde el punto. Vale, sí, dale, pulsa. Vale, hasta abajo cuchillo. Dale, me estoy viendo el siguiente, bro. Dale. No, el siguiente es uno, falta uno. Es solo el siguiente. Sí, jolete, no vale el siguiente. Es solo uno siguiente, es solo real. Donde está el siguiente esquineado. Escucha, voy de frente, vas a tomarnos tiempo. Estoy yendo por el lobby, sí. Vale, vais con vosotros. Sí, pega piña yo. ¿Quieres caracol? Quiero pillar fondo, vas a echar a la izquierda, caracol, la uso, otra más, saca fondo. Fondo derecha, si quieres muerto. Súper. Estoy tiro, dale al fondo ya. Vas a echar esa win fuera, falta. Fondo 1 y otro punto. Vale. Ha nacido in. Voy a ir solo.
Senor Study, your Spanish is much better than mine. How's the listening?
It was good, man. It just came down to like the very end of that listening where Rancor yells, in Spanish, obviously, that everyone has died. But then by the time Real, when he's rotating over towards P2, and then he gets shot in the back from Estriel, una falta, that means they were missing one, and Estriel made such a big play when in that second gunfight through the front door to allow his team to dominate this entire P2, and Minnesota are right back in it. It was so tough because you're looking for one guy, and the one guy made the big time play.
Big time play and big time for the Rocker Boys. Now full control of the hard point goes towards the Heretics, and we have a counterattack on our hands. And Estriel starting to make moves. This is a good look for the Heretics to get back into this one, but you're not giving up any space right now. Through the back line, we now send it, Rocker. Estriel through the front. Contest is on, and they've got the numbers here to break this, but they don't have the pinches. There's a massive opportunity for Real to find some damage here, and he's going to get it. Again, Kenny from behind. What a win, Ken! He started to turn it around as well. So this hard point is still in the hands of Heretics.
Yeah, but thankfully Real was able to draw the attention of multiple players there to have them weak, and then Rancor flies on in to find the last three. So this potential 20 is going to go their way. Minnesota going to cut their losses early, and think about that rotation, but already dropping off the rotation is not ideal. Now you're going to spawn all the way over towards well. You're going to be late over towards new. You're going to need a break again here at the Money Hill.
Oh, big time Money Hill. Oh, nice one there from Nero. Doesn't let it happen. So here we go. Rocker with the hard point in their hands. Can they hold it? Heretics now are making their way across map. Another pitch from Real. Another wild spawn. Errant this time, but he has been identified. A red dot on the minimap, and he has got the kill. Now the two remaining members of Rocker there on time. Super's in. Here's the contest. Kill number one. Oh, nearly on the second, but the trade's going to be there. Rocker reinforcements are here on the doorstep immediately, and the battle continues. No one's still able to get the contest over. It is non-stop, and it is Real. It is Estriel, and it is Nero in the feed. Super with two. What a bang out.
Oh my God, it's just trade after trade. An absolute pinstripe kill feed. Minnesota last team standing, but still, the pressure is already in your face. Miami trying to rally everyone from Lambeau's side, and Kenny with the SMG is able to line up three. So Rocker take the lead again. Final 10 seconds are going to go their way as they're going into the third set of these hard points, Miles.
Oh, what a start to this one, boys and girls. Can we get two out of here for Ken? No, we can't. Rancor, massive win. Couple of love taps there to his boys. Lead for Rocker. Estriel getting into the fight. Here we go. This could be a big set of cleanup kills for Real. Good moves. And even better, Gunny. That is unbelievable. Hard point in the hands of Heretics once again.
Yeah, that's insane. The fact that Real's able to finesse in that engagement of line up two, and now Miami take the lead by a slim margin. They're still dominating the kill feed, and now they're going to start to flip those spawns. If you are Minnesota, more specifically Estriel, you have to try to make another big time play on this side of the map.
He's making it happen. On the move. Another. Beautiful shots into the second. Geo picks up. Here we go. Hard point. Rocker. Heretics on the quick counterattack. Trying to maintain the P2 spawns as well. 20 seconds to go before that is a factor. But for now, you're still trying to battle for mid and get this scrap time. Rancor on the spawn out.
Rancor spawns all the way across the map. So if you're Minnesota, you want to try to at least work your way through the front side, and Estriel is in the same position to make that same exact play. The only difference is Miami have two players off the rotation, affected on the trade. Spawns have been secured, but Minnesota contesting from well.
And now you got a little bit of intel on the backline. Super trying to stay alive here. Gets this done onto Nero. And what a run from Mel's. This is another massive Heretics pinch. He could cut the whole map out here. This could be game. Metals might call it. Final man gone. The Heretics slam. The spawns are still there at well. The game will be won here. You must commit to this, Rocker.
Yeah, good thing for Rockers that they get those close spawns. They're not going to waste a lot of time to still get back into the play, but they got to get past the pre-aims of the super duper sub that just came into the lineup. Welcome to the squad. Big time players making big time plays, and with that three, you can still win it here at P2.
We thought it was Metals, and we thought wrong. Super, what a moment. Through the front now, Rocker trying to get it. Again, you've got to get some time out of this. You've got to contest. You've got to cause a problem. There is a single opportunity to do so, and under a freaking hail of Heretics gunfire, no one is getting close. No one is even going to get a lick of that time. Miami Heretics, what a fantastic hard point to start the series.
Oh man, what a hard point from Miami. We're talking about dominating a majority of the rotations. Obviously Sling was treating them very well in that map number one after the slow start from Rocker. But without those insane breaks and all those mixing moments at the P4, Rocker would have got blown out there. Like, you can't have slow starts out of your ARs. Your SMGs really couldn't find any consistency in their game. And then when you're not winning or putting a lot of focus off the rotations, especially on a map like Hacienda, you're consistently playing from the back foot. Miami Heretics always on the front end, take the power spots, set up their ARs. Everyone is basically positive. That's an easy hard point there for Miami.
Real good on there, man. Again, I was impressed by the comeback we saw from Rocket during the Miami Heretics listening. That was a very, very nice turn for them and a good sign of life again for a team like Heretics who are on Hacienda. Very, very competent team. Very, very good at what they're doing here. But they certainly pushed them a bit, Jay. But what were some of the real deciding moments for you, man? I mean, the P2s were obviously very, very strong. The rock hard points were bang out, start to finish, man. Really impressive stuff. But again, anything for you that was really decisive there?
I love how Miami is set up around their P1s. We're talking about how usually they are so chaotic. It's dead center of the map, so many lanes you need to watch, but they're able to micromanage that so damn well to where they're realizing, okay, we're dominating top hallway. We have rock control. They have to try to overextend and try to flip these spawns through well side. So let's just put someone there. And as long as we're dominating the kill feed, we're staying alive on the proper side of the map. It's going to make our rotations a whole lot easier towards the Money Hill at P2. The only opportunity that Minnesota made this somewhat of a game is when Estrio made that individual play at that Money Hill over towards Lambeau. If that doesn't happen, they don't breach 100 points. Miami were just so good when you talk about the power position domination and the slaying. Everything was just clicking right there for Miami.
The front end, and again, the highlights were all there. This is the moment we thought Metals was going to win the game for his boys. And little did we know, it was super. Spawns up, picks up an insane set of kills. This is perfect examples of how to isolate gunfights. He only fights one player at a time, given his positioning, given those angles, keeps that play going there. Great moment and a fantastic, fantastic highlight reel there for the Miami Heretics. Going into their major, starting this one off strong. Rocker are a squad they cannot take lightly. And this team, ever since, I mean, Rencor has been a fantastic addition to the squad. Really nice additions, brings a lot of fight to them. But Super has been the difference maker. Wicked stuff there. The game flow doesn't necessarily tell the story of what was a pretty caliente hard point there, Jake.
No, without question, man. Without Estrio going from 82 to 119, and basically at 134, once they get all that time there at P2, then this is an absolute blowout there for Miami. And you could even tell, like in that best play towards the very end of the highlights, like that's the difference between Lucky and Super. You put Lucky in that position, he's most likely walking away with one. But Super is able to put himself in the right position to walk away with all three. And that's what makes the rest of Miami Heretics more confident of holding their cuts. We know we got a guy that's a safety net. It's going to value his life so well towards the back end. And this is why it's so scary with this roster, because you just never know. They got the Slayers, they got the teamwork, and any given day, it could be their day.
Well, today feels pretty good. How you feeling about that dealership game 5? Desk, you too. I know you're listening, but after seeing a hard point like that, you got to win a couple of big ones there, Rocker. So we'll see if it can happen. And it can happen. Anything can happen here in the COD League. But going to the S&D, rewind again, Jay. New looks, real new looks across the board. But two players we're going to be keeping an eye on, of course. Super, new kid on the block here for the Heretics, and Nero. What a demon he has been.
The crazy thing is that when you look at Super stats, 1.5, every single search and destroy that they have went to has basically been around 11. So majority of these rounds, he's just finding so much success. Guarantees at least one kill per round. Nero on the other side is always going to be able to set that pace with a 1.17, but Nero's the only guy on the side of Rocker that's actually performing in search and destroy. Everybody else is around a 0.9, and you heard the desk touch on it, name it specifically. He keeps calling out Estriel sitting at a 0.6, and he is truly going to be the X factor for me ever since this lineup was formed, because Estriel in stage 1 was a 1.1. Estriel in stage 2 was a 0.9. Estriel in stage 3 is a 0.6, and I understand when you have a new roster, SCD's always the last mode that you put a lot of focus on, or the ones that you are going to get the latest results in. But it's just right now, Estriel is their playmaker. You need this guy to have consistency in his S&D gameplay, and only having about a 20% opening duel rate in that first blood, he needs to turn that around.
And turn it around now, folks, like right now. Talking about that 130 mark for breaking into the champs race. You cannot afford to keep losing series like this, especially against top tier teams. It's hard to pull those dubs out, but middle of the pack, teams beneath you in the standings, lose to them at your own peril. Here we go into another rewind. Not a lot of nade presence there from the Heretics on the approach now, so bear that in mind. That's going to be some heavy pockets going in towards these sites. Great for clearing out these corners.
Yeah, Minnesota going back to the day one strategy. Every time I watch them play rewind, which is now the 4th time, they are loving early on to dominate over towards Gens, crack the door open, stun nade, and then eventually slide their way into DVD, but no pressure through the middle of the map. Metal strikes for the first blood, and he already finds a second.
hit DOS. That's beautiful. Absolutely exquisite stuff. He's looking for a couple more. There's a red dot on the minimap for him. Number 3 for Metals. Can he get himself one more? Can he find himself the ace? Go on, son. Throw it wide. Send it and get yourself into the highlight reel. Round 1. Miami Heretics.
Oh, that's very, very easy right there if you're Miami, because, all right, no one's going to attack us through the mid side of the street, so let's just push up and have so many different angles of approach to work our way in towards DVD. It's usually Kenny who chows that, or at least gains the info early on for Rocker, but they decide to stack 4 over towards the right side, and then Metals just gets aggressive, finds the first blood, already has the second player weak, and then just continues on with his pacing, finds the opening ace there to set the tone.
And the tone was, anything you try and do, Rocker, we will be there and we will be in the fight. One frag over the top. A concussion there from what looked like Rocker that didn't necessarily connect, but that did connect for Metal. So a ton of info passed over here and baiting out, but not only the tacticals, now the lethals as well, and a ton of intel.
Oh, but Nero takes a lot of space. Unfortunately, he does get caught by Metals. So first blood again in favor of Heretics. Have Kenny isolated over towards Burger. Does he try to work on his deep pinch? But as he does, you're able to spot him if you're Rancor. So that's more information. Let's just team push out something.
Everyone there on Rock is so tight right now. They are close. Nels on the approach, clearing it. The hop check. I think he may have seen a player's head. Oh, he's definitely knows something's on now. Rocker go from tight to very, very wide now on the setup, trying to find anything here. Geo, he's in a 1v2 potentially over here as the bomb gets planted by B.
Yeah, bomb's gonna go down, and now the re-wrap from Real onto Geo is definitely gonna catch him off guard. So numbers heavily in favor of Miami. You know that they have to be working the pinch because we already cleared out their base and Rancor in the perfect spot to at least have him weak or find a kill if he wants to. Miami quickly up 2-0.
And that's a nice post-plant position to find yourselves in. So every angle covered. I mean, a nice wrap there from Real. Gets himself out there. He eliminates himself from play for a moment, and then the absolute classic one-man prone. One man standing. It's a dangerous looking red dot situation there. It's hard to tell that there are 2 players, and at the same time, you walk around that corner, you are dead. All right, Rocker.
Quickly.
Let's get some rounds, boys.
Yeah, we need to figure something out, man, because we can't be falling deeper into the search and destroy. We know we need this match. We need to be showing our improvements in search and destroy. This time you're going to send Geo and Kenny over towards the Burger side. You're able to have a couple players weak, gain info on at least the 2, but it's a battle between the SMGs and towards DVD, and Nero strikes first.
That's what we're talking about, Nero. That's a 2-piece for Nero. That gets you wide open control of the A-bomb site. This next man on the way in super. He doesn't want to take that fight too fast. He's tagged up. Nero looking for an ace of his own. Can he slide around this one? He's trying to get the gardening done. Is it a green thumb? No, it's a teammate, but Nero turns it on for Rocker in round 3.
Yeah, it's just a 2-2 play right there. 2v2 on both sides of the map. SMGs versus the SMGs, ARs versus the ARs. That time Nero is able to put himself in the proper position to not only walk away with the first blood, but the second immediately. And then just get aggressive over through DVD. You pop the door open, you catch him with a stun in hand. And even at 94 SP, you're barely weak. Just catch him with his pants down. I don't know if Metals was definitely a little bit hurt there in that engagement, but Nero there with the aggression, sets the tone, secures the round there for Rocker.
Yeah, bro, he looked like he melted him instant. Could have been an assist, you never know. All right, Super's nades up, it's not going to connect, nobody home at this point in time. More bodies on the inside of the A site, and that's where Rocker are asking for this fight, and the stuns are connecting. 6 HP. Real, big damage. Can you finish the kill on a Geo? Neither can your teammates, so now a bit of a streak play. As Rancor playing Island, Jay, we are throwing shoulders.
Oh, yeah. You know that they're already in towards DVD. We don't want to gift them free first blood, so we're going to try to slow down the round, potentially play the mind games when Nero gets caught overextending a little bit. First blood in favor of Super, and now Minnesota got to get active on the flank.
Oh, I love this. They take control of the site. They give all the space to the world, and they dip. Ow! Oh, no! Rocker, do not account for that one. It was a trap set, and what a move from Metals now, working the bait and switch perfectly. 4v1, Estriel finds himself one at the very least, but surely these lads send it and take him down.
Shit, 1v3, let's not give him any 1v1s. You know, let's just back up, play safe with the teammates, but you're able to find Rancor. So potentially a 1v4 in the cards at 35 seconds. Estriel's got a lot of time.
He's not wasting any of it, though. He's not wasting it to grab a weapon of any kind. So, might have been spotted out. The double back there from the Heretics, and now the long route. Are they going to time this out well? Super, you're going to be the watchman on this side of the map. The perfect piece of cover to work with. That is it, folks. A worthy attempt from Estriel, but there it is. 3-1.
Yeah, it's easy when you're finding your success in your first bloods. That time you shut down their most aggressive player in Nero. They're forced to try to make up for it, make the quick decision to try to work the pinch, but just don't clear out all of the pinch. It gets shot in the back for free. So instant numbers. Miami take advantage of it, get the bomb down. 1v4 for Estriel, makes it a 1v2. But the information gained strong enough once the post plant setup goes in for Miami to now take the 2-round lead. Rocker need to have an answer on their offense, and I just think I need to see a pace change up, because if we go back to this gen, slide the door open, stunning nades, like, nah, it hasn't worked out for quite some time. Let's just go B.
Let's hit something. Let's bang something out. See how the Heretics respond to that on the 2-2 once again. They had success the first time they played this way. Close range for Doink there. Doesn't connect. Trophies are in this one. Just over a minute to go, and we are going to make something happen right about now.
Real strikes, has everybody absolutely one side here. Let me just go clean that one up. But Metal strikes for the first blood. Now it's instant a 1v3, and Kenny is going to get surrounded by Miami. Just so much success in that early first blood column. That's been the recipe for success in Miami and S&D so far this stage. They've been the best team in that first blood, and also the best team once they find it in conversion rate. But it's just Rocker keep getting caught. You keep getting caught out of position. You're simply going to get outnumbered. And then once that first kill goes down and all that action is going down, they just have the numbers advantage. It's easy for Miami whenever they're finding that opening kill.
I mean, they're putting in the good work. Again, it's little things like this. They're just finding kills on site. They're making opportunities happen. They are playing Rocker really well. It's not so many pre-nades. It's not so many car explosions. It's something you do see a lot of here on Rewind. But, mate, these boys, they have spread this round as well. Look at that mini-map.
It's been every single round on defense for Rocker, just aggressive as hell through DVD. So we can just keep on slowing down the game, allowing them to run into us. Gain information early on that Kenny was playing over towards Burger. He's been Mr. Consistent on the pinch watch, but it's on Kenny if he can catch this Tommy through doors, and he does, but doesn't find the kill, and he gets traded.
Well, these boys were so far out. I mean, that was the range that Codcaster renders those players. That's as far out as you could possibly go. Good stuff, boys. We're learning here. Man advantage Rocker. What will you do with it? Looks like an A-bomb plant, and it should be a successful one here for the Heretics. Rocker rolling deep together. Here they come.
You have the numbers. Just play out the trades. You're already going to find a freebie in towards the site.
This is free. You check it. Not free. Metals. Not free. Traded. 1v2. No idea where Super is. Not a clue. Nero's going to throw shoulders here. Try to find anything. Gio's going on a bit of a route. Bomb is safe. Super still lives. Oh! That would have been for streaks as well. It would have been for a 6 for Super. Good stuff, Rocker. Nice retake.
Thankfully that worked out, because I thought once Metals was just going to lay down in towards DVD, he was going to die for free. But when he walks away with one, he gave his teammate in Super an opportunity there. Just Gio checks the snap at the right time through the crack in the wall and lines up the gunny to secure the round there for Rocker. Down by 2 now.
Not bad. Not a bad place to be. Again, still hoping for a more decisive opener here from Rocker. Give me some aggression. And this is your round to do it, boys. Throw caution to the wind. Get yourself in towards the A-bomb site and just send it. This time they're in, but again, pinned down. Oh, by the superior positioning of the Heretics players. And that's another 2-man down. Estriel trying to level up. Oh, nearly gets 3. But it's over to Kenny now to 1v2.
It's a big round if Kenny can pull this off. You know that both Miami players have to be pushed out towards your spawn. You have a lot of time to work, so he's just going to get super aggressive on the backside of blue.
Whoa. He's going. He lives for now, but man, he's in so much trouble. No bomb either, so here comes the perfect split. Heretics playing their numbers. Timing's a little off, but he's going to get spotted out in a second, and not enough. Not enough legs, not enough manpower, not enough guns up. The Heretics just rocking over them again.
They just have so many different looks on a bunch of these rounds. One time they get aggressive through DVD. The next time they're stacking over towards courtyard and B site. This time they make the perfect play call. We're going back into that aggressive play. We know that Minnesota with the slow and steady, it hasn't treated them well, so they're most likely going to go for a pace change. So Real is able to take space in towards DVD, find the first blood. The trade doesn't go down. They instantly find the second. And then, again, just in the man advantage, Miami played their numbers correctly. Point game.
And they are so good at that. Still a relatively young team, the Heretics. The chem is there. Uh-oh. Good job, Mills. I could have got a little dicey.
Kenny takes a lot of space there, though, Miles, off of that RC, though. So he's basically the safety net over at this A site. Everyone else gonna sort of watch crosses over towards B. But Miami's slowing down this round.
That's a neat little off angle as well from Kenny there. He's going to get a lot of intel on that side of the map without putting himself in danger. His boys have got the outside street pretty much covered. And I'm pretty sure that stun should have given you at least 2 or 3 players there on the intel. So that's a big moment. Trophy's now down, and yet you know it. You're committing some resources to this fight. It might be time to get going, Rocker.
Oh, and narrow strikes for the first kill. So that's massive, because now you have the man advantage, and you have Kenny also setting up the pinch, and then you just send it on in and clutch up on all the one-on-one gunfights. Rockers slow down the round. Do not do the aggressive push in towards DVD. So those first gunfights don't go down in the first 15 seconds. They find the opening first kill. They trap them in towards courtyard, and then they set up the proper play. Once this time, they have the numbers advantage to stay alive for another round.
And that's huge, man. Finally, Rocker, a round really going their way. That's the kind of confidence booster you certainly need this deep into a search and destroy, with the Heretics still there on map point. 3 rounds is nothing once you start getting it going. Opening hit doesn't do anything for the opening hit doesn't hurt anybody. English, mother trucker. A-bomb plot. Here we go.
Planning. Yeah, they're planning. They are switched up the tone, and Miami are banking on their slow approach through courtyard. Nero's running away from an RC car, able to stay alive, but at least the bomb is down.
The RC car was for the entry, and it doesn't get any kills, but it causes so much damage. So does Kenny. Can he get the second damage into the second man as well? Kenny is now starting to get going. Oh, he gets caught in the cross. Nero now still holding that side door. 25 on the bomb. Heretics are still by the hedges, and here we go. Nero, that's a massive win. A man on his tail. The hunt is there, but Nero nearly wins it 2v2.
This might not be enough time. Red Core's able to find Geo. All you have to do is stall out the clock, and Escher is also gonna fall. Miami Heretics, able to successfully find the retake. First blood goes in favor of Rocker. It does not matter. That's unbelievable. Like, you can't allow that to happen if you're Rocker.
Nah, bro, it was the 2 in like perfect 1v1s. The observers caught it in the worst possible ways. Geo gets caught out on the play. Nero does everything he possibly can in that round alongside Kenny to maintain that site control and get that bomb down, and they do so well. They dodge the RC car in close range, like, I mean, kissing distance, and then it just falls apart. Individual prowess right there from the Miami Heretics, and not only that, man, but the teamwork in some of those rounds, they were playing that damn well. Rewind goes their way, 6-3. That's a 2-0 lead at the half. Woo.
Yeah, they found 6 first bloods on the map. One of the first bloods that they found actually led to a Minnesota Rocker round win, but the first bloods were the story, because every time they found an opening kill, they just played their numbers to their advantage. Minnesota Rocker were a little bit too late making those mid-round adjustments in search and destroy. Again, they play rewind so many times. I need to see some different strategies, because the side generator room to work your way towards the site never works, at least on your end. But unfortunately for Minnesota, you still got to do some homework. You're still a brand new team, but you're down 0-2.
Down 0-2, Desk, how we feeling?
3 first bloods, 3 plants. Metals is the man. Well done in search and destroy. But game 1 was all about Rancor. Let's start with the search alley. Miami are who we thought they were. On the other side is Minnesota, who you thought they were on Rewind.
It's so tough, because that last round was a perfect example of Minnesota Rocker doing all of the work but missing a closer. You go back, you look at that round 9, Kenny gets the first blood, and that's after there's a plant going down in A. That's after Nero's run away from the RCXD and stayed alive. That's after they already had control of CD, but unfortunately Super and Red Core clutch, and a moment of closers for Miami Heretics. When they're in these tough situations, they're able to pull through with some chaos.
And was this specific rounds, or do you think this is just going to be a safe map for Miami going into their home major?
I really like the way Miami played this map. You saw, like, starting off, they have different looks they can throw at you, but really it always comes down to aggression. And, you know, as Jay was talking about, like, the generators, like, how many times do we see one of the players like Esther or Nero just get caught and killed by Metals or Real, like, pushing into that room? Like, they play off each other so well. Near Elephant and DVD, it's just not much you can really do but take your time and try to bully out as a team if you're going up against them, right? So I just thought, you know, Miami, just good game plan coming into it. Minnesota, not just Augusta.
Shout out to Elephant as a call out. Go ahead, Al.
And also, like, really good moments for Miami where, like, it was a grade A bang out throughout the first 6 rounds, but then at round 6, Miami does a full slowdown. They don't show anything anywhere. They wait for some information, and Minnesota had sent Kenny up gas to try and get early on these aggressive Miami pushes. What does Miami do? Push them out together as a team after slowing the round down, and then they're a man up in a situation to bang back out towards that A site. So just really head on the shoulders plays from side of Miami.
And Super has done wonders for this team.
Yeah.
Like, their pace is faster. In search in the clutch, he's so active. Like, what a pickup Miami have had.
Let's take a look at our map 1 a little bit deeper this time around. And we had one specific situation we wanted to call out here in the quick scope.
Yeah, let's talk about this. You know, this is the P2 here, and this is just a wonderful play. Super heads up as well, but Metals also. So we're going to talk about, like, the penultimate setup. If you can get it on this hill, is like you get a guy back here on the back square who can pick up this angle. You get some assistance here, maybe a guy playing on the car, right? So you have 2 people team firing it. Then you want somebody on rock, right, to kind of pick up that pinch, and then somebody soaking the hill. Well, we don't see it happen too often, but they get into that setup on this hill to close out the game. In this situation, you see this is Metals. He's going to pinch all the way around, go up, and then you're going to see Super here. He repositions so Metals can come in and get those kills. After they find those kills, it's the setup that they get into. So without, you know, breaking your brain and drawing too much, we'll talk you through it a little bit. Super knows that Metals can come up for a pinch, so he's going to back up. Play patient. He knows when to speed it up, but it's Metals' time to shine. So you come on in, I'll get the kill as they push me out, and then Metals, you find the cleanups. They get these 3 kills, and now it's like, okay, I'm gonna push out the back, but number 3 on your mini map as well, Rencor, he knows that they could end up spawning here, but if not, then he can just hold the pinch if somebody tries to wrap around and come through side rock, right? So it's just played perfect. This is the exact setup that you want to get into if you can on this hill. In Miami, just executing at such a high level as well. When you got a guy like Super who can just pop pieces like that, and then Rencor, your safety net, picking up that last player on the pinch, and Kenny, you're going to find a massive chunk where they go on to win the game. Just awesomely played.
Crucial time to do it as well. The comms are flowing in Miami right now. Ow. Where are the Heretics at? Right now, they have a 3-1 record, 1 map away from finishing 4-1 on this stage.
They're unreal. It might not be like a top 4 conversation anymore. We might be looking at like top 5, top 6 teams heading into the event where like any of them could have an insane run.
Well, they have an opportunity to close things out on Vault coming up. Before we go, though, I want to revisit Minnesota and the pressure they're under. Are they crumbling?
Yeah.
And have you given up on the rocker yet?
I have not given up on the rocker because I feel like they can make a run even through a loser's bracket, and they still, like, points wise, I believe they're at 130, right? So they're not in the worst spot. For them though, like, this would be a massive win.
They have been to 4 matches, 4 game 5s.
Yep, they've won 1.
3 round 11s, 1 round 10, and today I feel like they're not getting there. Let's find out though. Let's get the dealership. Let's get weird, Miles.
I'd love to get weird, Chris. You know me. You wearing shades all day. Let's get it, bro. All right, so Jay, we're going back to Vault. Obviously, very good for the Heretics early on. For Rocker, how are we feeling about their chances here of getting to a dealership, let alone the 4-5-point map?
They got 1 rep on it with this squad versus Carolina. It went all the way to a round 5, and one thing that stood out was just their defensive dominance. They were able to outslay every single defensive round by more than almost 10 kills. And if you can do that, then you're going to stand a pretty good chance of taking down Miami, because you saw it yesterday versus Toronto on their end. They struggled in the slaying. Metals didn't have a good performance. Super sort of had a slow start. But the thing with Miami is this used to be their best control map. It's just sometimes when you don't play it, every time it's getting vetoed against you, you tend to fall back a little bit. But yesterday might have been a wake-up call. You need to be able to slay with them if you are Minnesota here.
Bring the kills. At the very least, get a chance at holding more hills. We'll talk about dealership later. I'm with it, though, Pucky. You know I'm with it. However, this is a very dangerous team right now. The Heretics are on a delightful run on their way towards their own major Next week, friends. Next week. Chris leaves in 48 hours. Here we go, Jay, in towards A.
Yeah, Miami, at least also versus Toronto yesterday, they struggled when people started to value their life so good. Like when you're forcing Miami to look for you and then try to find clutch situations in those one-on-one gunfights, that's when they were losing those situations. And already off to a great start is going to be Nero. Wins a double through the middle of the map. First segment should be guaranteed. Actually, every segment should be guaranteed because no one from Miami is in a position to contest early on.
They got no idea. They think the B play might be happening now, but it's not. And what, you had a nice stack. Estro with a sweet two-piece there by the double doors, and now you're going to go back onto the time. There we go. One segment to play, ladies and gentlemen, and the Miami Heretics say goodbye to A. Say hello to 2 minutes and 5 on the game clock.
Yeah, and now they're playing for exit kills. Thankfully, Super's already taking a lot of space. Finds one-on-one versus Geo. Now he puts himself in towards ammo to make their respawn routes a little bit more difficult, but Minnesota aren't going to waste any time. They're trying to isolate onto him while Estro's working the pinch.
Oh, that's good stuff. Estro picks up the pinch there. He doesn't get stabbed. Slamish nearly as Real lives. Trophy's now in play. This should be a nice opportunity to get some space back, but yeah, Metals is still chewing away the supply lines of Rocker. Estro with the wins, but it's not going to amount to a thing. Another life off the tally count, but now Kenny doing what he can to be a problem on this side of the map.
Yeah, so all he wants to do is be a nuisance. Thankfully, you got an arrow who's able to strike for 2 out of your spawn. So you have all this pressure in their base. It should allow some segments to be guaranteed. The other AR on the other side, Geo is starting to line up a couple freebies. Everyone pulls out an extra AR. They have all the map control. Miami, you better hit a nade or something.
There's no trophies left. Just throw it, boys. Throw your rifles. I don't care. You got to get in there right now. The contest is on point, but that's it. Cleaned up. Last man gone. No one nearly able to get it done. Minnesota. Take round 1. Good stuff, boys. That was gross.
Yeah, that is as good as it gets there for Rocker. You get the initial push, works in your favor. You're guaranteeing segments. Miami didn't even have an opportunity to contest that A point. And then with all that time to work with, you give yourself a lot of opportunities. Thankfully, Nero made the most of it, wrapping back towards ammo, finding the opening double while Kenny's already contesting in their spawn. Miami were just forced on a defensive look to have so many split looks instead of a team look. And they could not clutch up in the one-on-one gunfights, and Rocker come out swinging out the gates.
They will be quite happy to end the series here. It was a nice start. At least got bodies on 8. 2 bodies now in the capture.
Yeah, just guarantee some early segments. Players in positions watching the power spots, but Renko dying first now allows these trade scenario to go down. It's a one-on-one between Real and Geo. Geo's just going to hold strong on his position, and I thought Real played that to perfection with the timing, but he clutches up, stops that initial push, and now the teammates are here.
The smooth movements right now. I mean, everyone's doing what they can. Nero 2-piece there on A, but over to B we go for the Heretics just for a moment there. Nero, he is hungry for the kills. He's not going to get it, though. Rencor keeps this life alive. Just over a minute to rock. You've got a segment in A. You've got a tiny bit of work done by B. You're starting to draw the Rocket players all over the map. Back to A.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. You can already see 2 players committing over towards the B street, but Rencor's not able to win that one-on-one. So now you're simply going to be outnumbered in this situation because it's another one-on-one, and Nero's able to fly on in for the double. Keep on trading if you're Rocker. Time's going to keep on ticking down.
Yeah, halfway through A. This is not a lot of progress. They want to get a little bit more going, and Real with a nice route taken here. He's stunned, identified. Oh, but he lives to fight another day. On to A once again. Looking at the second segment, but Geo, once again, a clean sweep of time. They haven't accounted for Real yet, though. He's still at large.
Yeah, he's just trying to finesse. He wants to get lost, but eventually he's going to have to make a play, and he gets caught by Kenny. Initial kill is going in favor of Rocker. Final 25 seconds. Metal towards top. Cat is in a powerful position. He finds an opening kill. Your teammate is there for the trade. You can still work on segments here today.
This could be a and I feel like you've got the pressure on now. There's a sense of just get this thing captured, but wait, super off time. 2 players by Ruggs. Good shots. Insane shots. Good teamwork. We'll take it. You've still got time, boys. Get on it. There we go. 8.2. Kenny finds himself 2. The trade's there. Metal's last man alive on time. You've got to bring him down. Do not let that extra minute go their way. Heretics contest. Oh, what a win! There's 7 lives either side. Metals is a demon.
And they already have a lot of space. You're now banking on this pinch from Ezreal. Thankfully, he's able to find a kill, and Kenny is able to find one off the respawn. Now, no more respawns in favor of Miami, but Real can make a big-time play.
He's trying. Oh, that's a good start. Take that. Could have been an aims in hand, yeah, and now he is cooking. 2v5, not over yet. Nero finds a nice corner. Should be good for a freebie here. Just that. Nice work. Rocker, you have stabilized a very, very dangerous moment there. Heretics go down 2-0 in control.
Yeah, that's so good out of Rocker, man. Just consistently finding those traces in the middle of the map. Always being the last one standing. And then even when you find yourself in 1v2s, Gio had a moment from Top Cat, and then Nero had his moment from Top Cat. It's all about the gunfight sometimes, and just being the last one in the power spots. Win a majority of your kills. Be able to not give them a lot of opportunities once they capture that 8 point. And then map control was just like, all right, we're there, we're not there. All right, if I die, someone's going to instantly fill it. Beautiful teamwork there out of Rocker.
That's the system, man. And Jay, you called it perfectly at the start. The kills, man, it is absolutely there for Rocker. Everyone is starting to pump him. We're getting some much more, impressive damage up there. That was something that has been hurting them in the series so far. The stats you're looking for are in fact on the player cams, not on the board right now. 16 and 7, excuse me, for Estriel. And Nero 16 and 11. On to the capture we go.
Yeah, so a couple segments are going to be guaranteed. Real trying to find. Second segment is going to be locked on in. Time, again, might be early extended if Miami don't give it one last push.
Oh, that was the push they had. Estriel picks up that pinch, and once again, the AM over to B we go. Nero wins a big fight, and he's going to have bottom arc control as well. This is unreal. The kills, the positioning, that certain je ne sais quoi from Minnesota Rocker right now.
Yeah, this is just way too easy. You got 2 minutes to work with. You're up by a couple lives as well. And you got to have all the map control and all the power positions in your favor. Can Nero try to stay alive? He is going to get isolated. Now you're just banking on your teammates to find some success off the respawn, but they're already up the map.
Yeah, they're way up the map. They got the kill lead as well. Ken is now well and truly under the armor of the Heretics. An annoying position to be in. His teammates are getting dropped around him, but there we go. Shots at range. Real double dips for it. Usually terrible manners, but this time around he keeps Kenny away. So watch out for this one, folks. It's going to be defense in the bag for Rocky if we have to go the distance, but the boy's not going to want it. That's halfway through B now. The stack is on. Metal's on the pinch. Dead and red. A 1v1 now to keep it going, and Gio's holding them back.
Yeah, Gio's just putting down shots into Super. He knows he's the only one here still trying to fight for his life, but now the teammates are here. Trade. Minnesota, you just got to end that on top.
They're trying. Nero's got the contest going. A 1v1 win for Rencor. Another one in the bag. Another notch on his belt. Saves this third and final segment and saves the map for them. We go again. 1:30 on the clock.
Oh, and Esther might be able to sneak on by, but he's just going to play real slow around the car and Metals off the rewrap. So to find that one-on-one. Now Miami only down by 2 lives, is still banking on this very tight setup in towards their spawn, but now with 3 kills going their way, you take all the space to the middle of the map, all tied up in lives now.
Yeah, you push that phase line forward, you push it forward at the Heretics. They're starting to get closer to your spawn. Real on a pinch, able to maybe get one out of this. No, he's all he's got is shot at. So now the opportunity to fly forward still with decent numbers. Oh, nice shots out of Gio. A 2-life lead, still in a minute to play.
Yeah, you can't really afford to trade though if you're Miami. You're down by 2 lives. You're only 1 life away from not having any more respawns. And you know that they're going to be in a position already up the street. Now no more respawns. You got to go.
Oh, what a shot from Estriel. That's 3 dead. That's going to be game. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Minnesota Rocker right back into this series. We're going to see a protocol hardpoint.
Dude, like Estriel Nero just set the tone. We're talking about multi-time. Every single time, just finding an opening double, putting themselves in the clutch position, just being a nuisance with that SMG. And that was what was the issue yesterday for Miami versus Toronto. Kleenex got lost, Joe Deceives got lost, even Benjamin Beans was getting lost over towards ammo. You just can never account for these guys or trade them out effectively. And what used to be a really
nice, a glaring weakness highlights a lot of Rocker love in this one. A very, very purple show they put.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than that. We're talking about every single bake-off. You're winning a majority of the gunfights. You're putting yourself in the early numbers advantage, and then bake-off gets shut down. It's like they gave it up for free. You're allowing them so much time to find one opportunity at that B point, and then when you're having them put so much focus on the front because teammates aren't clutching up in one-on-one gunfights, and now when you're putting all the focus on the front, there's players on the pinch that are already shooting us in the back. It was just way too much to handle there with Minnesota slaying the way that they did. So they're able to extend this series. Rocker desperately need this W if they want to have a chance at having that open bracket at Major 3. But that's a good start right there to build some momentum.
Let's get that. I mean, the protocol we go, see how this fight goes down, but man, a very, very fun game of control there for Rocker. I also love the way they play that V zone. Not just, you know, if they've got numbers on it or if they've got space around it. They do not let anyone get into a position to really contest. Trophies or not, man, that was a very, very good look. Protocol hard point, here we go, ladies and germs, from the blistering heat of Vault now to the rainy gloom of Protocol. But for some, we're starting to look up, Jay. We're really starting to look up if we're Rocker. We've got some momentum, got a dub under our belt. How are you feeling about this hard point?
It's insane because I feel like every time we talk about Rocker, regardless of whatever the roster is going to be, you can never, ever count them out of a series. Now that they show some fight in that control, going into this Protocol HP, this is another map that they choked in that map 4 scenario. This is where they need to show improvements. I know Nameless is saying that game 5s haven't been too icy, but the fact that they are so different from the map 1 HPs to the map 4 is crazy to me because you usually find yourself up by a hefty margin. Versus Optic Texas, you played this map, you were up by like 80 points and then started losing every single rotation. Just like it did in map number 1 of this series, you need to make sure that you're winning rotations because you cannot allow Miami to dictate the way the game is going to be played. Ross here, am I the only one here? All right, I'm the only one here. Okay, Real and Red Core went absolutely crazy in map number 1. Just 29 and 18, 30 and 16, both over 1.5 KD. If you got guys that are gonna put up these numbers, you're most likely gonna find a lot of success in the hard points, and it only just helps. It keeps on emphasizing how impactful Super, because the guys who you were usually always relying on have putting up the numbers that they do, but when he's on the team and they get on their sling, and they showed it there in map 1. Miles is still not back. All right, just me able to win some rotations towards some of the money hills, but your setups were easily getting broken into. That needs to be better today because the way that Minnesota Rocker just played in that control, you can tell that their guns are hot. Estrew is feeling himself, Nero's feeling himself, Gio and Kenny found themselves in a lot of opportunistic situations, and they took advantage of them. But now if you're a Rocker, desperately trying to fight for this dub, desperately trying to fight for these 10 points to give you somewhat of some separation in the standings to work your way towards champs. Just the map 4s, they have no ice in them recently, even if they're up by 80. So the start off is going to be big. Miami looking to bounce back. I don't know if Ross is here with me yet. Yes. The Protocol hardpoint, here we go.
I am back. So sorry, mate. Discord absolutely exploded on me, but we have returned and in the right time because we're in the game. Yay!
I thought you were about to pull the Astrof on me. You know, Astro's always down to, you know, pass a single series by himself, but
I couldn't.
Can't do that to me, brother. I don't know if I'm ready for that.
I don't mean to do it to any of you. I don't mean it. I swear. Well, I tell you who means it. Right now, the Heretics, they're like, game 5? No, thank you. No mas. We'd like to end this series here, please. Super with a couple of good ones there on time, but this spree's going to continue for a moment, Jay. We're going to still battling hard for this one if we're Rocker. We've got ourselves out of trouble and into the good.
Yeah, Rocker just consistently flooding over towards Heli, treading effectively, and now they're back into the time. Soaking up a majority of this P1. Pin tries kill feed, spawn start to flip, and this is not ideal if you're Miami if the kills don't go with it, but they find the initial 2. They're going to win the rotation and have an opportunity to trap Rocker towards the back.
Get trapped. Find those kills. Rocker with the perfect looking minimap right now, and if not for Super, who is literally doing it all with the shots, this would look a lot better there for the Minnesota boys, but now doing absolutely everything they can. Here comes a massive hit from the Heretics up through the stairs. They've eaten a nade or 2. Here comes a stun for your troubles. The window. Nero and Gio close it. No thank you.
Oh man, that is a perfect hold there from Rockers. I was thinking, all right, Miami have some somewhat top middle control. They already pressure over towards the Sep, so Rocker on their tight setup. Make it work out to perfection to dominate there at the P2. Now you're contesting off the rotation over towards 2. You're finding the initial 2 kills to go your way. 2 players already across the map. What else can Estrew do? Absolutely nothing, but you still got Kenny in the right position.
Gustav Ken is going to get spawns for the team right now. Heretics trying to hunt him down. Super, the first man on his victim list, as we are doing a great job maintaining control of the map, but not the hard point just yet. Gio now in a power position to dive into the fight. Get the members of the Heretics off time. And here comes the pitch through the back. Heretics now with the pressure. Heretics the numbers and the kills. That's their break.
That's massive right there for Miami to get yourself back into this game. You know how effective that P3 to P4 chain can be, but Astro already strikes for the first kill. Now you got top trips control. You can continue to be a nuisance from this angle, hoping your teammates can find success through the front.
Here we go. Astro guns him, stays alive. A 2 would have been unbelievable, but that's going to be Metals there. Nero fills the gap immediately, brought down again. Rocker still fighting hard here for the 20 seconds on P3. The drop to 4 is now on the menu. You have to get over there, and that's exactly where the Heretics have already started to send it. So win these fights all you want, boys. But the next one, that is cash.
Yeah, to close out the ending of that P3, but this is how the Heretics bounce back in the game. But that is a big, massive first kill for Minnesota. Now you got the numbers.
Can they get the time over the beach? Real on the left, Super on the right. And now in the middle, Geo trying to find an entry alone. This is good damage. No teammates. That's Rencor on the drop and a perfect hold once again from the Heretics. Looking to take back the lead.
Yeah, that's so icy right there because Miami were simply going to be outnumbered, but everybody from Rocker decided to go through big door. No different angle of approach, not a pinch on the horizon, so Miami were just able to stack it into 3v3 and watch all 3 angles and clutch up on the fight. So lead chain on the cards, unless you get ripped off the heady. So Minnesota's still trying to make it mixy, but Miami is still here.
But we're keeping it mixy for sure. But the Miami mixer, oh man, we are shaking hands and some all down. Rocker back to the drawing board here. Not been a money hill. They have lost the lead. Oh my word, Super is looking to pad them stats, ladies and gentlemen, keeping the boys on their toes. On the way back to P1 we go, and there's nobody home upstairs except for Rio, and he's dead now as well. So a nice 3 dead in the feed, and Rocker should be able to soak a bit of this.
Yeah, rotations won by Rocker. You already had the indication when Snaro spawns up that the pressure's going to be toward the backside of Drift. But Rencor on the pinch takes care of both of those players. So now if you're Estrio, you're thinking, I have to fight these gunfights. Thankfully, you win the first one. You don't allow Miami to get close, so your teammate's able to reinforce right behind you.
What a win from Real. You will take that. And do a good job here from the Rocker. Maintaining this P1 control. Lead change once again. Not a lot of love towards P2 just yet, but for now, you'll take it. Real keeping the fight alive there at 13-9. Not let anyone get too close to this time. Good shots again. 5 sprees over. Back on a P1 we go, and Rocker maintaining the right-hand side of the map.
Yeah, and if you're Miami this time around, you just need the kills to go your way and the rotation to go your way. It was Estro who was able to sneak out last go around through bottom comms, find that opening kill onto the player sitting in the hard point, and then they can never contest after that. But already 3 dominated in the feed by Miami. Win the rotation over towards Noah. Now Rocker gonna have a really long route to even try to contest this.
Yeah, really tough. Couple of kills on the side helps. Real though, where he wants to be for this fight. Yeah, and it gets it. Nice too. That's the backline secure. No streaks to play with at this point in time, and lovely shots on a Kenny, not enough for the kill. He's still maintaining this lead, Heretics. And Metals is on the hunt for a player who he just lost sight of. It was Estrio. Thankfully, Renkor's their team. And an awkward gunfight there that Ken somehow walks away with Jay. And we've got 30 seconds to go here on P2, and Heretics is back in.
Oh my god. And Metals just made a magnificent double kill over towards the boat side. And now he can get aggressive with the space. You know your teammates are going to be free to soak up potentially that final time, but every kill that you get is going to spawn them behind you, but your life is a lot more valuable. Just back on down, wait for the next push.
Nice hold. 3 dead. Last man Real gone. Excellent work, Rocker. They've got full control now of P3. This should be a good 15 to 20 seconds. They can really hold on to without too much trouble. Estrio, the frontline man, goes down, and here comes a fast hit. And Gio, unfortunately, he doesn't get the engagement first, so he's been pressured back. Rocker in a bit of trouble here. Let's go for a listen in.
I'm going to I'm going there with you. Quick. I'm trying to get in there. He's not back man. Back now. Average right here. I big door. I'm going to get far. I'm getting as far. I'm with you. I big door. Another big door. They're not. I'm one shot. Come in. Watch out. I got needed. Name of big door. I beat his girl. I'm on my left, y'all. One's on me, P2. 2v2. They're close. They're close. My bad. I'm close. One shot close. Yes, bro. There's 2. I got. We gotta go beat her. Metals one shot back that time. He goes in. One can be top mid too. Yeah, it can be top mid. Yeah. I'll say top mid. I stunned it. Reflex. Right to 10. All right, back right top. Right.
Wait, where's this one shot? One shot.
I'm down.
I'm mid.
I'm dead.
I'm dead. I'm two time. I'm wrapping.
There's 1v2 still.
What's in here?
Yeah, we saw it. He went back to low P2 stairs, Real. Yeah, Real's low P2 stairs.
Get that guy, bro. He's there.
Still there, Rio.
Sounds good, bro.
Now we coming.
He's there. That's it. Wait, I got Eddie. We're good. Hey, two. We're out. Get there. Good. Give me back.
I'm down there.
I'm trying to get our grannies, bro.
There's two right now.
What a break from the Heretics, Jay. Money hard point, big sprees across the board, and they are looking at the 3-1 win soon.
Yeah, they have blown the game wide open. If you're Minnesota, that setup just needed to be a lot better. They just really didn't have an opportunity. Once that initial nade that doesn't get a kill forces Nero out of that position over towards Spiral, and then you're forced to play super stack in towards comms. Miami just flood their way through big doors. They soak up all the time there. Now only need 20 seconds to close out this series.
Speaking of super, here comes a Hellstorm from Mel's. 21-15, he's looking to get a couple more here. His teammates finding those kills. Nero and Ezreal, run boys! They manage to stay alive as the slow hit towards the spawners. Protection there on the Geo is going to keep him alive, but right now the time's taken away. And Miami Heretics, look at this. 5 seconds for the win. No one close to contest. You are going into your major with a big smile on your face. Taking on all comers with super, and the form is looking good.
Too much firepower, man. Too much firepower on the side of Miami Heretics. Ever since the addition of Super on the side of Rocker, they continue to struggle in map 4s. They continue to struggle in their search and destroy.
That was a crazy match from Miami Heretics. Heretics are becoming a powerhouse for the CDL. They beat up, they beat FaZe
lose bracket at Major 3. And that only gives you one shot. You got a lot to fix before you get there. Hopefully you
coming for everybody's heads.
You got a little bit of time. Well,
Miami's really becoming
a top
contender, like a top 3
going, quite frankly. Competent time though, 129
coming
from
into the
him,
major.
For the Heretics, it is
all they gotta do is LAT, and yeah, you could really say they top 3 of the league.
They had everything going the way they wanted to, and they got to test their holds and their breaks, and in particular their breaks against a squad like Rocker were looking fantastic, certainly helping out there. A very, very smooth and relatively stable climb to that 250 mark. GG's in the chat. Rocker, a little bit of work to do before we fly out to the major, boys.
Dude, when you can find that initial first kill or initial break on every single money hill, you're going to stand a pretty good chance of winning a majority of your series. Rocker need to work on their setups because that cannot be allowed to happen. Kenny strikes for the first kill, but then everybody just so tight. No one has different angles, and then you just get swarmed out. Miami, way too much to handle, and they're going into their major very, very confident.
Stud, I think it was you. It could have been Chance. I forget because you're both so brilliant at your jobs. But were you saying that every single P4, nearly every P4 in this game is a money hill? I think that's fair to say.
Every single one. Every
single
P4. If you are
P4.
the first one to die at any P4, you're scamming, and you're costing your team.
Speaking of scamming, take it away, Desk.
And what do you mean?
Go ahead.
All right. Jay does in rotation a lot. But he also just stopped playing 8s in his server because he was getting bullied. So
really?
Yeah,
Jay backed down from all challenges recently?
Yeah, he talked to me, Bose, Mike, doesn't matter.
He dipped out of fantasy football when it got hard. Not his first time. Alec, let's turn this back to successful champions, though. Miami Heretics, champions in this fight against Minnesota. We saw it coming. A little bit scary, though, in the second half. Minnesota was rolling in that control. Yeah. And at the start here, it was close to one rotation.
I mean, you could take some positives away on the side of Minnesota Rocker. I mean, they were already a good vault team, so they haven't been allowed to play it that much recently. So the fact they're able to take that control is good for that side of things. But for Miami Heretics, it's just kind of getting the repetitions in heading into the major. They now expand their map pool with that big protocol win in this hard point. They were 2-3 sitting at that. They just got handed a loss, a pretty bad one to Toronto Ultras. So trying to get that kind of into their wheelhouse, but also just the closing. It's kind of what I've touched on the entirety of this series. Same thing happened map 4. We're getting really close, and then we get to these last couple of hills. It's an insane computers hold from the side of Miami Heretics. The entire team went on like an 11 streak at one point, and then you got Super. He goes on a 6 to break that P1 and end up closing it out. It's just what Minnesota's missing. It's a closer.
I mean, yeah, I agree with that. And I also really like the conversation that Miles and Jay were having about like them just dying first in their setups, right? Like, we're pretty late into the title here, and I get you just got Kenny, but that's kind of what he was brought in for, is to smooth out those those situations, right? So until that gets better, they're going to be in a world of pain. And right now they're looking at loser brackets. So they have to make a run.
Still Looney up there in Minnesota, yeah?
Yeah, he's doing his best.
Lamar, we're gonna have a talk, lads. It's getting late in the game, but plays like this keep us entertained. It's Metals opening round. Give him the bomb and watch him fry.
Metals started off this game, 5-0, just an incredible start. Gets through, finds 2 by the bomb, finds another one at hole in the wall, and then he's like, please just give me the final kill. I'm hunting, I'm looking for it. Ends up finding him at blue for the ace in the round. Metals, man, the step up in search and destroy, it's been paramount to their success, and they've been surging now.
Welcome to the stream in the winner circles. We have Metals once again. Metals, how we feeling tonight after the win over Minnesota? You are now 40 points ahead of 9th place.
We're feeling great after this win, you know? I mean, it was a chance decision match, so it was great for us beating them.
For sure. Metals, I want to ask you a little bit about you as a player, because I feel like you have these really good series and it's just kind of we're missing maybe the consistency and kind of what you plan to do for that moving forward, and also maybe what your role is on the team, because the other 3 are really fast. The entirety team of Miami is really fast, and sometimes maybe it feels like you're kind of the guy stuck going first.
I mean, yeah, I've been inconsistent this year. I'm trying to fix it. I think I've located my problem, and I'm trying to work for it. But I think the game has a lot to do with it. So, yeah, I'm trying to fix it. Yeah.
Metals, talk to me about the improvement in search and destroy. I mean, that was like the bane of your guys' existence all year long. You bring in Super, obviously he's insane in the game mode, but I feel like not enough people are talking about your improvement in that game mode as well. So talk me through what you guys talked about or fixed.
He's just Super. He's the brain of the team on search and destroy. He call outs everything, and also our coaches have been putting a lot of work on S&D, and they help us a lot. It's not even just myself, you know?
Yeah. Well, you guys are looking good, man. Congrats.
So
Metals, you guys finished 4-1. You are guaranteed a top 4 seed. Is there anyone in particular you want to play at your home major?
Toronto Ultra. I want a rematch from yesterday. I played shit yesterday. I want a rematch.
We would love that. All right, best of luck, Metals. We'll see you down south.
Thank you.
Metals and crew will be hosting Boca Raton. It kicks off on April 24th. But after this, we have 6 more matches in the CDL Major 3 qualifiers. Number 6 loaded up. It could be good.
5 more.
LAG, Toronto Ultra.
Inside calls game. Come on, baby!
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Can you even believe this place?
Sit your slimy ass down.
I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Plate.
You don't trust me, fine, but you cannot trust her.
The 2025 LAG Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon camo to assert your royal will in the lobby. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Yesterday, they looked like the best team in the game. Guess which talent said that comment about Toronto Ultra, Allie?
Did I say it?
Nope, it was Ant. Yeah,
I don't think I said it.
He was loving the squad. Ant, let's start with you. Why is Toronto Ultra looking like the best team in the game?
I mean, even though they haven't had the greatest split in Search and Destroy, I still trust them in the game mode because of the players that they have. And their hard point improvements have been ridiculous. I mean, you're 6-1 in the game mode. This team, you're seeing like the best version of Kleenex that we've seen all year long. And with Beans and Joe Deceives being so consistent in the slaying department, like they can beat anybody. You see their schedule so far. They've beaten Atlanta FaZe, they've beaten LA Thieves, so they like answer the question if you can beat top teams. They not only did that online, like they beat LA on LAN as well, right? So we know like matchup-wise, at least if they have to play LA on a Sunday, that they feel comfortable in that scenario. So Toronto right now looking like one of the teams to beat, if not the team to beat going into Major 3.
Well, to the point that you just made about their Search and Destroy, the reason why it's so bad this split is because they're trying really hard to add dealership to their map pool. They've played it 3 times, some of the most that we've seen out of all the teams, and they're sitting at 1 and 2 right now. They've taken a huge dip when it comes to the defensive side of things for Search and Destroy. They're the 10th overall retake team in the league right now, so they are really struggling on these new maps when it comes to Search and Destroy.
And this is the series to test everything. You're playing LAG, like try a rewind, like maybe play some Hasi hardpoint. Like this is where you throw everything in the series that you have been struggling on or want to play at the major.
Are you saying because you're 3-1 and it doesn't matter you're guaranteed winners bracket, or LAG that bad?
Both.
Let's talk about Los Angeles that just got wrecked 3-0 by LA Thieves yesterday. The Gorilla Mates have been searching for answers. They bring in some fresh faces, still the same results.
For LAG, it's hard because they've kind of had a harder schedule too. Like you go up against LA Thieves, talking that's top 2 team. Go up against the Boston Breach, they're looking top 6. Go up against Vancouver Surge, they're looking top 4. So it's been gauntlet after gauntlet match for LA Gorilla Mates, but like you're not finding success across any category.
Yeah, I mean they're 4-19 on the season, like match count. Like it doesn't matter how hard the schedule was, regardless. Like this team has just been getting smoked. I mean they're 11 loss streak and hardpoint. You just got to see one go through the hoop. You know, for these guys though, I mean, you got nothing to lose. Like, you're just trying to play spoiler at this point, right? Like, you're starting in the loser's bracket, just trying to beat these teams and get some confidence because an upset would be a huge dub for them.
Guess what their last win was?
Yeah, actually, can you tell me?
It was against Vegas on March 9th. That was the only win in their last 10 matches. LAG not only struggling in overall 4-19 match count. You look at the maps, they used to be over 50%.
Yeah.
It's now 30 wins to 59 losses.
I think at this point, if you're LAG and like you're Gataga, you're trying to evaluate what talent you have left on this roster to see like what you can build around. I mean, we're kind of seeing it like with Vegas, what they have done in their camp is like they've overhauled it, and now you're putting some vets around Exit to see what he's made of, see if Pred can be a leader. And like I feel like for LAG, you got to be doing the same thing in terms of Kismet. Does he have a place on this roster going forward in the rest of the season or into next.
Our production team would like to go home tonight, so they're forcing me to tell you about the maps and modes.
Forcing?
And there you have it.
Hacienda Rewind, Protocol Vault, Hacienda. Believe it or not, Allie, this is my sponsored segment where I give a shout out to the best controller maker in the game.
We haven't seen Toronto Ultra play it yet. I think this will be great, just seeing kind of where their map pool is at, search and destroy wise, heading into Major 3. I think a lot of the opposition will probably be watching the series for that alone. But side of LA Gorilla Mates, you don't have a lot to work with. Hacienda 2-5, Rewind 0-2, Protocol 5. Like, you don't got a lot to go off of. I'm sorry.
That's a lot of numbers. Were they good?
No.
No? None of them were good. Were they good enough for you to go LAG like I did yesterday?
Oh my God.
You won't.
I got tagged in the saddest fan edit I've ever seen in my life. And you know what? LA
Do it again.
Fine. This is your last chance. I'm going with LAG in this series.
Baited.
Do not get mad at me if it doesn't pan out and I don't pick you again after this if you don't win.
So was that like a sympathy pick or I'm allowed to be mad at you?
I'm allowed to be mad at you, and I'm putting my trust in you one more time.
Okay. Toronto Ultra for me. You said they were the best team in the game yesterday. I will take it.
Yeah, I'm going to go Toronto Ultra. I don't think I've ever picked LAG all year.
That's
legitimately.
Howie, you were so close to catching up, and then you went rogue.
It's okay. I'm not going to change it.
Gataga's my boy,
I'm not
too.
going to
I
change
feel
it.
so
Did I just get a whisper in my ear to tell me to
Well, your team is kind of buns, dude.
Maven, Mert.
Okay, let's do it. You guys are having fun. We're gonna have fun too. About Ultra being the best team in the game. Listen. We've cast a lot of them this stage. I feel like we've had some we didn't. This one we've cast like 4 out of 5 of their matches. They have looked really strong. You and I have had multiple dialogues about things are kind of all up in the air right now. Heard about it. Right. I asked you, like, how many times in the past, like, have we had 2 search maps go out and 2 come in at the same time? It can't be that many times. I feel like it's usually 1.
It's usually 1 like per stage
or something like that, but not like this where it's that
to it at a time.
It's 40% of your map pool out. Yeah.
So I guess it's one of those stages where I guess if you're going to be a little bit poorer and search and destroy, let it be this one.
Yeah, let it be this one. Especially they're the team that hit the hardest by it, like right.
I mean, record-wise, they didn't have like a ton of reps on both,
That's
but
true.
I think they were like undefeated.
I guess that's what I was thinking.
It was like 4-0 or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. The fact they were like undefeated. But it's interesting because like they've been doing so well in the respawn search, not as great. And then like Miami, another like top team right now, their search has been awesome. The respawn's been kind of hit or miss. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm excited for the major. It's going to be awesome to see how these teams perform once we get to the LAN. Lots of teams working on prep, especially when it comes to the search and destroy, working different maps into their map pool. For Ultra, man, they have been looking so good, especially their hardpoint has been remarkable as of late. This is gonna already my brain's breaking.
Why? The purples?
Yes, like Ultra should just, listen, I'm gonna make a rule. FaZe is always red, Optic is always green, Ultra is always purple.
Well, not in this one.
I'm making that rule going forward.
I don't know who controls that,
yeah.
So you're screwed, buddy. So if we say the wrong team a number of times, that's what it is.
Good team gets their main color. Bad team does it. Okay?
I mean, you're telling the wrong person.
I know. I saw purple. I saw purple and it wasn't Ultra. I was like, oh. But no, they do have a lot of white in their jerseys and stuff, so maybe I'll be okay. But these befuddle me sometimes in my old age. As Johnny is befuddling them. I thought he was about to get 3 from the hard point. That would have been naughty work out of him. But now with the P2 popping, early control, I had to pause for a second. It's going to be the LAG.
Oh boy.
I'm screwed. I am screwed.
Yeah, we apologize for whatever is about to happen over this match. But LAG, a great start. Nice time. Johnny able to find that 5 spree on P1 and makes it an easy rotate. You have the close spawns or closer spawns, and Lunars is going to win the gunfight.
In a row.
Yeah, he's just behind enemy lines, and Lunars continues to win it. When we watched LAG yesterday, the best game mode versus LADs where they looked competitive was the hard point. Right now,
he can't deal with both players. Still inside the hard point battling, though, will be LAG. So far, so good. Build up this lead as much as they can as the wall bang rings true.
Yeah, they're able to find 3. Still 23 seconds here, and then look at number 3 fellow. Does he want to rotate? No, he's going to try to pin balcony. I lied.
You did lie, Joe. That's okay.
It wasn't my fault, though.
No, that's true. Still a liar.
Yeah, Rocket got smoked
there early.
Good job with the purples, Maeve. Locked it in,
no,
baby.
I'm trying. I really have to. Woo! No wonder. I gotta turn the air on too, Joe. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay. It does you very
wonder why I'm sweating already. Okay. I always rely on the desk talent to turn the air on as they head out, our little portable AC. They let me down this time, Joe. I'm gonna blame
Ant.
I'm gonna blame Ant, yeah. Probably couldn't see it because he's half blind. chipping away at this 70-point lead. Ultra trying to get back into the fight. Joe Deceives in and battling, and Kiz might have just brought 99 Kiz into this because he's 15-6, basically triple positive. Him and the boys are frying. It's just, can you keep this tempo? Can you hold on to this lead? Because you have to imagine, as good as Ultra have been, at some point, they're going to make a run. And
Ultra have been susceptible to this at times, right?
Slow starts.
These slow starts,
yeah.
Especially in matches, I think, where, I mean, they are expected to win. Sometimes they play below their level. But LG, again, they played good hardpoint yesterday. Just not able to close it out versus Thieves. This time, no. They are in control. They have the side of the map that they want for P1 and P2.
They haven't really been to the question in the interview, which was just a loss they had at the major. But yeah, I think during stage 1 is point advantage and growing. Point advantage and growing. And that certainly wasn't the 60-second hold-in dream I was trying to sell for Ultra.
Yeah, still break in. You have the close spawns. You dealt with Johnny on the pitch, but Lunars is piecing up. Fellow with the headshots. That's going to be all 4 dead. You know where they're spawning. And Johnny's going to push on through, able to find those kills. Know they're spawning well side, and now you can already start thinking about P3. The way this is playing out, what a fantastic game from all 4 members of LAG.
Oh, yeah. Full-on team effort. Fellow gets buried by Joe Deceives. It's not really going to matter too much in the scheme of things, but they'll get these 10 seconds. Well, it could if they get those seconds and win rotation, but they're not going to have any numbers now. The only person going to be there early is going to be Beans. Lost his 2 teammates. Beans simply too much to deal with, and he will drop. Another early setup to LAG. Mounting pressure on Ultra to get in and get some time. Otherwise, what looked like the easiest of 3-0s for a team like Ultra, we might be going a little bit deeper in this series than we expected.
Yeah, you kind of saw there was like a series of tweets from Mark B. He's saying the boys are locked in. We've been putting in a lot of work in scrims. Results have been better. Just got to trust the process. And this is a great showing today.
It certainly is. It certainly is. Still racking up the time, nearing that 200 mark. Kiz continues to be terrific. Up to 23. Give him another one. Nice little jump shot there, and he's on 5 straight. 24. Teammate looking over him as well, and now, well, this will definitely be the backbreaker. If they get an early break into Rock. Ultra only 59 points.
This should be an ugly one.
Yeah, this might be one of the ugliest we've had on the year. And now for Ultra's like, can you at least make this respectable? Can you start to get something going, or maybe we're going to be discussing servers after this. I don't know.
And it's Johnny again. He finds the first 3 to lead to that break. Kiz is still on 6. He's got a Hellstorm now. So if this ends up getting, he's just going to use it now. Sure. He's going to use this now and try to just put this away, try to deal with this push.
What do you do if you're in the garage right now? Good luck. Like, you're not going to be able to apply pressure. Soars it in, hit Beans, no opening to get in. 15 seconds needed for the W for LAG.
Hello.
Gotta go. They're able to contest for now, but Johnny still battling in the point. They'll clear out the contest. And this is over. This is, wow, an ass spanking. Is LAG. Okay, I take it back. They deserve the purple. They deserve the purple arrows, Joe. They just lit them up in map 1. And that might be, I mean, that is, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. That is their best map win as an organization on the year.
Yeah, I'll take it.
It's got to be. It's got to be, right?
I mean, it's one of the best of the year period.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Of the year period.
It's got to be. I have no data to support this in front of me, but it's their best map win of the year.
The boys are smiling, and you love to see it.
You do. Finally, something to smile about as they just dismantle Ultra. And now more pressure Ultra because the search hasn't been as good as of late, at least within this stage. Yes, they can win it in any way against even the top teams, but you get put into a little bit of a hole here because you get smoked in what's been your best mode in Qualifier 3. And now you're going to have to bounce back in the search and destroy, but what a performance really from everybody on LAG. They came out guns hot. I mean, they held 3 players below, like basically held the whole team under 2K damage.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny right from the get gets them going, and to follow that up was Kiz, but they just played clean, fundamental COD to kick it off. I mean, you get the map flip, you lock down the P2. Everybody was going on sprees, and they just never allowed that chance. I mean, there was the one chance maybe at that second P2 for Ultra to get back into it, but you won it from the front.
No, you absolutely did. Yeah, I think that's when I was like, this is your chance. This is when, if they would have got that time, it would have been like, what, a 100 to 130 type game if they were able to hold, but they weren't. Actually, they've been turning into LAG, kind of extending the lead. Just dominance from LAG from start to finish. And yeah, where we thought for sure there was some moment Ultra were going to have a spark. Never happens. It's not that they were flatlined. They were a flatline.
They were just dead from the get-go.
Yes, they started dead. No pulse.
We need a server change now.
I would not be surprised. I already spoke that into existence in that one. I was like, why did I say that? Because we've casted 4 Ultra matches. You know, we've had a lot of fun with 2 of those as we were hopping all over the place. We'll see if that's the case here, but hopefully we're just going to continue on and keep on fighting. Rewind going to come up next. Yeah, definitely one with what we talked about with Ultra, trying to get that into the mix. I mean, they just have to expand the search map pool after losing 2 of ones they're undefeated in. So we'll see them get to Rewind, and this is one I got to think. Maybe a chance for LAG to catch him.
No, that's it. Yeah,
100%.
I mean, you win that map number 1, you win your map pick on Hacienda. Look, darn good doing it. And yeah, you want to work on your map pool? We get it. You're in a better position than us. Do whatever you want, but this allows you an opening.
Dude, Allie's in there vibing right now with the pick. I thought it was a horrible pick.
Well, she's trusting the process.
Trusting the process right now, and trusting Marky B and the boys to get it figured out. But can they do it in the search and destroy as well? And here's kind of the search and destroy struggles we're talking about. And 1 in 3. It's not like you've got to.
I'll be honest. You should change this from stage 3 to the year, and it'd probably be around the same thing.
What, search?
Yes, and woes. That would be a big part of it.
Yeah.
For their year. I mean, how many round 10 or round 11 losses do they have?
No, true. Honestly. I'm gonna be honest with you, Joe. Can I submit it?
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about Ultra. because we've been talking about Ultra's SD struggles this qualifier, and I saw purple. I saw purple and just thought it was Toronto. Then you started saying the whole year, and I was like, what are you talking about? And I looked back at the graphic and was like, oh.
No, we're talking about these 4.
Okay, yeah, that's my bad. Gosh, it's going to happen multiple times this series.
We got to get you 12 different colors for the teams, yeah?
Yes, please get me 12 different colors. That'd make things way easier on me.
Easier.
Holy hell. Well, looks like we're getting right into the map, too.
It's a good sign for us.
Yeah, it is a very good sign for us. But, yeah, you've had the S&D woes, like you saw there for Gorillas, but not been the best S&D stretch for Ultra either. So, not sure what to expect out of this one, but I think a good chance for LAG to take a 2-0 advantage, and heck, maybe they're going to find themselves winning a series.
Yeah, I mean, what, for Ultra, 2 and 4 throughout this stage, and you throw the loss into Boston, But
yeah,
it's just one of those things where, it has been their go-to game mode on the year, but with the map pool changes, and they're in a position to try some stuff out, they're going to work on some Rewind.
Into Rewind. We'll see what the first look looks like for Ultra. As they start to work up on A, and maybe working their way through. Number 1 and Johnny.
Yeah, it's like a 2-man game trying to work number 7 in Insight. He's hoping maybe Johnny just sneaks on through. You see Insight looking for it. The rest of Ultra just going to work towards the 8 bomb plant sooner or later, but everything should come down to this, and Insight's so weak. Now going to get hunted. Is someone going to help him? No. It feels like you have to be proactive elsewhere on the map then. And instead, they're stagnant, and they're just going to get picked apart.
Yeah, that looks like LAG prepped for that. I mean, great isolation work onto Inside. Joseph's going to plant this, have to pull off a wondrous 1 versus 3, but best of luck. He's got a sub, and he's got some tough gunfights. That was probably the most winnable one he was going to have, but Johnny will take him down. Retake easy for LAG, but yeah, not able to get to Insight and help him out. And I don't know how long he felt the pressure. Like when we hopped to him, might have been the first time he'd really taken shots. Like that might have been the first game.
I mean, it was right from the get-go. It was a 2-man game through Burger. I think he spots it. At least he spots one of them. So maybe.
Yeah, I guess I don't know how long he was like dead to rights. Like that he was like kind of getting pension. I don't know.
Yeah. Felt like it was a long time from my point of view.
It seemed like it, but I guess I feel like there would have been help at some point if that was the case. But there was nothing he could do. Nothing he could do. And Johnny ends up with 3 in this. Okay, so now LAG. Well, Johnny nearly picked instantly. But it's actually Kleenex that will get the first blood onto Lunar. So numbers now to Ultra. Johnny's streak comes to an end. Inside able to connect from the dumpsters. Kiz, maybe his chance to be the hero. Last up, not going to happen so far. Defense rolling.
And that was just pure aggression through the A bomb site from Ultra, right? The SMGs get going, insights watching outer towards Dumpster. He's locking that down, but it was really just Kleenex and Joe running through the A bomb, finding that first blood, and then they just use their numbers to collapse on the rest of them.
Beautifully done. Now we'll see if the offensive setup for them looks any different this time.
Yeah, we'll see if that's sort of the default for LAG, like if they want to continue to put pressure on the player on the flank, or if that was just sort of a first round.
Opening look, yeah.
Yeah, keep them on their toes for the rest of the map.
Insight going to be playing from the same position. Setup looks pretty similar for Ultra, at least on the offensive side. And yeah, change now for LAG. So not the deep pressure to the flank. More of a group up, trying to stop this plant from actually coming in. Johnny wants to go.
Good nade.
Nade hits him, and he's weak as he goes to Chow. Kismet ready, waiting though for the push through the door, and Kleenex out of this. So 3v3 as you swap over to Fellows POV. Take some shots, I think, from Diner, but able to back out. And Joe Deceive swings on 2. Fellow now, good luck. 1 versus 3. Not going to be able to wrap out of this Ultra hold.
Yeah, and Johnny gets a little bit unlucky because the first stun that was thrown in a misses from Joe, but the second one from Beans when we were in that free cam actually hits him. That's why Beans starts to load up that nade. Gets ready for the push, just bounces it right off that wall, and then, yeah, just sort of some openings for Insight. Then Joe was just ready for that next push from the outer side of the map.
Excited to see what Ultra is going to continue to show us just on this map. They need something like a rewind. We see a lot of dealership. They just love to have rewind. Maybe in their bag of tricks as well when you come to the major. Joe Deceives is on 5 straight, but Johnny will see his eyes for now over the A site. Kiz will have bomb and just tucked away for a moment here while his teammates get info.
Yeah, he's got to be careful because he does have the bomb, right? He's just all by his lonesome. Johnny now going to rotate over. It looks like they're just trying to find anything. Not to find anything mid-street or diner. But a much slower round here from LAG.
Joe Deceives just itching to go, itching to fight, but biding his time, at least for now. RC car called in late. That's going to get blown up, and now with 35 seconds left, you got to try and get out the bomb. Kiz, though, through fire and flame, just trying to stay alive as he's taking damage. Getting through on the cross. Now, with trophy coverage, working the plant.
That timing's so good for Toronto as well. They're just going to work through Gen's side. They're going to catch Kiz right on this bomb. So Inside gets the first one. They know Kiz is weak inside of Gen's. They fly on through. Timing on point from Ultra.
Perfect, yeah. Kiz no chance to get off of that. Second the play is done, or right as he's about to finish, he's already got bodies in his face. Can't get away. That's now 3 straight for Ultra.
Yeah, and outside of the first round, a very good look.
Oh,
so
no.
far.
Honestly, I think I said like LAG looked prepped for this after the first one because they played really well. And then, yeah, since then they've gotten smoked. Yeah. Well, it's just one of those. We haven't had a ton of looks at it. I mean, especially with these teams, and wasn't really sure what to expect. Look good for a second. Look good for a second. And then Joe Deceives just hasn't died since. Neither is Insight. Insight literally died in that first round, has not died since. You have 2 players haven't died in 3 rounds, so probably going to go pretty well. First blood, though, is going to be Johnny. I think his second one in this. And they could really use a round win, but still got Demon Joe up. And they want to start to work this outer towards B.
Johnny's by himself. It's really just, there's no one there to trade with him. So maybe a missed position there from Johnny. I mean, you earn the first blood, but then it doesn't turn into much. And now it may turn into a round loss. His fellow almost gets picked, but we still have a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, it's just tough. You love, get the first blood, get somewhere where you can at least trade and keep numbers, but just doesn't happen. To be fair, that's a great snap from Joe Deceives. That's an awesome gunfight win. And he keeps it going. He's up to 8 straight, by the way. Just take it over. His form recently has been so awesome to watch.
Yeah, him and Kleenex, I mean,
yeah.
Just kind of taking turns, depending on the series.
Yeah. Where's the punch coming from? The left or the right? I don't know. But they're both hitting you. Trying to bring it back to the 3 versus 4. And now they have numbers, and then they smoke them. Even 3 versus 4, it's clean after that. They don't lose a player after that. Perfect from Ultra. 4 straight rounds of dominance. What'd you like out of Ultra there?
I mean, it's tough because I think Johnny, when he's been active in sort of finding the openings, it's led to success. And I think when he's sort of nullified, you can see the team, they're not finding anything. So he finds the first blood, and I think he wants to continue to take more fights. I think that's just a situation there where if you're not going to have help on the slide through, I mean, yes, it's a good shot, but that's also a position they expect you to be in.
Almost like Kiz in the first iteration of the team where he felt like a lot of pressure to make plays in search and destroy.
Yeah, it seems that way for him.
Yeah.
Or someone's just got to help him out better from that spot.
Johnny maybe getting away. Yep, nice little kind of bait and switch there out of LAG. They'll get another first blood, and, well, you get Joe Deceives out of it, which is a big kill based on the map that he has had, but you still just lost when you had 4v3 advantage. This one you desperately need to close out as the wheels have come off of this in the map too.
Yeah, so we saw the same setup last time for LAG. The only problem was the thing that's open right now is Gens. Now, you don't have the timing going to be hit. You see Fellow starting to rotate on over. He's in a spot that, so Kids actually can't plant yet until Johnny gets in that spot, and there he goes. So nice little rotation there for LAG.
Now they got everything picked up, but working the map is Insight.
And this is what's so tough about it. Like, Kiz is honestly just worried to hop on this bomb, depending on the timing of it.
It's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. And, well, Insight gets his pick. Now, what's the timing going to be? Last time they caught him perfectly. He goes to plant. They decide to swarm. This time he'll get it, and he'll get out. Ultra trying to pull off the 3 versus 4 in back-to-back rounds. Now clearing and looking to come out swinging.
Insight's watching this. Yeah, Insight's watching this. Great little pickup there. He's able to find one. Doesn't expect a second, though. Johnny's there, but it may not matter. They find the rest of the pace elsewhere. So it's all down to Johnny 1 versus 3.
Down to 2 now. Under 20 to go. Bean shuts him down, and it doesn't matter if Ultra have numbers, don't have numbers. The fact is they're winning rounds. And they're doing it from both sides, too. They could be down a man on offense, down a man on defense. It doesn't seem to matter. They are working as a cohesive unit. And, I mean, maybe the search hasn't been as impressive this qualifier, but, like, the teamwork has clearly been – it's hit another level for this squad. And are showing it right now. I mean, it's just hard to say that after the map 1, but
they're doing a very good job of sort of, all right, when we sort of rotate or shift this way, what is going to be open, right? So we saw it from Beans' point of view. He hops the wall. That gives Insight sort of the, all right, this now they can hit from Gens. He was able to pick it up. It's just good comms, nice teamwork. They've been doing it on offense and defense.
Yeah, I don't know if you could have the first 2 maps be much more lopsided. 250 to 60 or whatever it was, and now maybe an answer back from Ultra in a matter of 5 minutes as they are about to close this out 6-1 potentially. Well, it was a 4v3 for a moment. This time at least you stay up 3v2 if you are LAG, so you retain advantage, but Joe Deceives Insight, don't count them out yet. They brought it back so many rounds before, looking to do it one more time. I think try to hit it on the left side, maybe swing out and grab bomb if it did or didn't connect, but eventually he's going to be able to get it now, trying to pull it off 1 versus 3. Well, takes a little shot, position given up, and yeah, now you're dead to rights. So 1 round done. Got to win 4 more straight if you're LAG.
Yeah, nice little read there from LAG. Nice little default setup. They're going to push out or maybe a quick RV hit. You had multiple members ready for the slide out. That time, yes, Johnny gets the first one, but we were there for the trade and the follow-up.
Yeah, finally. Able to get it down to a 3 versus 2. It seems to be so hard for them to just keep advantage to that point. Johnny, very vocal right now. Seems to be kind of the shot caller. Him and Kiz maybe going back and forth a little bit as they get ready for the next round. I thought that was really cool to hear from
Metals.
Metals, by the way. I was saying, like, Super is just coming into our shot caller. Like, that's, I mean, awesome. It's just insane to think that player just comes in, new guy.
Yeah, how different their search has been.
No, it is. It's just cool. I don't think that's always the case. We have 1 new player come in. That there's the shot caller and search. We'll have the RC in play. Out of it now, but Kiz may be in trouble.
Yeah, Joe's right there. It's not going to be Kiz that's in trouble.
Oh, hold that.
Well, it keeps him alive, and it turns into 2 versus 2.
Oh, an insane little sequence there. Yeah, now the 2v2 for the map. Lunars and Fellow trying to keep their map 2 dreams alive. So we'll slow down here for a second, but they'll get bomb back in hand. They got Beans holding close, just right at the dumpster.
Yeah, it's one of those plays. You are so split if you're Ultra. Now he's got to get out with his life. Well, he at least finds one. No. That is best case scenario.
Absolutely. Kleenex versus Fellow now. Under 30 to go. 1v1 for the map. You know, Fellow's got a great mind for search and destroy, and see if he plays and reads this right. He's doing the whole ring around the rosy. Wrapping the whole way outside A, back over to B, and I'll work to get the plant. Plant in, and now we extend this 1 versus 1 on Kleenex now. You saw Fellow has both weapons to work with. Nice snap. Oh, I thought it was a great snap from Kleenex.
Yeah.
He even goes, what? Like he thought he like snapped onto him and then kind of snapped off. It felt like.
Then it's sort of the jump.
Yeah.
So the jump up, you see the aim get a little wiggly on those pillars, and Fellow has this sub. That is going to be the advantage in that range.
No, he snaps so well, like center of body, and then, yeah, I think you're right. It's just that little bounce with the jump. Just a little more severe in this title versus others.
Oh, it is.
I've been fried many times as a result of it. I'm just so used to like being the bunny hop guy. Like it's in Warzone or something. Bunny hop. I'm like, okay, I just got destroyed because I can't hit my shots. My stuff's bouncing everywhere, Joe. I don't know what we're talking about at this point.
Happens at that age. It'll just get lower and lower.
Yeah. Joe seems on 10 though, and God, he was frying early. Trying to call game on this. I would say inside exchanging some shots, but
that is an angle.
Yeah, it's an angle to go to Stevenson. That's like his third first blood, I believe, in this.
You mean Johnny?
Or Johnny, yeah, so Johnny. That's like his third in this. He's going to get another one onto Insight. 4 versus 2.
I'll tell you, he's like the lifeblood of their search right now.
Feels that way, 100%. Beans. 1v3. Beans should be dead. Too many targets in front of him. Now, what? 3 in a row from LAG. Once down 5-1. Battling back. And how, you know, I said, map 1 and 2 weren't close at all. Now a little bit different conversation here. Is they're doing what I kind of expected Ultra to do in the hard point. At least make a run for it. LAG, though, on the brink of maybe just stealing this whole map.
Yeah, and you just think if one of those rounds is a little different where they have the first blood, those 4v3s, maybe this round's, or this map's done.
I'm pretty sure there were, it was at least 3, I think, rounds, so they had first blood and lost it. And obviously, first blood, not always everything, but
it's a lot of time, a lot of it.
Yeah, you know, it is. RC out, and who's going to be the first blood pick this time around? But they're playing pretty slow and passive because they're playing around info from the car from Fellow. Johnny locked in and dialed in, trying to tack on another first blood. Working up for an angle is number 6 and Joe Deceives.
Both teams are in a similar spot. They both had cars out, so like nobody really has a middle of the map presence. So that's why LG's taking their time, but Ultra's not there. But this has been the issue, is getting this darn bomb down. Fella's like, fine, I'll just do it.
Yeah. He's like, kids, if you're gonna question it, I'll put my body on the line.
Yeah, I will
use my body. Fellow gets the plant, gets out. Now,
flank is wide open.
Retake chance. First blood for Lunars. The Ultra have another 3v4 in them. Well, now things unraveling. It's Fellow able to get the bomb plant in, then get a kill. Insight, though, trying to be quick here. Not quick enough. Fellow's able to attack in a second. Beans left all by himself. We'll see you later, Beans.
No, right? I don't know if that's because I'm not sure who was in the car. Maybe it was Kiz, but Fellow literally takes the bomb and is like, I got this.
Yeah.
Then he wraps all the way back, kills the guy on the flank, wins another one to give them the 4 versus 2.
Because I don't think he started the round with it. He picked it up, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. 4 straight for LAG. And if we thought maybe like the 250 to 60 map maybe broke the back of Ultra, maybe a little 1-5 comeback's gonna hurt a little bit more.
It's got a wow expression on his face. Did not expect this. He was in here 5 rounds ago.
Yeah.
Ready for halftime.
Halftime's coming just a little later than we expected. Johnny, another chance for a first blood. This time, good shoulders and a good win. Joe Deceives able to take him down.
There's no trade again.
Kleenex is a second. Now this whole run from LAG maybe just imploded.
Didn't I just talk about their heart racing deep S&Ds?
Yeah, you go deep just to get your heart broken. Fellow Nate and Hand can't do anything, just gonna get fried. Kismet had an incredible map 1. Why not? 1v4 for the map. If he pulls that off, I'm going streaking.
Be ready. Be ready for this.
He's just got zapped. Oh my
We're gonna
God.
chase him. Joe's here now.
Go, go, go. Go, Kiss,
He's
go, Kiss.
elusive.
He's moving, grooving. Another one. Oh! Thought he had the kill. Under 30 to go.
Bro,
Clint's ready. He's ready to just
going
rip him
on
off. Start streaking.
There.
I can't get. I'll get fired.
Holy, bro.
Can't actually take my clothes off and run, Joe.
Should he hit the bomb down?
Oh my God.
This is winnable.
Kids.
Bro, Kismet is going around the
for the 1v4 and the map.
He's played this so well. He's played this so well.
Moving, bro.
Joe,
Kismet is moving and grooving. Holy, bro.
Somebody's on it. Kiz is trying to check it. Sees one, knows he gotta go.
It.
Trying to get the angle. Oh, Lord, he can't get back down. Inside trades it. Kiz nearly pulls off the unbelievable. That would have me sweating. My shirt was halfway off.
Woo.
Wow, what a match.
Thought he should stretch it. He's thinking he has an angle on the bomb defuse.
Yeah, you see him like kind of wide peek. And
Yeah, he saw the bomb drawn and in the back of his mind, he's just like, shit.
I gotta go. Yeah, I have to go. I have to go. Oh my God.
But I mean, I almost do it again. But just some of those early rounds where they had numbers advantage.
That would have been awesome. That would have been awesome.
And then in round 11, it's just sort of that's what Ultra did on their defaults, right? They just took A away. Like, they were so slow to take A. Dude. LAG.
Bro, what is
again?
Beans is one of the best shooters in our league. Dude, that gunfight win from Kiz was absurd.
Bro, I'm telling you, he has moments with an AR this year where I'm just like, bro, I literally think he might try to be
jumped out of that gunfight.
He might try to be an AR next year.
Bro, like fried him. Because that would we had like the simple one before, which was awesome, but that was like a 10-second play, right? Like that just stars collided.
Well,
it all hit.
Cars blew up.
Yeah, yes, that would have been a different beast entirely. That would have been awesome. Fact is, it didn't happen though. Almost a cool play. Does end up being one.
Still pretty cool.
Still pretty cool. Das, talk to us about still pretty cool stuff.
Your clothes are still on.
Clothes still on.
Yeah, that was
That's really cool, actually, for all of us. 4 match wins all season for LAG. They were looking on the verge of a number 5. Instead, we're looking split out. I thought you were crazy. They let me down so bad yesterday. I was holding a grudge coming into today's broadcast, but they showed up in the first hard point. But let's turn our focus to this game 2. How do you go up 5-1 and then allow LAG to take you to a round 11? Was this LAG stepping up or Toronto falling apart?
A little bit of both. I know you hit it on the fence, but I will explain. So from the side of Toronto Ultra, they were just used to like if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? So they just kept going with kind of the same game flow. The difference is LAG started playing more towards gas, and Toronto weren't really used to that. And for some reason, Fellow, I don't know what he did in that 30 seconds of time, but he went from having a really slow start to this game to not losing a single gunfight. So suddenly, you're getting this momentum shift in LAG, and if Fellow's winning gunfights, that's freeing up a lot of room for Johnny and Kismet to get more activated. And that's why we push all the way to this round 11. It's just unfortunate LAG kind of default again, where it's Johnny and Lunar is fighting these double doors towards A, force Kismet into this 1v4, and oh my God, he almost did it.
Yeah.
He almost did it.
I mean, yeah, I like what you said about Fellow in that. I think he had a couple of huge offensive rounds.
Yeah.
You have the huge 1v1 against Kleenex where he like re-wraps, gets
back
down,
around
and
8.
looks for the fight. And then the very next offensive round that they got to where he ends up just getting the bomb down, finding another huge kill on the pinch. Just some nice adjustments. And we've seen this twice now out of LAG where they just kind of adjust to what the team's giving them. Think about the Boston Hacienda map, right? So they're making some good calls, just not able to close it out here in this game too.
Toronto has taken down the best teams in the league. The one loss so far in this major qualifier, it was to Boston. It was 3-0. They fell apart after falling back-to-back. Now, though, you got some life going into the second half, and you can ignore what happened in this game 1. But show some love to the Gorilla mates. This was the best performances from the franchise this season.
I mean, they were on an 11 hardpoint losing streak. Like, they legitimately could not win that game mode. Didn't matter the roster that they had. And, you know, right here, this was just them destroying the most. Every rotation, you seen fellow rip people off of headies. The P2 was absolutely disgusting. I mean, everybody played so well, and then Johnny, just felt like early on, like Johnny and Lunars just started off so well, just set the tone for the team.
They have more kills now than they did all of yesterday's match.
It actually looked like the sub duo of Johnny and Kismet were on the same page throughout the entirety of that hacienda.
It's wild stuff. We're having fun here on the desk.
Kataga's got to be feeling kind of good, right?
Right?
Like,
Vibes are getting higher. I asked, like, could this team somehow make it to champs? No. If they go on a magical land run.
Nope.
There was many
the
notes
math is there, says Easy Mac. The math is there. It's really hard, though. Protocol Control Game 3 is coming up right now. Allie, do you want to switch your vote?
No.
Good, because you're not allowed to.
I never do that.
Maven's ready.
10 toes down.
I am. Oh, ow. Okay, my headset wasn't on correct. Now I'm ready. Hi, guys.
Yeah, we're having a good time.
No, we are. Listen, I've been casting now like 12 years or something.
Forever.
Yeah, and there's not. It takes a lot in like an online qualifier match to me be like twisted.
Yeah.
That had me locked.
You were locked in.
That was awesome.
Ready to
It was
run.
almost so awesome.
Almost.
It takes unbelievable plays. That was, whew, I think I saw like the Ultra tweet out. They tweeted like, phew. It was like, dude, they feel like they got away with one there because 99 Kids nearly just did it.
Well,
but,
it's also they blew a 5-1 lead.
Yes, for multiple reasons.
Also with that viewing.
No, but imagine, dude, if it was a 5-1 lead you threw and that play, that would have been wild. I got to stop talking about that play because it makes me sad it didn't happen. All right, but we're going to talk a little bit about Kiz and talk about this matchup as we get deeper into it. Get ready now for the control. Kiz, Joe Deceives, control over the last 60 days. Stats looking a whole lot.
Pretty similar. Yeah, and honestly, that's impressive for Kiz because one of the modes that, I mean, they've looked decent in, but you've just been such a struggling team. But the fact is, this guy's ranked 6th in kills per 10 minutes. Props to him.
Yeah, no, that's what we like. I know we both like Kiz a lot as a player. I think it's been tough for us to watch this year because, yeah, as much as I made the joke about how, you know, they were all Hydra's assistants and stuff in the New York team yesterday, like, listen, Hydra's incredible, and that team was awesome. But, like, Kiz does do a lot of the dirty work. I mean, he could be a valuable asset to a lot of, like, good teams.
There's a reason we call him 99 Kiz. He has these moments, dude.
Yes, when he is just the best. But this has been a year of struggles. I'm curious to see. I think when you have a year like this and you're a player like Kiz at this stage of your career, it's like, will he bounce back and be on top ever again? Is this the beginning of the decline and just the teams are going to be worse? I don't know. I hope there's more to his story. I do, because he is one of the best we've watched and had some of the amazing moments. Almost another amazing moment. But control in stage 3, sitting at 1-3. And for Ultra, I mean, the control hasn't been great. The search has been not the best they've had, but okay. It's just their hard point has been.
Yeah, it's tough because you've had 2 matches versus Thieves and FaZe where you've lost control, so that's probably your top 2 control teams, but you've won both of those matches. And you see they have 2 round 5 losses, then you just throw in the boss match. So it's one of those things that looks uglier than I think what it is.
No, that's true. That's true. That's good to break down. Again, especially with the difficulty. We talk about your qualifiers, and some are going to be a little easier than others. They've had some tough matchups in this one. Inside ready, though, for the Johnny route. That was Kleenex trying to do some damage on the other side of it. Number 2 and Kiz looking to get active on the spawn for Ultra. I haven't dealt with him yet. Windmills out of Joe Deceives is a no aim assist to that close, and a little drop shot in from Kiz. And due to Kiz finding multiple kills, they've got them pinned in for now. Kiz is still there. Finally, they'll deal with him, but there's 45 seconds remaining.
And that's a big kill for Lunars, just to slow this down. We know what Ultra want to set up, try to get one player on that A point, another player pass in the house. So they do get top mid control, taking down Lunars. LAG to try to work the routes all the way through the attacking spawn and all the way through theirs, and they're able to find both those kills. Now just pinch towards the point.
I think they had to, kind of. They all spawned out. Like, they didn't spawn out A side. They were like, let's just push through and try to make the play. You know, a lot of times your offensive team trying to set that up, kind of with that A side street pressure, but it wasn't really that. They just spawned out that side and like, okay, let's hit it and push on through. But man, now with how that surge played out, start of this control, this LAG team is playing Ultra very, very tough.
You had one player on it there for a moment, immediately taken off. So this is kind of your last go at it. both teams are controlling their side of the map. Joe Deceiv's trying to get active, trying to find anything, and while he's able to find the 2. What does this turn into? It's going to be a 3 dead.
Get down.
And now you're going to have to play the objective if you are Toronto, plus Kleenex finds the 4th, so it came down to that 4v4. They're able to take it, and now you should have that extension, but a team nade, another nade lands, there's no trophy. They're going to go.
They're going to go, and maybe they're going to find an opening. Oh, no. Oh, no. On it for a second, but it's done. I was just about to say what a great job from Ultra. You were down like 5 lives, seemed like you were out of it, nearly brought it back, almost even the lives, and made the play in the objective. But then, yeah, I'm guessing Joe Deceivs has a nade in hand, gets hit.
No trophies.
Ends up killing a teammate. No trophy there. Yeah, exactly. And things fall apart. Because this play right here is what gave them a chance. I thought, if anything, you were getting... all right, so let's see here. Yep. Okay, nade in hand. Oh, no, was it? He didn't get hit. That actually was a stick to the back of the head. Oh, that's, I mean, oftentimes we just assume it's a, enemy nade kind of hits while they're cooking one, but that was just a...
That's a tough one.
Benjamin Bean's noggin a little bit too big.
It's a backwards hat down the way.
Yeah, just caught that, and, well, that's what was the beginning of things unraveling. Kiz is right back to it, by the way. 11-4. He's had a great game 1, great game 2 despite the loss, and right into it game 3. Kiz feeling good.
Yeah, he's playing well.
Yeah, he's playing real well. Can it turn into a series win, though? Trying now to lurk up this A-side street, and lurk he does. Gonna switch that right into a capture. He's probably he doesn't worry about both sides of this because he's got Joe Deceivs behind him.
He's doing everything.
Oh, I saw if he got both of those, that would have been brilliant. Just kind of set up how much he has to deal with, and nearly deals with both. But so far, so good for LAG. I mean, you're at least not battling out of your spawn like Toronto was having to do early in it.
Yeah, I mean, for Kiz, the problem is all 3 of your teammates go down at that point, so he's just all alone in that moment. But still, yeah, you don't have any progress on any of the points. Just Fellow is out. Kleenex, he's got a sub, so he's not going to win that one. Beans is pushed up. About to have a 3 dead scenario. Can you do anything with this?
Yeah, you'd like to get something from a tick standpoint. Just something. Otherwise, like, you're almost guaranteed around 5 defense if it goes to that. Okay, there's some progress at least. Kiz, maybe making the play again. Positive 10, second bit of progress in. And where you're worried maybe you get nothing, now you've got the extension. A little bit of a life advantage to work with as well. Kiz has been opening things up, and what do you know? Open him up again, right onto the B point, but he's weak and has no help from top middle, so he's gonna get dropped near on instantly.
Yeah, it's tough too, because if he's able to find that kill, the other 2 players from Ultra across the map working their side, so they would be forced to leave that. Now they can try control LAG's part of the map, and you kind of put them in this trap. Nice shots from Looters onto 1. Just playing slow though, knows there could be another one. Stun not gonna hit Joe as he continues. Just play that corner down low.
Yeah, the timing of this is going to be tough. Yeah, he knows he might get pushed from his left as well.
Hello.
This is not the ideal scenario when you've got 40 seconds on the clock, and these are the type of fights you're having, and they continue to go the way of Ultra.
There's one man that can do it.
It is Kismet, the Bulldog. Ruff, ruff. Okay, I thought he was going to get across that gap, at least pause it for a second, but Kleenex's multi maybe nullifies the setup that they were about to get. And if they're able to trade out Kleenex, probably have numbers to at least push forward and make a fight of this, but still maybe a chance. This will be your last chance, though. Got to get a body on this for the pause. Can Kiz be the hero? Well, he's going to slide out right onto a Simtex, unfortunately. Beautiful nade there. Last guy up is going to be Fellow, and he's not going to be able to do it. So can't bring it down to lives. Could get bodies on to make it a little more interesting down the stretch. Ultra able to hold on. But where are we at in ticks? Because is it 3-3?
3-3.
Okay. I blacked out. I couldn't remember how many Ultra got.
Wait, no, because he blew up on the. It was 2-3.
Oh, 2-3. You're right. I did black out. Yeah. 3-2. I was trying to remember how it ended. I'm like, why can't I remember? That was 2 minutes ago. I couldn't remember.
I'm the same way. It's okay.
Dude, sometimes I swear, like, we'll be casting, and I try to remember the previous round, and I start remembering, like, a round from another game of casting. It's happened before. I'm like, why?
But honestly, the story there is just Kleenex. I mean, there were multiple times when you had Kiz pushed up. He's just trying to make plays, but, like, Kleenex
gets a multi.
Yeah, just did not let them out of the spawn.
Just running over top mid. Let's see if you can get a little better of an offense here from Toronto Ultra. Nice nade to at least maybe keep himself up. Nice shots. Now maybe some pressure applied here. You want to start to work them out, maybe start spawning them over at B and just get a body on A. Then we'll do exactly that. The opening now for Kleenex, and you pick apart this defensive setup and slowly as progresses with one body on it.
Yeah, it's a much better start though for Ultra than what we saw in the previous round. It wasn't until like the 30-second mark. I mean, so honestly less than that when they had to get going. But already 2 takes, you have 2 players on it. You're controlling top middle with the ARs. Joe's right back to the point.
Beautiful.
They have a 4 life advantage and now 2 minutes to work with.
Yeah, way, way, way better than that first round. Okay. Oh, and Joe Deceives still loose as a goose. Oh, now a dead goose. Beans trying to provide. He's just thinking, yeah, thinking he got that kill, thinking about the next one. He's having a rough one. 8-14 out of Beans in this. He's just still, dude, he's still traumatized from Kiz zapped him in the map too, I think.
Is that what happened? Nightmare fuel.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest definition.
I mean, he's doing it again.
That's the definition of someone getting nuked that I've ever seen. I swear. I gotta watch it back, but I don't think he got the first like 2 or 3 bullets. I swear he just exploded him.
Pop.
Nice stretch there from LAG. Maybe their chance to pen people in because the only person out is going to be Beans. Well, Beans provides though. From the staircase here, minute left to go. You can't really play just the lives game right now because, well, you're pretty much square, but the fact is you only have under a minute to go.
Yeah, and LAG, for the most part, they're pretty much just saying, go for the point. We're just going to continue to control top middle and then get the angles onto that point if you put a player on it. So they're just winning all of the gunfights. Now maybe an opening. 2 going to go down, the other 2 across the map. So you see all 3 Ultra players flying up.
Flying up and trying to get to good positions here. And while the timing from Kleenex is brilliant, I think right as Johnny looks towards the staircase, Beans picks up the other one. Kiz tries to be the big-time player, able to get 1, but that'll be the last player now dropped in progress for Ultra. They've got, what, 3 bodies on it? Starting to move. First tick done. Second tick looming. Kleenex tucked away. Second tick is there as well. Inside just trying to hold the edge with the pistol. At least get some damage in. They trade out the kill, and that will be the round. No success in the opening offense of the second one. Fantastic from Ultra.
And you're right. It's all that timing with Kleenex, right? Because you have a 2-2 split. 2 players from LAG are off spawn. They're going to play the point. The other 2 are top middle. Just sort of waiting for those guys to get to the objective, get angles on it. But you're hoping for some trades, but that just doesn't happen. So then what happens, once you get 2 dead on the point, you're forced to move from your power spots. And you saw Kleenex just ready for Fellow on that flank. Then they have 3 players on it, round done.
Kleenex, you were highlighting the plays he was going to make on the defensive side, doing it here. I mean, I don't know. He's just, since the beginning, I feel like he's been just making plays in control. I was still all the way back to Cold War, just some of the insane things he'd do on raid. He's got a brain for the mode and doing it here so far. Kiz trying to keep up the heater and maybe get his team to around 5, give him a chance to do it. And the difference if we go to round 5 would be that 1 tick advantage, that 3-2 we talked about earlier. If LAG can do this, they will get defense for that final round.
A better start for them too. Off their break, but Joe's going to start to work the pinch. That was the issue last time on offense, was the SMGs just in their base. He's going to back up. 2 ticks is in. Now you have the ARs looking over you. And Lunars. Well, it looks like that's going to be done. So,
yeah,
pretty much same exact round, same exact start. But they're going to try to transition this a little bit quicker.
Oh, my God. If Kiz stays alive there and also gets onto the point.
And guess who? Kleenex again.
Yeah, I mean, he's weak and stuff, but, like, he gets there. That's it. Johnny's hip fire.
I don't really know what just that was.
That looks so weird. I didn't even think he was shooting at first. I saw the markers pop up.
I know.
Yeah. That looked insane, right?
He's still alive, by the way.
Yeah, okay. Continue to move. Continue to groove. Now going to drop. But you still have bodies here. Kismet, inside. Fellow, holding top middle. Trying to stay alive and help. Not going to put his body on the point. Just going to be content with Lunars just frying them as they try to get to it. One more tick to go, and they've got the defense for the round 5. This has been
no way he's going to do it again, right?
a battle. Kleenex to be the hero. No, he's not going to do it, because of course it's Kismet with the not a triple. I thought it was a triple.
Fellows there.
Oh,
Fellow gets the last one, but he doesn't. He knows they're going to spawn close.
A lot of lives, though, Joe. There's 2 minutes left.
Hey, you never know.
I know. It's like I was getting all hyped over that sequence because it was insane. I looked at the clock. I'm like, oh, they got 10 lives. There's 2 minutes to go. Okay, well, hold up.
So you put a spawn trap. Dude,
hold up.
Toby is just.
Who is Kismet think he is? Okay, he's been insane, but he has dove in and fried a chair.
I mean, Kleenex is up to 32.
Four life advantage. 90 seconds to go. Oh. Not going to find the opening there.
I just run the other way from number 8. There we go. Yeah, ARs deal with it.
Yeah, just get away from Kleenex. Still up 3 lives. Pressure really on Ultra here to close out the map.
This is a tough spot if you're Johnny Kiss. Pretty much, you're just getting ignored. So now, do I back up? Do I get on the objective? Do I help my teammates? Always a tough spot. The good thing is his teammates are finding kills. If they don't find kills there, I mean, he just is in no man's land.
Well, I think, yeah, they get some kills. Also, when he gets on the objective, kind of leaves his teammates getting some kills. A couple players turn to maybe deal with him. And we're going round 5. All right. Defensive advantage for LAG, or is it an advantage? I don't know, because they both just won an offense. But map certainly has played a little more 50-50 since the change. We'll see. Will it be Kids on one side? Will it be Kleenex on the other? This was the double that nearly saved the round. But what? It was Fellow got 2 right after that, right? It was like 4 straight players got like doubles.
Doubles? Yeah.
That was so funny because we were losing our minds. I literally looked at it, I'm like, oh God, there's still 2 minutes to play.
I think the difference here, like, can LAG just have a better break on defense? As you look at the last 2 rounds compared to the first 2, and it's just been, you know, the offenses were able to get some mid-map control, work A quickly, have 2 minutes to work with. Can they stop that from happening if you're LAG?
And just some subs. Popping off at Brian. I mean, Kiz's numbers and like Joe and Kleenex both 30+. Taking routes, closing gaps, frustrating the ARs, I'm sure. Here's an example of it. You got Kismet in your face as you're trying to hold multiple angles.
It's a big one by Joe. He's just pausing the clock.
Where do beans go?
He made some mistakes. But it may not matter if you're down 10 lives in the blink of an eye.
Well, he's one of those. He's one of them. Johnny is on 6 straight now. Nice little finesse. Great movement there. Can't quite get away with his life, but still.
This is exactly what you want if you're LAG.
So good. I mean, you've only lost 3 lives in this stretch. You scared Beans so much he fell off the map.
The only good news is that Joe was on B for so long that there was 45 seconds remaining. Right? If not, you're looking at like 20 seconds or so. And maybe you get caught in desperation, but they're able to take their time, work up the map, now get into their setup. They have 2 players on A.
Well, 1 now. It's Kleenex, of course, just trying to stay alive. Some help comes in from stairs. Kleenex is finally going to drop, though. They're going to clear this. That second tick was so close to being done. Not going to be able to finish it now. And it's a big gunfight because there's not many people up top middle. Fact is, Lunars does a good job staying alive until the help is going to come in. It's from Johnny.
Inside flanks, though. Inside goes underground, pulls out a sub.
Uh-oh. Inside the super sub. 20.8 now. 4 lives up is LAG. Now some time, though, to make this happen. Extra minute is in. Kids maybe just going to think about the spawners. Just wonder where they went. Gets damage into a couple, but not able to finish anything yet. All right, you've already got that tick on B. You've got bodies there. Well, you had a body there. I think it was inside this. Went ahead and pushed up, but he is able to get a kill. Beans gets one with a stun, for God's sake, because Kiz is so weak.
At least have him in map control. Like, they're trying to go. Ultra's trying to go. Like, they've had enough pressure. They're finding enough kills to get them out of their base, so they should have a chance at this. That's going to be 3 dead.
Gotta go. This is it. You just don't have a lot of lives, so you got to take advantage of this situation.
They're finding kills.
Inside gets another one. Live differential to 3. Only one body on it, make it 2 bodies on it, and you've got a trophy there for coverage. Make it 3 on it, make it another trophy for coverage. Here we go, contest is in, massive gunfights on the point. Ultra, despite being down in lives, are bringing it back, and this one's done unless Kids can kill everybody, and he cannot. Ultra, get it done by taking back-to-back offenses. And this is, for LAG, it's a frustrating couple of maps. Holy hell. I mean, yeah, you were down. Listen, you were down 5-1 in the surge. Like, you probably shouldn't have brought that back the way you did. But it's just the fact it's so close and it come up short. Then this one just so close, but come up short. It's been the story of the year. It has. But still, just because that map 1 was so impressive, and the fight here, like, I don't. Just this series alone right now is giving me a little more faith in them to maybe win a match at the major. Maybe not, but like I believe more than I did yesterday.
No, you're not wrong. As well, I mean, Kleenex slows down and Joe just goes nuclear right there. He goes 39. I don't even know where that came from. He starts to match Kiz, but I just don't really know.
I think Kleenex were kind of toe-to-toe for most of it, honestly.
Yeah, but I just don't know what that last round. It was like 15-9, and I think Toronto just dealt with the players in their base well. They kept one up over towards B, and then it was just like 3 dead. They found 3 kills simultaneously, found the last one off spawn, and it's just a retake over towards B, which is not easy to do.
Well, I think they had a 3 dead that kind of got them, out of spawn, honestly. And then another one to follow it up. Suddenly the live differential was gone. You got bodies onto it. This is where Kleenex had a great little timing and set them up for success in their first offensive victory. But Kleenex and Joe Deceives, we were talking about the 1-2 punch ability of them. We're so good here. This sequence was insane.
Yeah, it was.
This sequence was insane. People are just flying out like bats. Doubles all over the place. You believed in LAG for a moment, but now belief may be dwindling.
Yeah, it was right around here. So you had one player pushed up. When Johnny was in their spawn, they must have just dealt with him quickly. And yeah, just this fight over. And then you kind of had a 2-2 split. 2 players went up top, 2 players went through middle, but Ultra, they were just covering all their bases.
Yeah, and if you didn't have a player in like their house window, like Kiz, maybe he pulls off something insane and kills like 2 or 3 there, because he might have found it, but he just got shot in the back. So there was no real chance for the hero play. Just gets one and then gets dropped. But it's been a weird one. And it's a weird one in the sense we didn't expect it to be like this, in the sense the map 1 made not a whole lot of sense based on how good Ultra has been in the hard point.
Not photoshopped.
No, it's not photoshopped. And then the map 2 was, we thought a blowout for Ultra, up 5-1, but they can't close it out. Or they do close it out, but it ended up being really, really close. And then this one was amazing. So I don't know what this is going to be on the map 4.
This is entertaining.
Is it going to be, it's, okay, this is, Joe and I came into this like
3-0.
Expecting just this is like an Ultra 3-0 and I'm going to like fall asleep, but not actually. You know what I mean? Like, this is going to be a 3-0 of all 3-0s. It has been, it's been fun. It honestly has been fun. Kiz and Johnny, what they were able to do in the map 1, we've been talking about Kiz's series because he has been terrific really across all game modes, but Johnny right there up the bat with him. I mean, they just, all of them honestly had solid numbers after the map 1. You usually do when you win by 200 points.
Yeah, right from the get-go. Yeah, Johnny sort of set the pace, then at the P1, then it was Kiz's turn at P2, using the AR, using the sub. But this should be a terrifying duo.
Well, I mean, that's what we hope. Yeah, had maybe the potential to be it. You know, the top of the show kind of talked about like SMG duos and where you're going to rank stuff, and I'm sure that fluctuates every week at times, but it's hard to put them up anywhere because they haven't found any success as a team. But it feels like when you see like 99 Kids and Johnny's potential, yeah, maybe some chances there. Kind of hope this team turns into something, or maybe you get the building blocks for the future. Ultra, though, they're going to be the ones now in the driver's seat looking to take the hard point here. They've been terrific at hard point outside of this series, really. Looking to close it out on Vault.
And they've had some strong Vault hard points recently.
They have. No, I mean, they can be. Listen, usually when we cast them, I swear, you say this every time we cast them on this, it's like, dude, if Ultra like did this one thing differently, they'd be up 200. Like, yeah. You've said that like, every time we cast them on Vault, because it's like, I know one little hold they mess up, or one little thing falls short. It just feels like that was like the blowout moment.
I feel like I say that a lot of Vaults though too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I swear for Ultra, you say it quite a bit more, because they're just like a sliver away from being lights out. Kind of like we saw in the map 1 from LAG. Just put them away early, never give them a chance to breathe.
Yeah, a lot of the times that's just that P2.
Yeah. P2, I mean, it can be, God, it can be tough. It can. Even with the ideal setup, it can fall apart. Kleenex losing a couple teammates early, but popping, and I thought almost frying, but it takes too long to mantle. That doesn't quite win. Nice shots from Insight, though, with the pistol. Just clipping his wig as he tries to get safe.
Well, it just allows their teammates to get back. So it was looking like early time. Fellow Joe's maybe overchalls a bit. Goes for the pre-fire. Insight able to take him down. Then they can reinforce. They have P2 spawns now up to 10 seconds. See how LAG start to move up the map.
Trying to move, look for an opening. It looks like they're finding them. All Kids getting 2 will certainly help. Now, can they flip the map with about 10 seconds remaining? Now, it looks like all the spawns are going to come in safe towards the upcoming P2.
Kids is fast on this. Yeah, Kleenex doesn't even expect the first one.
Where do the spawns come in now? That's me the question. Okay, one's going to be all the way deep out towards Art for Ultra.
Splits.
And it is a split. One's a little closer to mid. They're going to reinforce this pretty quickly. But, I mean, if you're to be winning the fights with the 2 remaining players here, you might still have a chance to keep this a bit slippery. Just a one-on-one now. Still back spawns, though. Going to be here for Ultra.
I mean, honestly, props to Ultra for kind of containing that. The one player who spawns up close hits the back door, but he gets gunned right away. So then what ends up happening is the player that spawns out reinforces through the back. They get the close spawns. They have one player out towards the front, so great job by Toronto, just a way they were kind of handling that situation.
Yeah, I mean, they had 2 spawning out. The 2 players had to hold for a while. Able to do it, now building this lead. I mean, you already have almost as many points as you did in the map 1. Nice. Joe Deceives is...
That's a good point.
He's feeling it right now. He's only 6-4, but I swear, just watch his movement and centering. Like, guy's twisted right now. Twisted. Twisted Johnny's face straight off his head.
That would hurt.
That sure would.
You have to be very strong for that.
I was picturing, like, Hannibal Lecter.
Okay.
Just cutting it off, wearing it as your own.
My gosh.
All right. Why did they give me a mic? Well, Joe Deceives, though. Told you he was turned. I think he had 1 kill in a row when I said it. Now he's on 6. Absolute demon. As they continue to hold the P3. And one does slip through the cracks against Lunars. That's going to get through, though, towards Art. And the streak for Joe comes to an end.
Yeah, I think if there's not like 1 bullet through the wall there, that's probably another kill. That Spree's alive. You are starting to get some time if you're LAG. Fundamentally, though, Ultra in the spots they want to be in for this P4. Kleenex just going to play it safe back all the way up.
Kiz still leading the way for his squad. He's done it throughout most of it. All right, opening now. This is your chance to do it, or is it? Because Joe Deceives, I told you, the guy is twisted. He gets 2. Silences maybe the moment you would have broken through. LAG not able to do it. Now it's going to be another rotation. Ultra are ahead on, and yeah, you get a solid hold here. What, up 100?
Are we gonna have a repeat of map 1?
We might, Joe.
Just flipped?
A little flip revenge game. Nice shots there by Kleenex, but the other side's gonna be the fight. Kleenex is gonna try and get involved. It's Kiz. Of course, it's Kiz. It's maybe finding the opening. Dude, Kiz has been so good in this series. Now up to 12-9.
Yeah, he just plays his timing well, finds the first 2, waits for his teammate's side door, then knows the last player's going to challenge the back. At least we'll split the time, so very much keeps them in this game.
Yeah, instead of being down 100, you're being down like 20. That's a massive swing.
We're going to lose the final 10 or so. But you see what this does? So Ultra push up, look at number 2. Kiz actually spawns out, so he's just going to wait. He's going to wait and just kind of take his time. It looks like Kleenex has an idea that this is a possibility, and that is just great map awareness, but you still get a kill if you're Kiz.
Yeah, I didn't think there was any chance he got a kill based on looking at the minimap and what Kleenex was trying to do, but okay, Insight then follows it up with 3. Okay.
Dude, how Kiz is like always on a spree when he has an AR out. Insight is like always on a spree when he has a sub out.
No, honestly, it feels that way. I swear. You're like, all right, I get to play the different role for a second.
Yeah, both players are probably just like, yeah, this gun's a joke.
No, I'm sure.
The AR's a joke. The SMG's a joke.
Yes, yeah, that's the conversation all year round, 100%. Insight, though, he is having one. 18 and 10 out of him. Yeah, sub in hand. You know, we've kind of, yeah, it's kind of been a running joke throughout the years. He's been like a statue, right? He hasn't really moved much. But he gets this up in his hand on this title, and he'll get moving. It was Joe, though, back to it, that got 3 late in this hard point, and he's going to help set up the rotation for Ultra. But this does sort of feel similar to that conversation. It is Vault, but like it is just a couple of moments from Ultra being up like 100 plus, right?
Yeah, no, it is. There's another chance. Maybe they extend that lead, but you're gonna have pressure right away. Inside gets cut down with the ARs trying to find anything that they can, but LAG just right through the front due to the help of Fellow and Lunars.
Stunned, but somehow still alive. Slide forward, slide backwards, get back to full. Joe Deceive still here and trying to battle. Puts it, I think, some shots from Johnny. And it needed through, they're able to take him out. So LAG, who are trying to make the run and rally. 20 seconds remaining on the hard point. Need this map win to get to a map 5. Communication needs to be pristine. Listening with LAG.
Lobby close. 2 lobby. One lobby again. Left side.
They're lobby again. Look for 1.
He already went bald, I think. I spawned house. He's gone green. I don't know where they're spawning.
Look for Johnny, okay?
Yeah, one spawned old.
That's Johnny.
He's top goal, bro.
Don't catch Joe.
He's good, says.
Take your time, Jamie. We're spawning out.
There's 2 in gold, 2 in gold. One's dirt, 1 front gold.
I'm ready to kill
One close.
I'm gonna take a right.
Very close.
He's front, basically.
He's open on me.
Don't see it, bro.
Wait, open, now we kiss. And then one that close down.
We
Two
can go
goals, boys. He's gonna
close, Jimmy.
I'm through left, right?
You're good.
Gonna
go con to time, by the way, okay?
Open Johnny. I killed 2. Listen, 1 mid. Johnny.
I'm blocking.
I'm running.
We come.
3 front gold.
There's still dubs, guys.
One's plants. Go and credit me.
Okay, I heard you. Is that
What's
Johnny?
right dead?
Nice, good shot.
Fellow and Kiz. Can anyone get right cross?
Yeah.
I get the right.
They're gonna play for right.
Either right.
I'm not saying
Need to get new
Vault.
No, man, don't worry about it. I have dubs on now.
One's on me.
Put pressure on if you need to.
One out of home and you, bro.
Yo, one plant. One shot.
That's plant. The plants. We're looking
Nice,
for one.
let's go. Look for... Back up to goal, get my right cross.
Doing all good.
I'm in the cross.
There's 2 there. We're good. He's one shot.
No worries.
Hey, so we can front goal now. I might just one out.
That's
Look my scat.
I'm looking back up.
Scat door.
Gold
What's your really weak, Johnny?
Good.
Scat door as well, bro.
Hey, Scuff.
He's on the deep. 2.
One right dead. One on the right.
We have your front door.
Scuff on you now. Let's go back door.
Back door. That's 2 out, Scat. One more. I don't see the other guy.
Look for Kiz.
Don't see him.
I told you it was LAG listening, and I absolutely lied. So since I'm a liar, we're going to give you a little double dip. Here's now the comps from LAG.
Nothing trying out old. 1 second. He's actually done. White break, Phoenix.
Phoenix is going to hit left. I'm trying to wrap. I will get left. Okay, I'm going to hold your catch. No. I'm inside. Okay, I'll get this.
No one has P3 though. I know. We're on here. No, I have a deep left pool. I have 2 on time. Soldier cat. I hear you. I can knock cat. Stop single, Joe. Okay?
To you. One more you.
Nice. Joe is here as well.
You one shot.
Joe single.
Ran away line.
Alright, he shot at Joe. He's still top single. Okay.
I spawned P2, one's gonna be gunned.
Top cat, absolute Joe.
2 of them. 2 of them top cat.
Money dead. Nice. 2 cat. I
got barrel. He's cat still not telling.
2 top cat, 1's money.
Catch him up. You. No, he's one shot open. Nice. Get out.
Con. One shot. I don't see money. One shot. Con. One money. Dead. Kleenex. Con.
I hear you.
2 next to me.
I'm dead.
I send the left.
Nice. We can bang here.
Nanny, you're open. Okay, should be close left. Nice. Get up.
Count one. Joe weak, top cat.
Okay.
Now jump off. I can't shot. When you get time, bro. I'm one shot, bro.
Could be close. I'm con.
Time.
Okay,
One's cat. Money, bro.
Cat.
It's okay.
One ball. Money just holding. I'm trying to get time.
I'm about to hit the left.
Outer mini.
Yeah, I'll play for the guy.
Yeah, I'm hitting left.
Top cat.
Money still one shot. Let's go. I'm one shot. I'm making a way, bro. He's close on me. He's front.
In the pool and top single.
Pull the time, one shot. And they're hitting cat on me. Close cat. Peek your truck.
What's truck cut, okay?
I agree. Yeah, it could hit our back.
Nah, nothing.
No, okay. I've reeled on. I've routed.
I'm about to shot.
I got needed.
You're good.
Help me out of phone. I'm one shot. One's
deep elbow.
Deep elbow.
I got one. Point dead. One shot.
Nice. I got good shit. Yo, good fucking thing.
They're calming and they're making plays to get in. Unfortunately, still down 80. They're going to need a lot more moments like that.
Honestly, though, like Tom's-wise, from one of the first times we've heard them, just very...
It was solid.
Very, very solid. And that's a big part due to this man, Fellow. what he brings to the team, what he brings to the table. But they're staying in it. The problem is, yeah, they just lost, what, 2 P4s throughout this map. That's where Ultra has been controlling the map. They're right back in this sort of position. Jodeci is going to spawn behind them. He's going to have a free pinch on both.
Yeah, I was looking at the map. I'm like, he just popped right behind them, got a freebie, and now we'll see how things play out. Fellows trying to cut the gap, get across towards a P4, maybe get better luck, but they gotta get to the P4.
There's only a minute as well
on the play clock. Yeah, true. I even noticed that. So good call. Fellow gets in prime position and now disrupting the back line of Toronto Ultra. And he spawns him out. So that's an incredible play from Fellow. There's just still one player here to deal with, but he's flipped the map basically by himself. Well, now the inside's right next to you. His inside make the play to counter this. He's making it for right now. And, oh, God, everything Fellow did just got evaporated.
Well,
Did it. Yes,
the problem is, though, as well, like, they haven't been on the time, right? Like, Ultra, they're letting this go a little bit. You're going to have one more push towards the P4. There's going to be 3 players here from LAG. They're able to find one, so you at least have some presence. But again, if it's messy, this does not benefit them at all.
Yeah, no. They need like an early setup where Ultra's not touching the point type scenario. And even if they do that, they're still not in the lead. And there's 30 seconds on the play clock. But how clean can this be? They need it desperately. Kleenex, though, trying to make it, well, messy enough. You need a Kleenex. Shooting some toes. Not finishing it, but the mess has begun. His teammates are in, and every second that Ultra earns, every second that the play clock ticks just makes this more improbable for LAG.
Yeah, it's like you had the players there. The problem was, though, Kleenex stayed alive in the back alongside Insight. That duo having a great little map here. Alongside Joe. Beads is just hanging out, and now he's watching the front cross, but they're able to break this P4.
Yeah, on 42. Just another one of those insane maps out of him. I mean, what was he? When we hopped to him, I said he was twisted. I think he was 5 and 4, by the way. 5 and 4. Ends on 44. A bomb out of Joe Deceives. A 3-1 victory for Toronto Ultra. Maybe this came out asleep in the map 1. Got to give some props to LAG, though. I mean, they played them tough, really, in the next 2 maps.
They were close to it. I mean, yeah, 2 round, control round away, S&D round away.
Yeah. I mean, the chance was there, but it's just LAG all year.
One of their better looks.
Yeah, no, I think that's the best they've looked.
Yeah,
I do. At least like this unit, and well, maybe the rest of the units. They battle them. And yeah, maybe I'm putting too much stock in that map 1 blowout, but it's all about Joe Deceives late.
I think you're allowed to put stock in that. That's impressive.
You know how we were talking about like damage dealers with an SMG in hand earlier? Yeah, if you're hitting 5K, it's got to be an absolute unit of a map. Well, there you go. 4,700, 44, and 26. That is a unit of a map. Joe Deceives, absolute unit. And I mean, on the other side, Kismet. I mean, he had a good series individually, but just couldn't match what was going on.
I mean, you were there, right? It just, the P4s just hurt you, especially that second one. You were within 30, and then it just got ugly. You had 52 points on that second P4, and it's just such a tough hill to climb.
Yeah, big old hill to climb. Felt like they started climbing in this series. We saw some brilliant moments out of LAG. I mean, some of the best moments we've seen. I mean, yeah, absolutely their best map of the year, I think, in that map 1. Even if Ultra was slacking a bit, still so impressive. And yeah, opportunities here to win it. It's just tough to put stock in the opportunities to win it because that's, we've just said that 400 times for them this year. We have, but
401.
401, Joe. Hi, Desk.
Hey.
It happens, Al.
Hey. I mean, it was likely.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about
likely.
that.
Super fan.
It's very sad. It's very heartbreaking. You know
she
what?
was pretty excited in the green room for a little bit, guys.
It was close. Oh my gosh, it's finally happening. It's okay.
And then it did. Toronto Ultra, one of the best teams in the game. We knew that coming in. They walk away with the dub. Joe Deceives from ranked.
Yeah, unbelievable.
To the top-ranked SMG on the day?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so far. I mean, yeah, he's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, even in the search and destroy, went on like an 8th Street, just taking over. Yeah, I mean, this is a Toronto team. I said it, early in the search and destroy too, Ali. I was like, it just looks like Toronto's kind of playing with their food a little bit.
A little slow.
Challenge. Just gonna have to slow it down and like actually respect their opponent. They started to do that, right? In the protocol, you know, their backs are against the wall, they're down lives in that final round, rally together, get a stack on the point, find the kills, and then we get to this vault, and this is where you saw the team diff, right? Like in the
100%.
preparation, how their approach to the game, like the prioritization of that P4, just excellently played. If you're Toronto Ultra, still looking good.
As far as I'm concerned, that map 4 was incredible by the side of Toronto Ultra. From the side of LAG, a couple of like obvious point outs is like their pushes were continuously staggered, and the reason being is because for a while, Joe and Insight were guaranteed to just about every single life. And every single time LAG tried to make a push and they were on the back foot of Roto, they would lose the opening gunfight. You already would be down numbers, and they just could not get a team break to come through. So tipping my hat to Toronto Ultra, the team chemistry pulls through.
What did we say before the series, Chris?
Toronto's better than...
Well, we said that.
LAG.
But we also said for LAG, it's like evaluation of the players.
Yeah.
They're playing for their future. Somebody's futures feel a little secure.
Are you saying Kismet played really good?
Kismet is him.
Unfortunately for Kiz, the rest of his team wasn't with him. Let's take a look at your scuff point of the game. It belongs to Toronto because this is where you could have stolen the momentum, Gorilla mates. Instead, Joey D and crew taking over. Walk me through this round 5, Al.
Okay, so you see all of the pressure, right? All of mid-map is completely locked. Beans is going to start this cap, same with Joe. And the fact they want to offense is insane. So my biggest question right now is Kismet is looking for this flank, right? But the issue is Johnny and Fellow already flying in. They've already sent the cavalry, so now Kiz is left on an island to essentially do nothing.
Yeah, the round is lost before that, though. You know, really, they had like a 6 life lead. Kiz is in their top base, and it's like people are just falling like flies. Like this is where we kind of need to rat it up, take our time, let him get the opening blood, and then put them in the blender. Just not able to do it, and you know that's what happens when you've had so many roster changes.
Losing is learning, and the man handing out lessons today goes by the name of Jamie. Insight, welcome to the show, my guy. Another dub as you guys finish 4-1 going into Major 3.
Yep.
How we doing?
Yeah, we do. Feeling good, you know. A bit of a dicey series there from us, but you know we got the job done.
When you say dicey, what was that game one about? Like under 70 points is kind of wild, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess we were just asleep on the pads. I don't know. Like, I don't know. There's not much to say about that when a map like that happens. I mean, yeah, we just got slammed.
Just move on.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine because y'all got your leg back with the overall win. Insight, as we kind of close out these online qualifiers, I want to know, like, what was Toronto Ultra's biggest focus during this split, and do you feel like you've kind of accomplished that goal as we head into Major 3?
Yeah, I mean, throughout the season, it's always been ups and downs in game modes, and I feel like the last major, our hardpoint was very 50-50, so we've been trying to knuckle down on hardpoint. You know, I feel like S&D and control and LAN plays a little bit different, but you know, we've definitely been like focusing on hardpoint and make sure that like our team works on point and comms and stuff like that.
#1 hardpoint team this split, it's working out.
Jamie, we've seen you beat Atlanta, we've seen you beat LA Thieves, and you know, we asked Miami this question, who they couldn't wait to play, and they said you guys. Is there a team that gives you guys problems, or a team that you're looking forward to getting into action with on LAN?
To be honest, not really. I feel like we can beat anyone on our day, but I'd love to play LA Thieves. I'd love to play Sir Scrappy. You know, it's my boy, but I'm gonna have to sun him.
Have to sun Sir Scrappy.
That's insane.
We are here for it. Jamie, final thoughts as you guys head down to Boca Raton. What are you looking forward to most in Florida?
I'm looking forward to some sunshine, man. I mean, in Toronto, it's been gloomy all season, so a bit of sun, maybe, you know, just a bit of rays.
I'm starting my sunburn on Monday. I'll see you down there.
See you down there.
All right, that is
Stare
Insight.
into the sun.
Toronto is cooked. Don't stare into the sun.
I'm telling you, that's how you get better account.
No, it's not.
I've been telling the AMP
I think
community.
you're going to get a lawsuit.
You
Stop saying that when cameras
with sunglasses, okay?
You and Giga can go do that.
Don't pull
not
a
stare
Trump.
into the
We'll be
sun.
back with the 4th match of the day. Atlanta FaZe taking on the Vegas Falcons. It's going to get spicy. Preds taking down Draza. I bet you $1.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Can you even believe this place?
Sit your slimy ass down. The sizzle sells itself. Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Plate.
You don't trust me, fine. But you cannot trust her.
The 2025 Vegas Falcons team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray to let them know who was here. It was a Falcon. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am the one and not stopping him. No. Level is a different situation. Black kids when I pull up in the latest 101, so they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Laser focus in the diamonds of canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
The hard work is over. At least that was the thought coming in at the start of the stage for Atlanta FaZe. You're playing against the Vegas Falcons, though, who are starting to find their form. Let's start with Atlanta, who is 1-2 after falling to Toronto and Miami in both 4-game losses. Al, what's happening?
It's been weird with Atlanta, dude. They've had kind of a slip and slide when it comes to their hard points, and even their search is struggling just a little bit.
Look at
I
this
don't
Atlanta
necessarily
team, yes.
think it's because of the new maps added to the map pool. They only have one rep on that dealership, but as far as hard points concerned, it feels like their map pool has slightly gotten a little 50-50. Skyline, Hacienda, and Vault got handed losses to those during the split, and they've dropped down a couple statistics. They are the worst breaking team in the league right now.
We'll dive into some of the numbers in a moment, but Nameless, big picture here. How close is Atlanta to not starting in a winner's bracket? At 1-2, if you somehow lose today, is there a way you lose to Optic and finish 1-4?
Yeah, there is definitely a way, for sure. Because when you look at this Atlanta team, like, yes, they're absolutely phenomenal, right? And going in, you're always going to have them as a favorite. But the hard point has fallen off a little bit throughout this split, right? They've been losing a lot of them. A lot of them have been 200 points, 2 to 210 points, and they're still just losing it. They can't hold hills, right? So for them, if they lose today to Vegas through the hard point, then you go up against Optic. Optic could have a tweak game where they just run through you. It is entirely possible. So, winner's bracket on the line.
All right, lock it up for both teams. That is the thought today. Let's take a look at why it is so important, because your major 3 standings have a bunch of teams slumped at the bottom together. Number of teams at 3-1. We'll get to that in a moment. Vegas Falcons, though, in the mix at a 1-2 record of their own. Now, are they the real deal? Arcities and Priest have posted up from pretty solid numbers recently.
The Cell kind of like the story here. So they were already, their strongest game mode was Control, right? And right now they are on a 4 hardpoint winning streak right now. 4-1, top 2 in the league right now. Search and Destroy has been abysmal, essentially. That's a 7-loss streak. But if you get into the numbers, there's a few maps where they're pushing it to a couple of round 11s, a little round 10 situation. So they have the talent on the Vegas Falcons roster to win a Search and Destroy versus a team like Atlanta FaZe. I don't know.
These are now updated with today's results. You can see Atlanta and Falcons at the 8-9 spot. One of them is sneaking in with the dub into that top 8, almost guaranteed.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if Vegas could come out with an upset, say, listen, it sounds impossible, but they've been showing us something lately, right? Like, it feels like the energy on the side of, like, Predator Exit feels like they can get anything done. And when you look at how RCs and Priests have been playing in hardpoint throughout this split, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
I just got way excited. One of these two teams might not make it. They both might make it. One with a 2-3 record. Let's take a look at your maps and modes, because if I'm Clayster, I'm telling the boys every single one of these maps matters. If it goes to tiebreakers, that map count comes into play.
You get Skyline if you're Vegas Falcons. You are over the moon right now. As map number 1, I don't know how I feel about it. I have talked about this before. I love Skyline for Vegas when it's later in the series, but regardless, you'll take the win where you can get it.
I will also say, dealership, like, I know that they've lost 2 of them, but they have some reps on it, right?
Yes,
so
that was a
have
couple
some
round
VOD to go
11s.
over. Exactly, Allie. So the start of this series, really, if you're Vegas, is when you have to get going early. And I can tell you, like, how many times have we seen a Skyline kickoff and Priesthood just look like the old Priesthood? That's like the map where he just loves to take over. So you have a great opportunity here. In my mind, this series depends on the Skyline.
Allie, give me the vibe check.
It's a locked-in vibe check. I don't think it's negative, but I think it's like a good, positive, locked-in vibe check for Vegas Falcons. On the side of Atlanta FaZe, though, they were giggling and smiling. That was pretty positive.
Yeah, Abeezy is passing my vibe check today. I am going to be riding with Abe. Atlanta FaZe locked in.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Atlanta FaZe for sure.
Yeah, we sold the dream, but I'm going with Atlanta FaZe.
Game 4?
We sold the dream.
Let's go Game 5.
We're going to Game 5. I agree. Miles, study. Let's do it again.
Let's do it again. Game 5. Jay, what do you think?
Jay, series
You're not going Game 5, bro. We're not going Game 5. If Vegas don't come out and win map number 1, they're most likely going to get 3-0. Because every single series so far throughout this stage, Atlanta do what they do. I know they've been looking a little shaky in their hardpoint game, but they choose Team B for a reason in the veto process, because they're able to choose their map 2, they're able to guarantee their control, and also have a bread and butter in that map number 5. They just got to lock it on their hardpoint. That is what his desk is right on. They have been lackluster in the HP game.
Well, good test of the HP game against the Vegas Falcons. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames and messieurs, welcome to the final match of this succulent Saturday. This one's going to be a good test, Jay. Again, if FaZe are a little down, Falcons are a rocking hardpoint team right now. They are on a spree, a historic spree in the organization's short but relatively interesting history. But Arstes has been the man. He really was on their big win. Right back in the league and looking good indeed. Can they do it on Skyline? Ali and the desk were all excited about it, Jay, but how are you feeling?
No, I'm definitely excited that this is their map to start this one off, because you got a lot of reps on it with this new Vegas look of a lineup. You've been feeling really good. You've been beating teams on more than 100 points, and obviously your most recent victory got you your first ever victory in the CDL versus Optic. So you're coming out the gate swinging. Atlanta FaZe on every other hard point, though, besides Protocol, is always about that 50-50 chance. The good thing for them, though, is every other map they suck at holding, they suck at breaking. But on Skyline, they're the #1 hold team in the map. So let's figure it out, Atlanta.
Yeah, we're trying, and we've got 3 down. Brett is on the prowl for Abeezy, looking for his last man up. Reddit dealt with it. P2 spawns. Good stuff. Vegas Falcons. Hardpoint's yours. Whee! Oh, good stuff. The anti-air from Xnid. Sim doesn't even touch the point.
Doesn't get any better than this. Pred whipping out an extra AR. You have 3 or maybe 4 in the hands of all the Vegas players so far. And they've been able to dominate this P1, not allowing anyone from Atlanta FaZe to slip on by. But a couple kills now are starting to go their way. The break is able to come on in, potentially for the final 15. But Vegas are more focused on just staying alive on this side of the map.
Yeah, right now. Pred's staying alive as well. 5. And it makes it 6-0 alongside his sub-duo Xnid, who's found himself a 2 spree as well. Off to a fantastic start right now, Vegas Falcons. You handled FaZe brilliantly on P1. It seems to be the difference maker for a lot of teams, Jay. I mean, if you can get a good P1 hold, get a lot of nice time out of that, it makes the pressure on that second point a little bit lighter. But for now, FaZe should have a clean break here. But Xnid says, no, man, thank you. Woo, nearly gets the 3rd as well. That man is disgusting.
And Xnid finding that double gives his teammates opportunity with the map control that they already had to instantly be into the play. Even with Atlanta FaZe getting a couple players to spawn out towards the back still, but they win every single one-on-one. So the break is clean there for Falcons. Selling him off to a slow start. Abeezy off to a slow start. You know the way that Vegas still play, though. They're just always in your grip, so you got to be prepared for these fights.
Yeah, being prepared is one thing, man. Actually winning it. Because these boys are pulling out the shenanigans. Individual prowess across the board. Oh, nearly. Priest is picking up the guy in the back door as well, so kills all over the place. FaZe finally got the nice kills, but 5 seconds is all they're going to get. Arstes is going to be here for the kitchen pressure. This doesn't look like he's hitting old, folks, but now Pred in the gym, not just getting a pump on, but trying to slow these players down. Hey, that's a lovely bit of work. Over towards time we go, and Exnid coming in from spawn. Sure, he's getting kills across the map. His teammates are finding the trades as well, and now you're in time.
Yeah, you're in the time, and auto Atlanta phase is spawning right in front of you. So how do Atlanta try to set up on this break? You heard Ali say it on the dead. So far in this stage, they are dead last in break percentage. It's actually crazy to say that about a squad like Atlanta. They need to be able to figure out, especially with players like the Tiny Terrors, but so far have not been able to get anything going. Draza falls off the map. You find 2 kills from the front, but the trades from Falcons too strong. They're always going to have the numbers.
And on the Dahoom spot, it doesn't work out for him. Exnid, 12 and 6. Can we get number 13 here? Nearly. Good shots in from Draz. The pieces are there for FaZe. Wow, what a break. Sim with a disgusting 2-piece gives you plenty of time to fight towards new. You don't get a lot of time on the old hard point, though. But right now, Redwood.
Oh, no.
A nice damage and a nice bit of team nade. Priest has got a big 2 kills ahead of him. Can he get them both? D-Dog cannot. Pred there for the trade, and another hard point to the Falcons.
Yeah, and Pred is able to secure that back spawn there for his team, but you have one player from Atlanta already roaming through the top side of Plat. Beezy was able to sneak on through, but gets nothing done with it. And right now, Atlanta just seems to be getting individually picked apart. You're going one by one on your break attempts, and this is not working. We need a team push.
Oh, Pred's going to find another one here, surely. Oh, no, he's pushed out at a slightly inopportune time. It's a 3-man hit through bedroom now. Over the top, though, this is a great read from Pred. Finds himself in the bushes. Gets himself another big spree, mate. It's a 6 for the Thunder. 20 seconds to go on this point, Jay, and the Falcons are kicking ass.
Yeah, Atlanta haven't won a single rotation yet. They have been struggling on their breaking, and this is what the scoreline is currently looking like when none of those stuff are going your way. Again, you're able to break in for only 10 seconds. The same thing you did at P3, but this is allowing Vegas to consistently stay ahead of you in the game plan.
Yeah, game plan's going great, especially Pred, and that's the first 1v1 we've seen him lose in quite some time. 14 and 9 for Exnid now as we've watched the kills roll up, and Vegas Falcons continuing to be a very, very strong hardpoint team. P-Dog still keeping it positive vibes flowing in the kills department as well. Great moves on wave, shots are there, man over the top, but the pressure on the time is great. Team kill, I'll take it. You've done a fantastic job of breaking the back of FaZe there in the middle of the map, and that's your time, Falcons. Slam.
It's your time. It's your side of the map as well. Over for the P2 rotation. 30 seconds still to fight for here. Atlanta just keep on getting picked one by one. They have not had a good team push going in, but Simp opened up with a double. Celium finds one, and he's off the map, and you already lose the numbers. I don't know what the hell Atlanta are doing right now.
2 members of Atlanta FaZe killed by the Guardians, and now back over towards P2 we go. Good news though, FaZe are the players here first. Bad news, you didn't kill Exnid. You had to kill him. And now the pressure is still there. He is in the corner, spotted out, and another big 1v1 win. Priest out from the front line. You got bodies in the point now. Falcons, look at these moves.
Yeah, and Simpson to try to contest. He's going to get deleted by Priest, though. They are just running up the score, up by 100. Vegas, let's go for a listening.
One, take it. Player one. That's one thing. There's two. Front door. Alright, they're gonna chop front. Go kitch. Yo, he's kitch. Yeah, one shot. Weak. He backed up fireplace. He's behind it. Yeah, he's behind it. Nice. One down. I'm with the kitchen. I'm hoping the kitchen. They might repent on some weird shit. I'm gonna stay in the kitchen. I'm waiting for you. Help me kitchen. No one going. I'm trying to catch. Two couches. Okay, we're good. I'm nice. Yo, behind his pot. First guy, okay? Solid pot. Where'd he go? He's just running through right, I think. I don't know. He's on the top. I'll play MC top. Alright, I can top. He's going I'm holding top mid, you heard? One shot, PS. Top, one shot, Sim, two top. I think he's going front. I think they go in front. Yeah, help me front. I'm moving you top. Center side. Outer. Two outer. He's aping gym. Get front of me, help me. Watch out time, and watch outer left. He's one shot laying down. Alright, take your time. That's funner. Try to get you outer. Deep outer jump. BJ top, one shot, laying down top, one shot, and one gym. Hit the hill. Alright, yeah, one shot. There's no Draws in front. Shit, watch out. He's absolute as well. That's one. Alright, there's two that weak. No one. Alright, I'm out front. Shit! Last one. Alright, I'm back in. Behind out. Okay, alright, I'm a little bit push. I'm at old. They can be bottom back, okay? I'm just holding back. I'm gonna get time. No one, simple. They're all going top, guys. I'll see some. Could be one to load. I'm your kills. Well, that's it. I can see I'm doing a crazy play. Stay alive. Make sure you block. Guys, hold this time. For the fucking game. Nice, good shit, good shit. Simple last guy. Back up. Cook on the ground. Top point. I have a little kitchen, you heard? I heard that. They're gonna go P1 bottom. They're gonna go bottom now. Nice. Give me cast on back. Yeah, kitchen the BCs. Going left. No, he's going back. They're gonna hit front. Yeah, have a time. Watch my road. You're missing a drop. Try to get out, guys. I'm holding P1. I have P1, guys. Rugs on me. I'm holding P1. I'm throwing P1. Watch out, bed. Three in bed. Bed weak. Three in bed. Nice. Go. I'm going on the ground. I heard you. I'm banging on the ground, guys. Yeah, one of Jim. Let's get Jim. Nice. Get to you, guys. I'm on the ground. One behind us. Yes, one behind me. Split.
It's not over yet, Jay. We have not thrown in the towel yet for FaZe, but we're getting close.
Yep. Atlanta fans are getting shit on. You heard it in the comms there. Vegas are doing whatever the hell they want. They're winning every single rotation. They're shutting down their first wave of the break attempts on the side of Atlanta. And they're also getting gunned to shreds. Prez is just doing whatever he wants. Exnit is doing whatever he wants. Just give it a 19 points. Let's move on to map 2.
Yep, sending it into time. Prez there. Lay G in time. Getting it all done. And that is Daddy Alec on the flank. Rear security pulled. Pistol out. Sun nearly brings down a BZ as well. Final 10. Here on Skyline, and P-Dog is ripping bullets. The hard point is open though, and Celium has decided to get himself involved in a big way, but regardless, it is very much still a long journey back here for FaZe.
Yeah, shout out to MC trying to earn me at least a couple fantasy points. Trying to bring me back here, soaking up some hill time. You know, finally Atlanta are going to win a rotation over towards the money hill. But how easy is this break attack going to come in for Vegas? Because Priest already clears out 2 kills through the map. They're already in your face. It's a 4v4. You got to hold.
Yeah, Vegas have been so lethal on the approach. And another clean and efficient break. A BZ now to save the map. Can't get it done. Vegas Falcons beat the brakes off of FaZe in map 1.
My God, that was not even close. I think if you're any other teams in the CDL, yeah, every time we play in Vegas Falcons, we are not playing them on Skyline. They have that on lock, dominated off the rotations. First wave attempt, when they need to be fully set up, when they are shutting down that first break attempt on the side of Atlanta FaZe. Nobody was winning gunfights. You're consistently playing from the back foot, and that's just not what you want. Nope. Going into a match that's very important, because if you start off 1-3, you might be in losers bracket Atlanta. You got to turn up.
I mean, the Church of Clayster, the sermon is in session. These boys are roaring, Jay. If there's one thing you've picked up from Coach Clay, it's shout dead after every big kill. Do not let that energy go. Keep that adrenaline high. And 35 and 19, just shy of 4k damage, 29 non-traded pred. I think his highest spree was a 9. It was a 7 or a 9. It was huge. It was absolutely huge. He and Exnit roaring. Highlights, folks. A lot of screaming in this one. Obviously, the listening was extremely exciting. I worry though. You know, this is only a 5-game series, but hopefully a 3 if you absolutely whooping it. But by the end of this match, we get to the interview with the Vegas Falcons, and it's either Pred or Exnit. It's just gonna be like, hey, we're just really excited, man. Yeah, the boys playing good. We're putting in the effort, putting in the time. Like, that voice is gonna be shot. That's a lot of screeching. I mean, believe me. Oh yeah. We do this all day. You gotta take care of yourself, and these boys are ripping it all match long.
Yeah, passion is drifting. And like you said, when you got a coach like Clayster, who is infamous for his shit talk, you best believe that the energy is always going to be very, very high. But that is a good way to start off the series now if you're Falcons, because if they're struggling recently in Search and Destroy. Just like Atlanta FaZe, though, on the other end, we got to do something about this HP game. When you have this much talent on the lineup, and all season long, you've always been the team early off the rotations. When that's not going your way, and this is how your hardpoint game is going to look, nah, we got a lot of work to do before we get to Major 3. Just not enough time.
Yeah, not a lot of time. But a great time there from the Falcons. Another fantastic hardpoint win goes their way. And smooth sailing. Really smooth sailing through the entire first set. Nearly a perfect pace set by them there. That is exactly what you want for the Vegas Falcons. As these discarded champions have come together to form something quite special. Now, we got to keep that special going, though, Jay, and a very different brand of special here in Search and Destroy on Dealership. What are we looking for here? We're looking for a very, very hot game, like fast flanks. We need to see some the big old gunny. I'm talking grande gunny out of them Falcons, boys, because FaZe know what they're doing in Search.
Yeah, FaZe definitely know what they're doing in Search. Just maybe not on Dealership because they only have one rep on it. They went all the way to around 11. Really couldn't figure out their success on the attacking side. And the same thing could be said on the opposite side for Vegas. You have 2 reps on it. You played against Miami. You go to around 11. You really couldn't find a lot of success on your attacking round. So that's truly going to be the difference to who's going to walk away with this S&D, who's going to be able to win successful post plans, who's going to be able to stop retakes on their defenses, which is going to be easier on both ends. But the offensive strategies are what's going to stand out on both sides.
Well, let's quickly look at the standings, folks, before we get into the match. Of course, this is 8th and 9th so far in our standings in the run-up towards Major 3 winners bracket. They can taste it ever so close, and God only knows, FaZe doesn't go their way in this series, and anything is possible. The desk may have predicted a AF across the board. It is anything but easy right now after the Falcons take map number 1. Still anyone's match. Search and Destroy could be a wild one. But a victory over FaZe for the Falcons, and yes, I am absolutely counting my Falcons before they are hatched, but still a very, very exciting prospect for this squad.
Oh, yeah. You come out and get this W, you stand a pretty damn good chance at making your first ever winners bracket going into Major 3. After this matchup, if you get through Atlanta, you're going to have a square up versus Boston, which obviously Boston have been looking in full form recently ever since they've been able to figure out their control. But just putting yourself at 2-2, throwing yourself in the mix potentially for the last like 3 spots to make it into this winners bracket is what you want to do sooner rather than later.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good Falcons will be playing Boston tomorrow before they get to the major, so that is unironically going to be a fantastic square-up game, a real big green throwdown. Here we go to Dealership, folks. A very interesting map. Lovely art design. Again, shout out to our pals at Treyarch and actually all the COD studios who contributed to the maps in this game. This one's a fun one indeed. Over towards the Dealership we fly. Bomb looks like it's going towards B, but at this sort of space, I feel like you've got the opportunity to sort of hit over towards AJ at a moment's notice.
Definitely have the opportunity to hit that quick rotation if you want. Take so much space, and Celium gets a lot of info. There's a lot of pressure through the backside. Let's not waste any time. Let's instantly get the bomb down.
This is the classic spot. Yeah, behind the seat. There we go. Supine behind table. Allows the bomb to be planted to B3B3.
I don't like that play. Looking for an opening if you are Falcons. Starting to spread on their attempt. Grease are going to work through his spawn. Extant waiting slowly towards the mid window, but time's ticking.
That's a series of 1v1s. And they are working out for the FaZe boys. Beautiful stuff. What a hold there in round 1. Jay, one of the things we're going to see throughout this, the life of Dealership, how well you take the fights in that window by the B-bomb. Incredibly important.
Yeah, massive first round there as well from Atlanta. Just to set the tone early on, aggressive as hell over towards B, but then they play it patient once they work in towards that side room. And then Celium's getting, his headset is very, very loud. So he's getting a couple sound cues. There's a lot of players approaching the pinch. Let's not waste any time. He's able to set up his teammates to instantly work that objective and before falling, taking down 1. And there's 3 angles of approach in towards the site. Everybody clutches up in a one-on-one, and Atlanta open up with an offense.
Yeah, it certainly helps that everyone wins their ones, but hey, Exnid, he wins his this time around. B-bomb site flooded, though, completely overwhelmed. Pred can't get away with his life, so that means there's only 2 remaining members of the Falcons unaccounted for right now by FaZe. At least 1 going to be over by the bomb site. Good luck, have fun, boys. FaZe are running this one together. They line up. Oh, Priester. What damage into the first man and possibly the second. It slows the advance of FaZe massively.
Yeah, but Priester did get picked. Wasn't able to hit the regen there, so now it's Arcides in a 1v2. Forced to reposition. Spots both, but cannot get out. Atlanta with the numbers. Successful on the retake.
Oh, man. And did Alec get put down fast there? I like the sort of off-angle position he was going for prone atop the wagon there. But incredible team fire from FaZe. They crossed that site and they got the kill on him so quickly. Unfortunately, Priester got brought down to the back. That could have been a very, very spicy 2v3.
Yeah, because once Priester turns that corner, gains every single ounce of information that he wants, that all 3 players are roaming together, and also finds a kill, he was just hoping that he could play his life without them being aggressive on him, but just overextends a little bit, gets picked off, and then leaves Arcides in a very tough scenario. Now back to the attack. Atlanta FaZe go, and the aggression has been key. They take mid-map away.
They got full mid-map control. Nice damage in, and Abe, his life flashes before his eyes here on the kitchen side of the map. Falcons. Oh, look at this push through the middle. I think they're all going to send it. Sim's going to get eyes on the first and a freebie for him. Ian Abizi, the terrorist, working the inside while the bomb gets planted.
Realistically, stand no chance in this round unless you win an insane gunfight. Xdiv at least a snap onto Simp, but now it's a 1v3. All left up to Arcades. 30 seconds to go. You have him trapped. No one's going to overcommit. Tremendous amount of shoulders getting invested, and Arcades has got to be annoyed at this point.
That's a really great draining round. FaZe do that sort of thing, man. They just don't give him anything. They suck away that hope. Force him to take those fights, force him to reload, sit there alone for so long, just whittle down his endurance as a player. FaZe off to a very good start here on dealership. Draws yet to die.
Yeah, the best start that they possibly have had, that they wanted, and especially on the offenses. How they've been able to set the tone, aggressive push over towards B, completely blind kind of what Vegas are going to do. And at that point, Vegas do more of a spread setup to prepare for both sides, but the aggressive play from Atlanta through the middle of the map just takes the entire map away from them. So now if you're Vegas down 0-3, you need to try to match that energy. Try to match the pacing, and this time it's their turn to take mid-map, but Sip strikes for the first flood.
It's another first. Oh, it's a second as well. Nice trades there from Priestley. He gets right into the mix very quickly. X-Nit again. Too many problems to deal with, too many angles, and we find ourselves in another lightning fast Atlanta FaZe round. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless so far.
Yeah, this might be a 5-minute search and destroy. Like, these rounds are going in the blink of an eye. It sort of feels like Skyline a little bit. The way that Atlanta FaZe have came out with the game plan. That time you don't show face in the middle. You give it up to Vegas, but then you get aggressive as hell through B, and Sim strikes for the opening too. That's basically a GG on the round as soon as he's able to get that done individually. And now quickly, this S&D is getting away from you if you're Vegas.
It feels like it started. Not a whole lot of love towards the A-bomb site from anyone actually so far. A single round we've seen where it got planted, but for now it's a deep setup for the Falcons defensively. And Sim's getting ready to rock here by B.
Well, this is 3 different looks on Atlanta FaZe's offenses. So they lose around 11 to Miami. They come back with some adjustments. Now the slow and steady approach is going to play the mind games on the side of Vegas. Still not budging on their setup though, but you waste a lot of attacks over towards B. Let's rotate over towards A. Those car bombs aren't going to be as felt.
Yeah, I love it. They rotate towards A as soon as they get here, though. I mean, again, Arstes knows something's up, man. Trevor's in play here. He's throwing shoulders. Here comes the reinforcements. Xtin manages to catch one on the other side of the map, so no pinch problem right now. Trades here on the inside of the site. The clock is still ticking, and Falcons are the man advantage.
35 seconds to go. Man up. Just don't give any one-on-one gunfights to Celium. They need to get this objective down. At the same time, Sip's trying to find an opening in the middle, but he's forced to back down. Now the play has to be committed at A.
Yeah, no more time, boys. It looks like Falcons have given this up for a moment, but the slide. Oh, what a shot from Sim. Does he read Pred? He does! What a move! The Phenom. Even with the clock ticking against them, perfect reads. And even better gunning.
This is crazy how like Vegas react to the information that they get. Like you spot Sim to the middle of the map, you back him down from his position, but players now want to assist on a guy that just went ghost. So then that leaves you a little bit weak on your setup at A. Everyone is forcing on the rotation because no one wants to get individually picked off. But when you give up that space at A and then try to wrap your way back into it, Sim gets aggressive, makes it a 2v2, and then the opposite side, Celium pushes all the way through your spawn because you give up that power spot. And they're able to clutch up on the round. Game point for Atlanta FaZe. Vegas, you might be getting 6-0 here.
You may. Canarsi's get himself a kill before the end of this one. Pred takes that one from Xtin, keeps this play alive. Actually, we're able to maybe get this bomb down. Good luck with that one, though, mate. Lordy. Pressure from FaZe. Celium in the window. They vacate position and they look for the flank, so it makes it a 3v3. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, the fact that Abiz is able to have a one-on-one gunfight and a man down round makes it a lot more manageable here for Atlanta. All make it to 3v3. Celium's going to get caught. Draza there with the trade, and now you just finesse it.
Yeah, a finesse indeed. Now a 1v1. The bomb is very much within grasp. The Pred has no intel whatsoever on Abizi. And Abizi is coming right at him through his periphery. Oh, God, look! What FOV are you on, AG? The fight continues.
He's going to run right into Abizi. He's ready.
Right into it. Yeah, reads it. Deals with it. 6-0. If you've just joined us, yeah, map 2's done. I know you went to get a quick drink break, maybe the bathroom, took you 5, maybe 6 minutes. Well, the map is honestly finished, folks. 1-1 going into control.
It's a blowout at map number 1, absolute smacking at map number 2. Atlanta FaZe just a little bit more prepared once they spawn into a map, at least once. Showed a lot of different strategies on their offense. Fast towards B, fast in the middle of the map, slow approach on one of them. And it's just way too much for Vegas to account for, to handle. But then some of these rounds where you're finding that early first blood, especially the round where you lost the 2v3, like that is just unacceptable. You have Exton who opens up with the first kill at B. You have your man advantage. They find a kill, you find a trade. You know the play's got to be committed over towards A. Just like we're not in the right spots to contest it. So Vegas have a lot of work to do and everything besides their hardpoint game. But Atlanta FaZe show improvement on their dealership, potentially going to add that to the map pool.
No problem whatsoever. Dealership, no problem whatsoever with the search and destroy. That's the Falcons' problem that they'll be dealing with, I'm sure, in the day or two they have before we get to the major. Until then, though, Desk, how are we feeling after the first 2
Jay, I thought I was going to be a 3-0.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they got cooked map 1, bro. I wasn't expecting that.
What'd I say?
I told you game 5 written all over it, pal.
Hell no. Hell no.
He also told me the fastest game 5 in the history of DoorDash challenges.
Yeah, we'll get there, but it'll just be fast.
We love you, Jay. Glad to have you here joining us on a super Saturday. All right, let's jump into what we just witnessed here in our last 2 games, because Allie, it was stop and then counter stop. This time it was Atlanta's turn.
Yeah, this was just unreal from Atlanta FaZe. And it's completely different from the dealership that we saw from them previously, right? Because they play up against Miami Heretics on dealership. And I guess the biggest difference was Atlanta FaZe was able to apply the pressure versus answering to it from the side of Miami Heretics, side of Vegas Falcons. They just didn't look very comfortable on this map. And Exit's doing the work for you. He's just not getting a whole lot of support.
Yeah, I mean, I thought FaZe did a way better job like establishing control mid, getting your subs up close and personal, making impact plays, and just like taking the fights. Like even there, taking a fight, he dies, but at least you get all the information, right? So, you know, sometimes that could be the biggest thing that hurts FaZe at times, is like trying to play so strategic when you still do have insane gunny and you can take space on the map, which is exactly what they did, which leads to a 6-0.
All right, if you're worried about the Falcons, don't be, because this team is playing kill confirmed. Let's take a look at some of the best moments from game 1 and.
Yeah, I mean, you hear him. I mean, Pred was.
Oh my god.
Hold on, let's just hear it. I mean, he was so locked. Like, this is the AG that, like, Optic fans thought they were getting coming into the year. It just took a new environment, people to believe in him. And this is what you get.
Excellent, dude. Excellent went from probably like his calm roster, you know, just trying to get some reps in, and now he's playing alongside a world champion and Pred, who's screaming dead in his ear almost every couple of minutes. Unbelievable.
And he's been a great leader for them. I've been watching his stream the last couple of days. He's been playing so many 8s, putting in that extra work, and it is translating. You can see it in game.
The bounce back.
Facts.
Love to see it for Pred. He's got more games to go, though. We got a game 3 coming up. Before we get to that, shout out to all the lady gamers out there. We got something special cooking up, don't you, Al?
Yeah, we do. WX Call of Duty is so back. And if you don't know what that is, Women in Call of Duty is my passion project. It is totally self-funded this season and is where we take the top 12 best teams from the women's scene and put them in a gauntlet for a couple of weeks in a tournament. Minimum $5,000 prizings. Our qualifier just finished actually today to solidify our top 12 teams. Okay. 2 of them, we take the top 6 from each and put them all together. We give them branding names and whatnot. But streaming is actually going to start every Monday and Tuesday starting May 6th and May 7th on broadcasting. If you want to catch that, check out WX Call of Duty on Twitter as well as the same on Twitch.
So, Allie, I'm going to watch.
Okay.
Check it out. Check you out what you guys are putting together. Who should I be looking out for? Like, who are the top squads, favorites going in?
So the great thing about this is we actually had a lot of roster changes in the past couple of months. So of course we still have our Kelses and our Anarchies, but we have 2 Saudi Arabia teams actually that qualified recently. We opened up to all regions. One of them placed top 3. That's going to be Wanda, Arwa, Heya, Lamia, and Lena. So keep your eyes out on them.
Wow, a lot of fun. That's all going down at May 6th and 7th. My birthday party's going to include some Call of Duty. I'm ready to go back to this one, though. We got Miles and Study, a game number 3 unfolding.
Game number 3, and now at least game number 4. Which, you know what, man? I'm all aboard the game 5 hype train. I'm all aboard it. I'm all aboard it. I mean, is it going to be the fastest of all time?
Maybe.
We'll find out. Maybe. Let's have a look at some stats. We've got some numbers to throw your way before we get ourselves into this one. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Control KD. And I know what you're thinking. Wow, all of Boston? Yes, all of Boston. But most importantly, Draza and aBeZy. That's the relevant information for this series, folks. Woohoo! Draz! 1.38 HA, not a problem.
Yeah, those guys are a lot to handle. Control, they are one of the best teams at the mode, and when you got guys who are putting up consistent numbers so far throughout the stage, one being an AR and one being an SMG, you were losing track of these guys, so you got to make sure you don't give them that freedom to just roam and slay. But for Vegas, this is going to be a tall task because, like I said, Atlanta choose Team B every single time in the veto process so they can choose what control they're basically going to play. Vegas said, nope, we're not going to square up on Hacienda. We know Atlanta FaZe don't like to play Vault at all since stage one. So Protocol is their best friend. And realistically, if you're Vegas and you don't keep up with the sling, you're not going to have a good time. Because then if you're not keeping up with the sling, that means you're losing track of players and they're shooting you in the back for free. So it has to be through the kills.
Yeah, and that's what players say when they want to get lost on the map. If you say he's getting lost, it means he's gone unaware by the enemy team. And that's a scary place to be. And a lot of the members of FaZe are exceptionally good at doing that. Selsim and aBeZy, all really good at it. I'm sure Draz can get lost if he wanted to as well, but those boys have absolutely made a career out of tearing players to pieces from any which angle. Here we go to the top mid, and it's Xnid, who has crossed the 50-yard mark and is hitting the back door. Smoked. Okay, FaZe man advantage.
Yeah, FaZe man advantage. Read the aggression on both sides of the SMGs, and you know it's all about the break off. You want to make sure you get a good start, and Celium with the SMG finds himself on 2 in a row. But now you're just banking on your teammates who already pushed up to the spawn. How many more kills can they get? Because the aBeZy contested.
Yeah, so his whole POV for this entire life has been, yeah, I know these guys are in our base. There's 2 of them here now. I'm doing my best to cover you guys. We keep the capture going. So great objective work. aBeZy fighting his way from spawn. He's got himself out, counting players as best they can, but I think they've lost a lot of the Falcons at this point in time. Not an issue. Second segment at 8, long gone. Sim, his hands are going numb. As Abe, 5 spree. Yep, stop capturing B. This is a whooping.
Okay, yeah, that is all 4 accounted for. And now A is already done. You're at the B point. Double stack is already in. You just got to get one more wave of kills, and this might be a very, very quick round, just like the S&D. First segment gets locked. You're trying to find a trade through the middle of the map. Pred is able to strike for 1, but you're still going to be outnumbered in this play.
No, I love the way you said that, Jay. This is it. All players accounted for now. You know exactly where the Falcons are coming from, and you see what FaZe do. A nice setup. They get their kills, and they get a decent amount of progress there through B. Still on the capture as Abe, or his spree comes so close. 5 and 1. Okay, 4 down. Shoes on the other foot, and the Falcons are kicking.
And now Atlanta got to work out of their spawn. Take your time, find these trades, and if you can go without dropping anyone, that's even better. First player is accounted for. RCD is aggressive over Tortelli. He finds a kill. Xnid roaming on the bottom side of Trips. He finds a kill, and this is all you realistically need to do. Is just clutch up on these one-on-ones and keep on stalling out the game clock.
And look at FaZe. Look at the way they play this. They don't send one man in. They wait for the entire squad to be ready and able to get the trades. Oh, and fight their way forward. That puts the Falcons at a disadvantage now. 2 clean kills go their way in Priester. Oh, the discipline was there, but sadly not enough. Rolling thunder across protocol now. Go FaZe. Xnid, last line of defense. At least gets 1. 2 would be perfect. Draza on the capture for a second longer. No. A minute to play.
Minute to play, and Vegas at least been able to clear out the mid-map. So they can take some map control away. You just cannot afford to play trades in this scenario because you're down by 6 lives. Now 3 go in favor of Atlanta. Already have pressure on the point. You're trying to locate where the last guy is. There he is, and now all of Vegas coming off the respawn.
Yeah, perfect timing again for the stack here from FaZe. This is a rapid capture. Last lives now for the Falcons. This should be the round. Last-ditch attempt to get in there, and it might not pay off. There it is, under Halo gunfire. Pred goes down, and the board lights up for FaZe.
Yeah, and they get it through the segments as well. So now they have a heavy advantage, just in case they go to a round number 5. But it was all about the break-off there for Atlanta. The slow approach from Celium to camp towards Trips windows, knowing that most likely going to have a lot of players working on those pinches. Let me just hold down this spot and allow my teammates to roam through their base. With aBeZy having a great start, with them capturing the 8-point, extending time very early on, just gave them so many opportunities to look for one clean situation. And that one clean situation came at the very end. You won it by 10 lives, but you at least get every single segment that you wanted.
All right, Falcons. how will you bounce back against the might of FaZe? That was their attacking round. Their defense, sure to be strong as well. We've seen the trap here on Protocol so many times. The question is, can you find the kills at the right time to wriggle this team in a position? aBeZy, second on our KD leaderboards, and for good reason. He opens this round up hot.
And now they're already in your spawn. Last player out, Arcides, he gets taken care of, and Simp and aBeZy actually get nothing done of that initial push. So Vegas on their first attempt, able to clear some space out. Still a minute to work with. You're currently down by 2 lives, but it's not going to be easy to approach over towards A. Someone's got to slip on through.
Yeah, the Falcons have got such a strong lock on that left stick forward. They are sending it, but the problem is FaZe have got such good corners and great off angles to play with here. Draza keeping the low map safe for as long as he possibly could, and Priester dancing, doing what he can with that Jackal, but again, too much pressure right now on top mid from the FaZe boys. Pred wins his 1. There's still a man in spawn, and that's going to be Abe. Can you catch him out now as Pred's going to commit? And the timing is good as he keeps the kills going. Time to get on the zone though, lads. 30 seconds to play.
Yeah, they're still losing track of players, and aBeZy finding a double before he's traded is already job well done on the side of FaZe. So now you're up by 5 lives. Basically the last push coming in for Vegas. You have to work over through Heli, but every single time Atlanta are finding the initial kills, and you're never properly set up for a team push.
Yeah, an ineffective cohesion right now from the Falcons. They are unable to break the hold that FaZe have across top middle, and that's a 10-second warning there on the clock. The whistle was about to blow, and FaZe, it's a nice stoppage. Even nicer, the trophy. The damage in, and Arcides is going to win his fight, so we're going to continue the capture here. This is best case scenario right now for the Falcons. Here comes the next wave of FaZe players.
And then you got Sim already working behind you. So now you are literally trapped at this point. Thankfully, that second segment does get locked before falling. But that is going to be an easy round there to Atlanta FaZe. Again, outslay them to bits. Starts off with aBeZy opening up with the double, draws over the top for the initial 3 dead. And at that point, when you're having such a great start off every single time on your controls, you're every single time after that keeping their push stagnant because you're just always losing track of players if you are Vegas. Clean round there from Atlanta, up 2-0 very, very quickly.
At Celium, we've seen him hit some insane aim shots, all from the air in this map alone. The King Cobra continuing a strike as FaZe. That second round was a good one. 1 more is all they need, and we can say goodbye to Control. We can say goodbye to Protocol for now. We can roll on through with this series and just get close to that game 5.
Yeah, and if you're Vegas, you're looking for a complete turnaround here. Like, potentially a shutout.
Complete.
Give ourselves a chance and try to get that round 5 defense. But the initial kills already starting off in favor of Simp. He finds the first, Draza with the pistol finds the second. Instant numbers advantage in their way, but Falcons at least have some map control on the opponent side of the base to not allow them to hop on A.
Oh, wait, who just flew past him? Good stuff, Priester. What a kill. Take that. Pressure now onto Abe. He's the only man up at this point trying to capture the zone, but he's got a little bit of coverage from Draza behind him, who has yet to be spotted out. Here comes the crossfire, though. Draza might pick up 2 here. That's a great spot to be in. The Simp, make sure his spawn is all safe. Not much longer, though. Priester with a sub. Winding back the years. Here we go.
Vegas so far have been able to stabilize around this mid-map area. Every time they cross that 50-yard line, they have players working on the pinches to even up the numbers, but now 2 go in favor of FaZe. First segment is going to be guaranteed. You have a long pitch on the horizon here from Exnid, and he's playing it perfect because you know there's at least 1 player coming off the respawn. Let me wait for that guy first before I make my attempt, and that should stall time for my teammates to get back into the play.
Arcides snipes a pair. 40 seconds to go. Falcons are holding this one together very, very nicely. Defense for the final round is nearly impossible with this rating, but they're doing what they can. You slowed FaZe down enough, Jay. Can you actually close it out? 25 to go.
Yeah, you just don't want to give up any first kills in their base. You know, you're at least looking for 1 player. That's why you have Arcides playing super patient on the backside of Grandma's. And he also wins a one-on-one towards the point, but now Celium and Draza off the respawn, still looking to try to clear this out. Simp has not had an opportunity to make something happen.
No, none whatsoever. His teammates getting bodied. Someone's going to have to make a play for the zone, and it will likely be him in a moment. Can't get a second. Oh, but there we go. Contest. Waits for Draz perfectly. Draz now in position with a trophy. This should be at least a segment or 2. 3-man stack. Wait a minute. If you don't deal with this rapidly, Vegas, this could be another minute of play, and it probably is. Wow, FaZe. A massive lifeline. Oh, wait a minute. The zone saves it. A matter of milliseconds, but we've got another minute.
An extra minute added to the tally. Defense secured on the side of Atlanta FaZe, and this is where you don't want to let this situation go if you are Vegas, because 3 kills already in favor of the squad in red. You're all spawning on the backside of tower. You got to iron up and ice up for some gunfights.
Sim, what a 2, what a life, what a spree, and now a stack. Atlanta FaZe. You've gone from a millisecond away from losing the round to potentially winning the map. The stack is there. Top mid, the next wave of attack here from Vegas. Here they come over the top. No lives left. From inside the tower, exit on the slide. Wind up hit. Gonna be red and dealt with. FaZe, what a round. What a map. Control goes their way.
Cannot believe that they were able to pull that off. We're talking about Sim being basically useless for 30 seconds because he was getting no action when he works his way in towards Grandma's. But once he's able to at least see Celium get a kill, he drops out of the window to find the second. He's instantly traded, and then that kill is traded. But then there's a situation where you're just allowing Atlanta to get some segments when you still have a player in the play. Xnid was working on the pinch towards top trips, and instead of committing immediately before that second segment even gets locked, he plays it way too patient, and Atlanta FaZe are able to spot him and extend the time. 2 very, very quick maps. The last 2 for Atlanta FaZe. They go up 2-1 in this series, but now they're not going to something that they're looking forward to, which is a hard point.
Yeah, demonic work. Truly demonic work from Celium there in the kills per round. Number of the beast. Highlights. It's basically all FaZe, and with damn good reason, man. I mean, that was... they haven't just a round in this matchup yet, so we'll keep that going. Respawn, we go back to for another hard point. Obviously, Vegas Falcons look good in the first, but we're starting to feel that momentum shift, Jay. Like, you've sucked the wind right out of the Falcons' wings. I don't know if they've got the uplift to keep themselves rolling here, but we'll see, man, because that was one hell of a control game.
Hey, Hardpoint has been their best friend. We're talking about a squad or an organization who couldn't win a single one before they make a roster change. 28 in a row, but now they find themselves on 5 in a row in the W column. So you're happy as hell to be spawning into a map 4. You have a chance at forcing it to a map number 5. And the way that you did it in map 1 was just dominating on every fundamental aspect of the game. It's a little bit more difficult, though, because you're playing a red card, which is a lot bigger than Skyline. Your ARs need to be more felt than your SMGs. But if you just stick to that game plan, we're the team there early. We're going to be able to find breaks if we need to, and they really suck at breaking. So we should be okay to try to force game 5 as long as we win the rotations.
A couple of red cards to close out the day here, folks. Let's say goodbye to a succulent Saturday, but man, I'm still reeling, Jay. I'm still reeling. That was a very, very impressive game of Control. I thoroughly enjoyed that. But yeah, how are we feeling about this? We sort of still thinking that, the break's going to be there. FaZe should be able to get some holds. We have seen them dominate teams. Even when their hard point is quote-unquote not that great, we have seen them dominate teams on this map. Stylistically, I feel like it's such a good place for them to be. But with players, Pred and Priester, this is map 1 alone, 1.84 for Pred. Like, come on, man, get a grip. This team has got the sauce in hardpoint.
Yeah, you can't do anything about it. And if you keep on playing them on Skyline, these are the stats that both of these young men will be able to put up consistently every single time. A 1.84 Pred is non-tradable. Priest is holding on every angle, securing spawns there for his team. And if these guys have this kind of performance, yeah, we are guaranteed to see a map number 5. And I will be in the words of what the desk told me. Like, no chance we see a map number 5? No. If those guys do that again, we're going game 5.
Yeah, we're going 5 for sure. What happens in that 5 will be up to the COD gods. But a red card would be a nice one to see again. We haven't got too many good looks out of this Falcons roster on this map. And the hardpoint has been so strong, but red card could be a very fickle map, especially against the sort of slightly undisciplined teams. The Falcons, let's face it, their hardpoint has not been outstanding. We've got to see what they've got here. A game 5 there, I truly believe. Is it a 6-0? Probably. I don't want to totally ride that one off into the sunset just yet.
Yeah.
What are FaZe thinking right now? Dude, what are FaZe thinking? They're just like, all right, game plan as per usual. We've talked about this, slight adjustments. Look for those spawn traps. Look for those, perfect flips as hardpoints break. That nice P3 holds. I also just watched Pred in the player cam. I'm pretty sure he said these kids are awful, bro. Which we know isn't true, but I love that he said that anyway.
Hey, that's how you keep the confidence on your side.
Exactly.
You don't want anyone to get nervous. You're going up against Atlanta FaZe, and it is Xnid's first time competing against some of these kind of players this year. But now you still have an opportunity to at least force the game number 5 and completely disregard the last 2 maps because they weren't even close. You just got to stick strong to your HP game. On the opposite side for Atlanta, they are looking for another map to add to their map pool besides Protocol HP. Everything else is about 50-50. But at least their guns are a little bit more warmed up now than they were in map 1. So they should be shooting.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're going to get at least a shootout between these 2 teams. We'll see who plays the map a little better, see who gets those rotations, see who gets the timing on those flips. So far, so good. Time going the way of FaZe here. The opening engagements on P1 are always a good one here on Red Card. Looks like the Falcons have managed to win a couple more gunfights, so there's a possibility for them to get some more time here. But Sim, he is at war in the first 3 lives already, Jay.
Yeah. He's just flying on in like, I want to be the aggressor. Let me set the tone with this SMG. And the entire time Vegas are holding towards the outskirts at Hedge to make sure they make a job a whole lot easier for that P2. Now soaking up time here at P1. Simp is able to take down Exit, but better positioning from Vegas still allowed him to hold the power spots.
That's that positioning. P2 is going to be all theirs as well as it rips open. They're going to Falcons doing what they can to squeeze every second out of P1 they possibly could. As their players start to drop off, they've still got spawns towards Nu, but Abizi manages to sneak on in. He gets a little bit of time and a little bit of damage, but not really enough to maintain this. So now a war of one front. Draz is going to be the only man on the inside. That is a big win. The potential to cause some serious issues here in the spawns.
Oh yeah, the spawns are already an issue because there was a pinch on your minimap from Pred, and he finds the opening kill at the right time for his teammate to spawn right next to him. So now Vegas in the driver's seat. Have Atlanta FaZe trapped towards the backside. Still a lot of time here at P2. And you can already see Draza hitting a very long route. You want to get out. They don't want to trap themselves on the backside.
Pred on a route of his own. Lovely.
Oh, man.
He gets here, and that's still keeping the lead well in the hands of the Falcons now. Fighting towards Nu time. Cell's going to be on the way over there, but Pred's still alive on this side of the map and cut down under a hail of gunfire from Draz there. So P2 still good, still cooking. And the hardpoint is open for business in a few seconds. FaZe, they should be all over it.
Yeah, FaZe are going to walk with that final 10 seconds. They're going to have the rotation as well over towards Nu, but all these kills going down around the middle of the map is going to allow a couple players from Vegas to spawn on the backside of that Nu HP. So Atlanta get a little bit too aggressive, and now it's a 2v4 on the opposite side.
Oh, Uncle Studdy, you calling it, and it happens. 5 spree from Cell. We'll see if that matters too much because Pred right on the time. Oh, what a snap from the King Cobra himself, baby. Opportunity to pull this one right back now for FaZe. They've got the setup they want, and again, this is a difficult hard point to get your body inside. So hold this one down. FaZe lead change on its way.
Oh yeah, so 30 seconds to fight for, and Vegas don't want to give up this time. They're going to approach it from the front, but if these kills don't go your way, they're going to start to spawn on the backside of this HP, and then you're forced to make a very, very long route happen and give up a lot of time here. Keep on trading, keep on playing scrappy. Vegas end out on top, but you can already see what it does to the spawns. Atlanta are already out.
Yeah, they managed to escape the parking lot of Doom, and now you're going to be spawning in the backside if you drop here. So good stuff out of Priest to fight forward. A couple of kills though. Back and forth we go. And FaZe is going to be out and free. Oh, Mike, split spawns down low, folks. This is lit. Red Card. Over towards Nu time we go. Priester still finding kills all over the place. 10 and 6. Nice stuff from him.
And this is a perfect attempt here for Vegas to try to find this break. It's a 2-2 split. Got 2 players spawn over towards Soccer. You have the pinch on the horizon on the back end, but you just need to clutch up on these fights, and you go 3 for 3. X-Men, last man standing, the pistol. Good enough there for Draza to find the kill. And now all the Falcons spawning over towards the Doom side of that parking lot.
Oh man, it's not enough time for the reinforcements to get that close. So Harsty's needed to pull off like 2-3 kills there. X-Men from spawn. Back into time again. And Pred has got no idea what to shoot at. There's so many FaZe members around him, and the crossover towards this hard point, they get that no man's land right in the middle. 0 cover. You have to get it done very, very quickly. Cross that space, slide dive, whatever you need to do. Incredibly difficult hold to have, but good stuff there from the Falcons. GG on that point. You got a lot of time out of it. FaZe have won the rotation again, though, and the pinch is on towards Nu.
Yeah, they lose the initial gunfight, though, from Beezy. So now it's on Selim to try to hold down BS&D over towards the cafe. Exited from the backside of Ticket. He's able to find 2. That's already 3 dead. We're just looking for one more guy. Let me take care of him, and that's clean 4. All of your focus now over towards Eskies, and Exited in a very, very difficult angle to try to take care of him. He's just stalling time.
Oh, he stalls time. His teammates get forward as well. Nice work. Falcons pushing the advantage. 30 seconds to go here on the outside. Freestyle looking for number 14. Gets it. 15 is around the corner. Nice work again. Falcons cross 100 points. Holding this time still. It's back and forth in the kill feed right now as again FaZe trying to wind up for one last decent kill here. But again, P1 is going to be on their mind as well. The final 15 ticking away.
You're just not expected to give up this much time at this hill specifically. Ooh. Vegas have been able to grow themselves almost a 40-point lead. Not really allow Atlanta FaZe to get any time off of that P5. So now you got some time to work with. We go into the second set. It's a battle early on for the hedges. You're going to have Pred working on this pinch while Selim is watching it. It's all about that timing for that first kill.
Oof, damn. Abe is shooting. Statistically, FaZe, I mean, they're being outslayed every which way. They're still keeping this one together just through sheer grit and will. Selendra's a couple there. Abizi still holding the hard point as best he can. Sim shots are in from the top spot. And again, oh, wow, what a two-piece from Pred. Again, individual play from the Falcons. They are winning the gunnies.
Yeah, they're winning the gunnies, but not the important ones to at least get them off of the time. Because Atlanta now make up a little bit of that difference. Only going to be down by about 20. They've been able to dominate the majority of the map control. And now Vegas is wanting on the opposite side. You want to fight for your stage control. 2 kills go their way. A lot of ARs on the map as well. This is where Vegas can trap them in towards the backside, but it's all about these fights over towards stage.
Yeah, you haven't got eyes on Sim either. Yeah, that's such a problem. He does get brought down. Thank goodness for that. You get him running amok through the middle of the map, he's going to cause issues for you and your entire team, and the approach towards time is nearly impossible. But Draz now from stage, he doesn't account for the man below him, knows there's another. The instincts were right, just unable to actually execute. And now time back over towards the hands of the Falcons. Do they have a solid enough setup to take these next wave of FaZe players on?
They just gotta hold on in their tight setup because Exton was at least able to stall them a little bit of time by drawing them over towards stage to play for that trade. So now you can be uncontested in towards P2. 3 kills already going their way. They're more focused on soaking up this hill time before they start to push their way on through. Potentially now, all of Atlanta are going to start spawning behind you. You got to back up.
Another Priestess snap. Exton, oh, he just misses the next man on the way through. Sim now holding the line alone. Can he do so? Absolutely, folks. Another massive win from the Phenom. The rest of his teammates now fighting forward as best they can. The spawns are terrible for the Falcons. Literally the furthest point away from this hard point, except for Osties. Okay, he's in the back. He's been read and dealt with, though, as have his teammates. Pressure now towards the front. Can FaZe now spin? Yes, indeed. They're on it, and they've got time still.
Yeah, they've been able to hold, and they've been able to block the front spawn. So now all their focus is on the back end. Celium being the cutoff man, only able to get one and has a second player weak. To go 2 for 2 in that fight, now Vegas are already out.
Vegas out and about. What a two-piece from Sim. 5 spree. Give me the listening. My God.
Yeah, they might spawn. Block.
You're good.
Out of
Good save me. Out of me. Watch this.
Out of sight.
Nice.
I get out of there.
Take her out, Tyler.
Stairs?
I think Exton did. Missing Exton.
I'm trying to. I'm seeing my stairs.
Last two there.
Exit, one shot, one more on time.
I want hook.
Okay, I'm trying to play your front.
Listen, all bust side. I'm on that.
That guy's falling behind me.
I'm blocking that.
There's like 3 in front of me.
I'm blocking that. We're not missing Exit.
I'm seeing low right. I'm trying to low right.
Alec, weak.
I see front and you exit.
I watch out. Low right.
Yo, one head. One shot head. One shot going their globe.
I'm going across the stairs now.
Weak.
I'm dead. Oh, the HB kill. South stage, I'm absolutely.
I'm seeing right top side.
I want shot. On time. Last guy time after.
One's MB. He's on the
I slept you time.
He's not. Next it.
I just found me then?
I
want mid door?
No.
They're heads first guy. They're heads first guy, Alec. I don't know if he crossed up.
Hey, see that on all.
It's all you, Tyler.
It's
Alec.
I'm trying to run
I'll take it. He ran deep.
He could be BSD. I don't have mid.
They're mid.
Take
He pinched us mid.
He's in there. Just hold this net.
Yeah. BSD, I'm staying out.
Yeah, we fucked it up. Guarantee one. Yeah, I have a sneaky streak too whenever you need. Nothing mid.
BSD. One top
BSD laying down.
He's laying down.
I get L.
That office out.
Yeah, but you made a BSD.
Mid. First guy, wait, I didn't hit him. I'll take these hugs. He's gonna take it. What do you got? Hold it. I'm out. I have a camp too. Mid, Alec, dead. Most mid, nothing out. They're close on you. Mid, exit, one shot mid. They're camera, throw low. I'm blocking for a second. I saw him. Person's gonna be right. MC, get new.
Dude, there's something about Selim's like spatial awareness, where his player is, how his body sits, wherever he's laying supine. I mean, that man is unbelievable at the game.
Yeah, he's always been like probably the most difficult kill in Call of Duty, and he continues to show it year after year in MVP form every time we watch that young man spawn in on the map. But Vegas, even with Selim doing all that, are still right in this game. They keep it scrappy every single time at P4. That time they don't get a lot of time over the P5 hardpoint the way that they did previous, but you're only down by basically 10 points. We gotta lock in to close out this game.
It's a scrappy one for sure. Couple of big kills now, and FaZe are still soaking away P1. P2 has not been terrible to them either. They have a sneaky streak, to quote Chris Lair on that one. Abe still on time. This is ideal. Falcons breaks have been so good so far in this map. You're looking for another one to keep that healthy lead, or at least a fighting chance of getting back into P2 without too much sweat.
Oh, that is massive. Kills coming in from Vegas. They clear out all of their side of the spawn, but at the wrong time, because once that new hill pops, now you're forced to be on your head on a swivel again, because it's a 2-2 split. This is where you're going to get the investment out of the missile. How are you going to try to play this? Everything is going to get invested. Thankfully, Exit on the pinch finds the opening kill, and now Atlanta trying to break from the back.
The streak pins in all those players. It keeps them trapped, and now Priester trying to make his way forward. He has some coverage. Contest on time. Pred's in. He gets at least one. The dance is now on as he gets Draza as well. Can he get the kill? Yeah. Where are his teammates? Over towards time. Open hard point. Abizi on the dive. Brought down again. Pred on a sweet turn, but Simp with the shots from stage. You're looking at the lead change once again for the Falcons.
And Atlanta FaZe can now no longer wait it here, so you don't want to die at the wrong time and then spawn at that old HP. But the route might be good enough from RCDs to potentially spawn him behind them. But no, the trade there from Abizi still allows those stage spawns to come on in. So Vegas take the lead, but you got to haul ass all the way across the map.
And Priest has made it in from behind. Selim unaware. Oh, two players. He got spotted out, nearly gets the kill as well. Arsty spawns in the back. Sim there with the stun checks, trying to make sure that no one can make their way through. There is a war on two fronts taking place now, all towards the back line. Draza can't spot out enough players. The trade battle continuing on the inside. Falcons, can they get the break? Selim and Abizi on the in. That should be game. Surely the last fight now. A break. The trades. It's not over yet.
It's all about the fights, and now you go 3 for 1 if you're Atlanta. Just got to get someone in.
And that's it. That was the last break.
Wow, what a interesting series, bro. But anyway, yeah, that's it for the stream. And we hope everybody have